So we're doing casted stream again today. I think I alerted that to a few people earlier to get their games up before we started, right? You always gotta make sure you do that, you know? If anybody's got any special recordings for the day they want to see, definitely get them in, you know? There's no guarantees we'll get to them all, but definitely we want to make sure we can at least get to as many as possible, pretty much. Alright, so I'm just going to share the stream with everybody right now, and then we can get started. This should be really fun, you know? I always love every one of these casted game streams, because I get to just sit there and talk about my favorite Age of Empires 3 mod ever, you know? I mean, sorry Age of Pirates and Age of the World, but Wars of Liberty is still the best, and it probably will be for a very long time. Unless you can prove me otherwise with new content. You know, you'd have to go pretty far, I would say, though, to get me that hyped up over it. So, get creative, you know. If you want me to put you higher on the tier list in Wars of Liberty, you're going to have to put in a lot of work for that. Big time. Big time, yeah. So how are you all doing today? Doing good? Yeah, hopefully you're all doing good today. I'm certainly going to have fun today with these matches. We got a lot of different ones. You know, we got some from, that are mystery meat, as I call them, because in the Discord post they have a red flag with a white question mark on them, so we don't exactly know what civs that they're going to be, which adds a bit of mystery meat to it, right? It's always fun. And then we got some from Gommuistan, some from Guilder, some from Aladdin and Rommel. We got a pretty good collection going today, so all around it's going to be really fun. Yeah, definitely looking forward to it. 100%. Very good. Nice. How many servers to go? Got a few more to do. Do this here. Any other ones? Yeah, I could do this one. Over here. And over here. And where else? Definitely over here. Very good. Any other ones we're missing? Just a few more. Only a handful more, I think, and then we should be good. Two more servers and we're good. Alright, there we go. All set now. That should be good. Perfect. Now we just have to download the games, but before that I'll check the chat out, see if anybody wants to talk about anything while I'm doing that. I don't see any chats yet. Feel free to say hi or anything if you're in the area. Otherwise, I'm just going to download the games now and count them out. I believe we got 21, but I might have counted that wrong. So we're going to have to go piece by piece on that. And I'm going to have to remember which ones we've done. So the last one we did was Muy Larga para el Mono, one from Rommel, basically Veringo versus Rommel. So the first one we would do is Bombardeando Tucanes. So Argentina versus Australia. So that would be the first one. Let me see which ones we got. Or I could just re-download them again too. That'd be totally fine. I'd rather just re-download them again and make sure that we got them. So I'll just do that. So we got 1, 2, 3. So we got 3, 4, 5. We got 5 of them, right? 6. And we got 7, 8, 9, 10. So we're on Diaz already. Looking really good shape right now for how tonight's going to go. And then we got 11, 11. We got 12, 12. 13, 14, 15. So we got 13, 14, 15. And we got 16, so 16. We got 17 and 18, so up to 18 now. And we got 19, so we're on 19. And we got, which one are we on? Trying to do the math. Alright, I think we're on, let me do the math again so I can count it. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. And this would be 20, alright. So this would be Viente. So we're on Viente right now. And then we got Viente 1. And we got Viente 2. Alright. So, basically we got up to 22. 22 Cassie games today to do. That's a big list. I don't know if we'll get through them all, but if we could get through 22 games today, that's a pretty big achievement usually, right? Oh, most definitely it is. Yeah. It depends on how big they are. If they go like 10 minutes apiece, we'll get through them all, but if they're more juicy and detailed, then it might take a bit longer to do. Just saying. So be ready for that. Yeah. Alright, let me copy those into the game, and then we should be able to get started right away. Yeah, sounds good? Alright. So, which save game folder? The Wars of Liberty one, of course. So we'll just paste all those in. We might have some duplicates in the file system, but that's okay. I really don't care at this point. If I need to do some cleaning, housekeeping later with recordings, I certainly could. I got stuff from last year in here, like since the last Wars of Liberty Liga. Maybe if it's stuff that's 2 years old. Because I've never cleaned this place out before. Like, never. Which is really interesting. Yeah. Okay, so, how are you all doing? You doing good, everybody? We actually did all the housekeeping stuff a minute early, so I'm here to chat for another minute or two before we begin. I always give people at least 10 minutos to come in and talk and whatever, you know? You never know, man. People sometimes just like to chatter while they're here with me while I'm casting, whatever. Have a good time, but if you want to just sit and observe and learn, that's fine too. Soak everything in like a sponge, like a SpongeBob SquarePants. Yeah, that's fine too. Yeah. I wonder how much stuff we're going to get when Middle East patch comes out. I imagine there's going to be a lot of recordings to do. People studying Afghans, Uzbeks, Saudis, and Persians. Yeah. I mean, I'm going to be playing that more than anybody, honestly. I've already seen it a little bit, and from what I've seen, it's really good. Really good stuff. Big time. Alright, let me get that away from there so my wire doesn't get caught. And I guess we'll start now if everybody's fine. Everybody's got something to drink, something to eat. You're going to be here for a while, so if you were planning on cooking up your hamburger or cheeseburger or chicken nuggets or whatever you eat for dinner or whatever. Maybe a steak or something. Hopefully something with meat in it. Meat is good for you. It's not bad for you. We can begin. Yeah. The heavy infantry target's now called a line unit. Wait a second. So this is actually patch 1.1.3b. Alright, so I might have to add that layer. Because on the changelog site on Google Doc, it's still considered at 1.1.3a. So, yeah, we might have to change that for future viewership. So we're actually going to start in an older version of Wars of Liberty from what I'm seeing. Alright, so to get there, we have to go to Age of Empires 3, go to Oldest, and do some record games from the old version of the game and reboot. Let me just find the executable here, hy.exe. Yep, these first games we're going to do today are from Wars of Liberty 1.1.2b. So we didn't actually get to finish all those from last week, so we have to start off with those ones, and then we're going to move into 1.1.3a, and then we're going to move into 1.1.3b. So we actually got 3 patches of stuff to look at here, which is quite insane. 3 patches of matches. All because of a necessary hotfix they had to make to the originals thing, yeah. So let's go over here. And we will go into... which one? What's this recording called? Let me look in the Discord so we see what its name is. So this one would be called Boomerangando Tucanes. So probably something with boomerangs with Australia. So this should be a really fun one to do. Yep. Looking forward to it. It doesn't matter which one we do. Both of these recordings will work just fine. As long as we have the right version of the game, they'll run like a charm, really. Yeah, that's what you can hope for. Something I've been trying lately, too, because we always run out of time in our Cassie Game streams to get all the recordings done. I've stopped pausing at the start of the game to go over the map, usually, because we've seen these maps probably at close to 1 billion times by now. So, I mean, there's really no excuse why we need to, basically go over the map, because most of the maps we're doing are ESOC maps. We already know how those work, right? Oh yeah, 100%. I would hope by now we know how those work. So yeah, if it's an ESOC map, I'm not going to go over the map with you. Just look it up online. You should probably have enough familiarity with these. I mean, I could go over some summaries of it with you now while the players are just doing their startup stuff. Basically, this is Colorado. You got these sort of 2 big mounds in the Colorado Rockies up here that sort of create these 3 choke points. You got one here, and one here. You got this big trade route that's sort of like a reverse S that starts down here and actually ends up here, which basically means you cannot actually really wall any of these choke points off real effectively, because the trade route gets in the way of that, right? Because if you put a wall up, of course, the train's just going to knock it down anyways. So, I mean, it's just a bad place to put a wall, So, yeah, either way, the players here, one is using Australia with Rommel, and Fierro is using his native civ of Argentina. Some very interesting picks, I will say. In general, though, I will say that definitely Rommel is going to have a bit of a disadvantage, at least theoretically. Because, at least from what my tier listing has told me about these civs at this point, usually Argentina can usually outperform Australia pretty well in most metrics, I would say. See, where Australia does pretty well is where they can basically spam a lot of anti-infantry and just deal with opponents that way. Like, if they're dealing with like a moderate amount of infantry, Australia tends to do really well. When they're dealing with anything else, things get really sour, like a sour grape. And Argentina, as you know, gets a really great economy, so their amounts of infantry are very large. And then they can mix cavalry in too. So, I mean, it's a very complex situation. In particular, the Infernal is a really good counter to the Boomerang. So, we'll see. if we have Infernals indeed soaking large amounts of damage from boomerangs and humbling them very well. Yeah. And one more thing I need to point out too here. There's a reason why Rommel actually has villagers on coin right now as well as food. This is because, as you know, these Australian villagers cost a mix of food and coin. So that means you need to be gathering coin and you need to be gathering food. And there's another thing going on too. Basically, the Australian age up in age 1 to 2 will cost coin, exclusively coin. There was a bit of back and forth with that over the patches, but eventually the devs have come to the conclusion that Australia should have a fully coin age up from age 1 to 2. The other ones are pretty much the same as they are for the other sort of Anglo and European civs, but the one from age 1 to 2 is all coin. This is because it has to accommodate the unique costs of these Australian villagers and so forth. So, yeah, if you're wondering why that's the case, pretty much, yeah. Let's check out Australia's deck, because this is going to make a huge difference here, what they might go for. So we got Fur Traders. This is always a go-to card with any Anglophony civ. The Fur Traders are really strong food gatherers, so they really help you get into that age up with good timing. Next card over here is Mare. Your redoubts now slowly trickle experience. So basically all the outposts on the map, all 7 of them, you have on the map are going to start trickling XP points. This is great for helping with your shipment timing. Really good for that. Yeah, the more outposts you have, the more faster you're going to get shipments coming in from the home city, which is quite good. As well as the rest of the deck is concerned, this is going to be a native build from what we can see. We do see Maracau, we do see Mare, and we do see Warrior Combat. These are all native faction cards here. We even see the Empowering. So we're going to see a big focus on fire sticks and boomerangs out of the gate here. Would be really shocked if you swap to the Bush Rangers of the Rum Corps. So yeah, definitely. Also, we got a good support card here, the German Boomers. These are basically immigrant skirms. They'll really be a good Pierce armor-based skirmisher in case the Infernals become an issue with ARGs. Politician will be King Waramu, one of the Aboriginal ones. I believe that's the one that gives him a number of boomerangs, right? Argentina is going with the first Italian wave with Argentina, it looks like. Yep. So the Argentine deck is very centered around herdables as well as early game support, right? We got about 4 crates here, 2 of them for wood and 2 of them of silver coins. Silver coins are just like regular coin crates, except they contain 10 more coin in them. So a shipment of silver coin in H2 is going to be 770 instead of 700. Just basically do some arithmetic and you'll figure it out how much coin's going to be in. Sometimes it can make a real difference because on top of being able to age up, you're going to have a little bit of extra coin to train some more military, in particular infantry, or maybe even get a technology that you wanted. Yeah, it can be pretty significant. So Fierro right out of the gate ships in 5 Patricios to help support his base. If you've seen recently, one of our Juanitos Guerreros here, Rommel, who's actually in this match right now, has built his own YouTube channel where he sort of does unit competition similar to what Mike Empires does for Age of Empires 2, where Rommel puts different Wars of Liberty unique units into an arena and finds the strongest one. Well, not just unique units, he'll use standard units as well. Like he did a test with the Patricios, in fact, where he pinned them against Conscriptos, the recruits, basically all the musketeers in the game to see which one was the best. And there were some pretty interesting results. So if you want to see how the Patricio does with armies of equal resource in terms of musketeers, you should definitely check that out. But that being said, even though those particular results on Rommel's test might show a particular result, do be aware that that does not mean that the Patricios will perform the same way here against Rommel. Mainly because Argentina, by nature, gets resources really well in food once they're fully developed. I think those tests Rommel did on YouTube are only going to be mostly relevant in the early game. Once Argentina gets some key cards like the Butcher's one, as well as the one that gives you the pasture pretty much, which looks like Fierro did not get. Once you get those cards, I think Patricios end up becoming a lot more cost efficient, because food is a non-factor. It really comes down to coin. And at that point, you can have like 3 or 4 barracks of Patricios coming out all the time, and then they become really dangerous. And that's why we're seeing Rommel starting to attack out of the gate with these boomerangs. These ones came from his age up, so those are practically free for him to use. He will be shipping in some spontooners now. These are Anglophony pikemen. Also, the fur traders are helping with treasure collection, it looks like, and about 95 wood. That's a really good wood. Basically, whenever you get wood as Australia, that is a really good reward, because your unique units that you really depend on for Australia, as well as your spontooners and sappers, all cost wood. It's pretty common with Australia to go for a full food and wood unit composition, so that's going to be really good for them. Something really interesting we see here is basically Fierro going into hand combat with his Patricios against these boomerangs. I did not expect that at all, but it seems to be doing a really good job. You know why he's doing that? Because he knows that the boomerangs have pierce armor, and he's thinking, alright, how can I get around that? I can go into hand attack and go into full melee with them, which is quite good. In particular, boomerangs deal hack damage, which means the Patricios end up surviving some of the damage that the boomerangs do to them, which is actually pretty nice as well. Now, we see an interesting unit here we don't always see with Argentina, so it's kind of good that Fierro is demonstrating this to us. This is the Moreno. The Moreno is a polearm unit. It's technically a mercenary, but I don't think it has the mercenary tag yet. Basically, it's an Imperial Age pikeman that you can get from the saloon, depending on the match you're in. So there's a bit of RNG there. But Argentina gets a card that ships about 5 of them, and then you can start to train them at the Argentine barracks. So you know how the Argentinian barracks was a bit bare usually, not a lot of stuff going on? Well, thankfully the devs add a card which adds the Morenos as another option in your barracks. If you see here, they cost about 145 coins, so they're pretty expensive in coin. But that really isn't a problem, you know? Basically, you're spending so much food on the Patricios and little coin on them that you got a lot of surplus coin to make these mercenary pikemen very easily. That's kind of the idea of it at the end of the day, is that you're going to be using your food on the Patricios mainly, and then you're going to use whatever coin you have left on the Morenos. So you've got pikes and you got muskets, which is quite good. Fierro then decides to ship in about 5 sailors. These are a skirmish unit, and particularly a naval skirmish unit, which means they have multipliers against siege troopers and artillery. So no multipliers against these pikes at all. But that does not mean that they're bad. You know, of course they're going to be good at range against a hand unit. It just means no multipliers eating through them the same way it would if you used like an Escopetero, which Argentina also gets. Is designed to chase down the Spontooners with the Morenos, because the Morenos statistically are going to be far stronger than the Spontooners. More HP, more damage, since Spontooners are based off of Age 2 stats, and the Morenos are based off of Imperial Age stats since they are a mercenary pikeman. Yeah, you can see here how good these Morenos are doing against the Spontooners right now, so it's really good if Rommel can get out of there, maybe regroup, group up with some of these boomerangs and try to go back in again. Yeah. I mean, honestly, though, what I think is going to happen is basically Rommel's going to have to come up with a game plan to guard against whatever Argentina is doing. In particular, he's going to need a solution to these Patricios, the Patricio problem. He seems to think that mass boomerangs might do it. I would just be concerned with the hand armor of the Patricio being a musket, as well as the high hit points. Patricios have HP of about 200, so they're very durable. You know, they're a pretty durable musket compared to other ones. So you really need to be aware of that when you're dealing with them. It's going to take a really good number of boomerangs to even really dent them that good. Yeah, even if the boomerangs have those multipliers in place. Right now, they're not even going on to the Patricios. It's just trying to eat through those Morenos there. Right? Using the dog there to try to distract the range units is always a smart idea to meat shield and spare your units a bit more time to do damage. At this point, though, Rommel has enough boomerangs to force Fierro back. He is now deciding to make more of the Morenos, more of those wonderful Imperial Age statted mercenary pikemen. He is going to ship in about 770 silver coin now, so he can basically afford more of those. He's also going to add in the Infernals. Infernals might be his key to winning this thing. You know, Infernals have hand armor, which means they're going to really pressure hard on these boomerangs. You know, these boomerangs are really not going to do too much damage to them. Yeah, because as you see here, they have a malice against scout units since they're considered an early game skirmisher. But even though the Infernals don't have the scout tag to have that malice be a factor, the Infernals have hand armor, so it's almost as if they're a scout unit all along, you know what I mean? In the case of the boomerang, so they better watch out for that. Because he could end up in a really bad situation real quick. Because look at these things. They have 185 HP, and then they got 30% hand armor. They do about 25 melee now. So they're going to get a lot of damage in. They are going to get a lot of damage in there. And depending on how many of these Infernals Fierro can mass up before Rommel shows up, he might have a real problem on his hands here. Big time. We do see one Nuka from the treasure being added to Rommel's army. This will add a little bit of anti-cav multipliers against the Infernals, so that's a bit in Rommel's favor there. Nonetheless, though, if we can get enough Infernals as Fierro and maybe mix in some Patricios, you're all set. At least in theory you should be. Yeah. The one factor you always have on your side against Australia is when you're on the land map, because the best way Australia booms their economy is actually on water maps, because Australia, if you didn't know, gets a large collection of water cards. They get like 1 million water cards. They get all the standard ones like Fish Market and Rendering Plan, and then they get all these other ones like Barracuda Fish Traps and another one for whale oil. Well, they have the regular whale oil card, and then they get another one too. So, I mean, Australia gets like legendary fish economy in this game, and then they get all the Anglophony ones at the dock. Never discount Australia on water maps. It's on the land maps where they feel a bit more grounded on the earth in terms of their eco. Fierro at this point is getting the Butcher's card, as we can see there. Butcher's card allows you to gather herdables at a rate of 300%. So really fast. It's based off of a similar card that the British get with the sheep on the icon, so it is actually an original card. It's not some made-up number. Yeah, and why it's so good for Argentina is the fact that they get free artillery over time. If you can see this pasture building right here, it produces cows for free over time, and then they fatten twice as fast on this building. Even though it does serve as a farming building as well, the farming rate is cut in half for villagers, so it's really not good for farming. It's mainly good for making your cows super meaty, so you can have lots of steak, lots of burgers, lots of beef sausage on your pizza. That's why you do that. Exactly why you're getting that. So what do you do if you're Rommel in this situation? So Rommel decides, you know what, I'm going to age up with Tucuquino, which is one of the other Aboriginal politicians, and get access to some fire sticks. Decides to throw in a few assault units in there. So these are fire sticks. And in particular, they do a lot of splash damage and some pretty good damage overall in melee. Only problem is going to be, of course, he's going up against a lot of anti-cav. The Patricios, the Morenos, the Infernals even, they all have multipliers against cavalry. These are actually a mounted pikemen by definition, so they're actually dealing real multipliers against these fire sticks. Yeah, the Morenos, they're holding pretty well. They're actually fighting their way through the fire sticks exceptionally well because there's very few of them. And we do see the Patricios try to engage with the boomerangs now. Does he have enough stuff to basically engage with the boomerangs? We'll see. He's going into full melee, which I really don't understand. Yeah, just let the Infernals do the melee. He's kind of throwing his match by doing that, Fiero. Like, you don't need to go into melee with that many boomer. Yep, see, is the fire stick shipping right? Yeah, bro, that actually is going to help against the fire sticks. Now he's fully into melee against them. So that kind of worked out in his favor, not going to lie. Now he's got to deal with the boomerangs at this point. Still some fire sticks there causing problems. Can't really say who's winning at this point. It looks like it's Fiero, but we do still see some villager just died. That's pretty big. Boomerangs being handled somewhat over here. Minutemen being called in. Okay. Well, now we see fire sticks being trained at this point. Where's Fiero at? So Fiero is shipping in 660 coin. Still gathering a lot of food, right? He's got Patricios coming here. He's got a stable. And now we see somebody resign. Who do you think that could be that could have resigned here? Let's look at the resources and try to predict that. So Rommel seems to be surviving right now. And how many villas is he on? Do we know how many villas he's got? He's got 21. How many villas does Fiero got? Fiero has, looks to be 35 villas. If this was indeed not a recording error and the match really indeed terminated at this point, I would think that Fiero won the match, but Rommel could certainly clarify that, or Fiero if they want to come here and tell us. Yeah, my bets are on Fiero still. Even though he was an age behind, his economy was in far better shape. He had his herdables in optimal shape at that point. He just needed like 1 or 2 more pastures, I think, and he would have been in golden. So I really did not expect the match to terminate so soon. I really did not. And I don't know what caused that, really. I don't even know if I don't even know if that was a recording error. Like, that felt like sort of mid-match, really. Speaking of which, here is World Academy himself, Rommel. Good afternoon, Glingo. And we got Sagurai Black, Puerto Peru. Yeah, welcome. Yeah, World Academy, that's where you can go now to learn about Wars of Liberty units and basically learn about their stats, right? Right now, Rommel's got stuff on the Patricio as well as the Myung Archer, the Koreans. And you can see them matched up against units of similar class and see how they do with equal resources. A lot like Mike Empires does with Age of Empires 2. I think I mentioned that earlier. I just figured I'd give a shout out to Rommel's channel since he is starting out. He's already got a bit of a following in the WoW community. Maybe we can get some more people interested in Wars of Liberty as well through that sort of thing. Most definitely. So, yeah, check him out sometime. What match are we on now, though? Because we got to keep the conga line going to matches. We got Austria-Hungary versus Russia. Record game 7. Again with the unnamed recorded games. Really. Record game 7. Siete. Where's record game 7? ¿Dónde está? 7. Here it is. It should be either one since I might probably duplicate that, so it should be fine either way. Yeah, most likely. What's going on with this one? So what was that? Okay. Alright. It might be the other one. Alright. Let me check. Is something wrong with that game? What just happened? What was that, man? I don't know. I'm going to check the other one. Something does not seem right there. Something seems really sus. And I'm going to get to the bottom of it. It might be the other one, but let's see. It's a good chance I might not have put that one in there. We'll see, though. Record game 7 with the parentheses. Is this the same one or what? Because it should be a thing versus Austria-Hungary or something, right? Alright, so we are fine now. Okay. So, looks like it's an hour sync. So that might be in the next. Oh wait a second. I booted up the wrong version of the game. My bad. Sorry about that. That's on me. I kind of fumbled that one. All right, that's on me. I caught that one. All right. Let's just see. This is what happens when you have to cascade from 3 different patches in one stream. You want to click on the thing in the browser, and it's like, no, that's not the right one. So we'll fix that real quick. Go right here. And here we go, right here. You need to laugh like that every now and then, right, to get through the day, because it's so strenuous usually. Yeah, most definitely. Alright, here we go. Now we're going to have some fun. Now I gotta just turn the music off, since this is a non-ESOC map. Main reason being, we do not want to lose monetization on the stream at all. That's really important. You know, any money is good money at this point with the start of this channel. So we gotta hold on to that. So who's using Austria-Hungary? We got Rommel. And who is using Russia? Looks like Nick is. Whoa, Nick. Alright, so yeah, this should be a pretty good match, honestly. What map are we on? We are on the Great Plains map. This is a pretty good map that we see a lot on Definitive Edition, right? Whenever we watch those wonderful ESOC tournaments with Josh and everything, yeah, this is a common map there. So I really shouldn't have to go too far into this map. In general, though, it's a pretty wide open map. It is on the Great Plains, so, well, it's a big open plain. You got Cheyenne natives, and you got some Comanche ones, too. So they're all cavalry-based, pretty much. Maneuver units and scout, to be exact. Well, actually, the Cheyennes, if I recall correctly, aren't even scout anymore, right? They're actually part of the same category as the Infernals now. Wars Liberty just said, you know what? We know what they're for. Let's just turn them into fully fledged Infernals at this point and do that. So that's what they did. But yeah, you get the idea, though. So, in terms of this matchup, who do you think is going to stand on top here? I mean, both players are really good. They're both seasoned Wars of Liberty players here. You know, that's not a question of experience at all. Kind of like the last game, honestly. You know, Fierro and Rommel have been around the world a few times, so we've got another even match to look at. In terms of the civs, Austria-Hungary, it really depends on who's doing it. It's in the eye of the beholder. Some people will say Austria-Hungary is a really solid European civilization. Some people say it is a okay European civilization, depending on what your metrics are, right? In terms of raw bonuses, it's kind of the continuation of the old legacy German civ, but kind of reimagined into a whole Austro-Hungarian thing, right? Basically, when you ship cards as Austria-Hungary in Age 2 and onwards, you will get free hussars. Sometimes hussar, right, because they did reduce the number of hussars in the shipments from like 2 to 1, and that trickles down the river, obviously. So yeah, if you're in Age 2, you only get 1 hussar. Age 3, you'll get 2, and then 3 in Age 4. Yeah, basically. So a lot of free hussars going around. Also, if Austria-Hungary, you get your Royal Guard upgrades in Age 3 and not Age 4. So there are technically Royal Veteran upgrades, yeah. Which, in some ways, is a bit cheaper since you're getting it done earlier, and then in Age 4, your Guard upgrades are kind of normally priced and all that, so that's kind of good. So, depending on where you're at with things, it might be a good thing, it might be a bad thing. I think it's usually a good thing. You know, it's usually an advantage. I don't really see it as a detriment, really. Alright, and what does Austria-Hungary do well in terms of military? So, they get solid line infantry and hussars, since that's their veteran guard units. In particular, hussars are affected by up to 4 upgrade cards with the civ. So, Austria-Hungary has some of the strongest hussars in the game by far, I would say. I might even say they're even strong. They can be even stronger than the Swedish hussars, which are pretty good on their own. Yeah, Austria-Hungary might actually have the best hussars in the game right now, if we want to go off of pure beefy stats. That's just me talking, you know. Maybe Swedish has slightly better, but I think Austria-Hungary's ones has more hit points. Is that right? And then Swedish ones train faster. That's sort of the main difference. If we want to go off of all the possible dynamics of it, and then Swedish also has the option to change them to food and wood. So if that was ever a concern for you, technically Sweden would be better. Nah. Yeah, so what does the deck look like? And who we agent up with, by the way, the Artisan. For those who don't know, this is the same as the Core Master. You get about 400 wood out of it, so it's really no different than what you're doing in Definitive Edition usually. In terms of the deck, we got a lot of cards here to look at. This card in particular is really good for this map pretty much. It's called Railway Nationalization. From now on, trade route upgrades are free. So you don't have to pay for Stagecoach, and you don't have to pay for Iron Horse anymore. So free stagecoaches, free trains. As long as Rommel can work really well on the map and keeping the trade route secured, he can get some real benefits out of that card, you know? As far as the rest is concerned, he's got some crates, he's got some units. Do be aware of some cards like this will just give extra units of their type instead of Hussars. So in this case, Valdomerian Free Cossacks gives you 10 Hujussi instead of 8, which is pretty cool. Yep. This will give you 6 Grenadiers and a Hussar. This will give you 1 Hussar. So, yeah, in general, the more cards you send as Austria-Hungary, the more aggression you can pursue on your enemy through the free Hussars, pretty much. So that's something you gotta look at, really, when you're playing as AH, is making the most of your free Hussars. In general. That also means if you ever do want to use Hussar shipment cards, they're gonna be bigger as Austria-Hungary. You know, you're gonna be shipping. They don't have any in Age 2, but in Age 3 you'd get like 5 Hussar, get like a 7 Hussar shipment instead of 5. And obviously in Age 4 it's gonna be really astronomically big. You know, basically that. But it does look like Russia is getting into an aggressive position now with their blockhouse, so we better go to that side and see what they're planning. They're training partisans. These are just pikemen, same stats as the pike. Shipping in the cantonists. These are your unstoppable Streletzes that are no longer Streletzes, right? And this is the good old Plastuni. Now it has been made into a explorer helper unit, so it's no longer at the blockhouse. Your explorer will be able to train these Plastunis, and they are statistically categorized as scout units. So they're actually basically like coyote runners, right? They still got their sort of charge attack here that does a bit more damage and splash, but they did swap out their hand armor for pierce armor now since they're scout, and they were nerfed a bit in stats just because they don't want you raiding out of the gate with them in Age 1 and like completely winning. Yeah. Does look like Rommel does turtle with his outpost there, which is really smart. He does get his Grenadier and Hussar shipment in there too, so Rommel is definitely getting ready for some aggression here. And what else does he have to defend with? He could get his Hujussi, he could get some more outposts with 700 wood, he could maybe upgrade his stats here. There's a lot Rommel could do, you know? And no matter what he does in Age 2, he will get another Hussar out of it as well, so, you know, definitely count on having some handcap there to help you with the cantonists, you know. I would say biggest thing is to break through those pikemen and get those Hussars onto the skirms if you're Austria-Hungary here. And if you're Russia, your main job's going to be, alright, stacking up lots and lots of units very quickly through the blockhouse block unit mechanic, right? Definitely. Now, one thing that's very interesting in this new Wars of Liberty Russia is they actually train villagers individually now instead of in the blocks of 3, which means when you're doing your economy as Russia now, you actually have a lot more spare food usually to train military more than you could before, right? Because as the old Russia, remember, you had to shell out a good amount of 270 food to get another 3 settlers. Now the villages cost 100, so it's conceivably possible to have another 70 to 170 food in your back pocket to get another blockhouse thing going And particularly, I think the line infantry and the pikemen battalions get the most benefit from this, but of course you could potentially get a block of the Cantonists out as well. So it really depends there what your goal is at the end of the day. It does look like Nick does get hunting dogs earlier, now he's getting placer mines, so he is making sure while he's pushing that he's always considering economy as well. Some people get so swept up with aggression that they do not remember to do their first primary market upgrades, and it's just so important to do that, because if Rommel starts doing that, he starts getting hunting dogs and placer mines, your economy is going to be so far behind him. The only way you would get ahead, of course, is by eliminating villagers, which is never a given, right? Especially since Rommel has 2 outposts right now, so you definitely need to be on top of that thing. And thankfully Nick is. And that's something that's, of course, going to count against Rommel being in his defensive state right now, because right now he's shelling out so much. He's spending so much wood on defense that he's not able to actually get his market going and get those necessary Age 1 market technologies, which means Nick is conceivably going to have the better score at the end of the day, right? Definitely. Especially since Rommel doesn't have any H2 settler shipments here. Because, see, with Austria-Hungary, you get extra settlers in those villager cards, sort of reflective of the cards that, sort of the way Germany works, the old school Germany with the settler wagons, the shipments naturally add more value. That's what happens here with Austria-Hungary, but instead of settler wagons, you're just getting really big numbers of settlers in your Vil cards to sort of have a bump up ahead of your opponent. Yeah, that's why I'd like to at least have 6 settlers in an Austria-Hungary card, just so you can get a little bit of a boost ahead of your opponent. And then if you make it to Industrial Age in an FI deck, you can get a big batch of villagers that way, like a really big one that really sticks you ahead. It makes up for all the time you're aging up. So yeah, there's different ways to play Austria-Hungary, I would say. But most important thing is staying ahead with the economy, Big time. So it looks like Rommel has gone full Grenadier, and he did ship in his Hajduk ship in here, the Freikovs and Free Cossacks. Alright, so make sure that the charged attack goes onto one of the infantry, right? Because obviously Plastoonis are shock units, so you do not want your grenades being wasted on them if you can avoid it. If you can avoid it, right? You might not be able to, but I guess what he's... Oh, no, Rommel. Nah. Well, I think some of his grenades might not have been used there, but yeah, he kind of lost his defensive edge there now that he's wasted it on the hand units. Basically, Nick can sit here and try to kite his infantry if possible with the Cantonists, but it will be a bit harder considering Rommel still has some of the Hajduks in his... arsenal there. These things have about 16 range, which means they can actually outrange the Cantonists, which means right now it's actually possible that Nick might actually be sort of bare bones right now in terms of military. Let's see if he can maybe come back from that or not. We'll see, though. We'll see. Should be interesting. So we got Hajduks and Grenadiers there, right? Rommel probably looking to do some sort of an angle to try to break his way in here and go up against his opponent. We'll see, though, if that ends up happening. What goes on with Nick, though, he gets a stable, and he's aging up right now, so he's going to be adding Cossacks in, most likely. Also, going for the 2 Falconets, it looks like. 2 Falconets with some Cossacks. Could be a big problem. It all depends if Nick has time on his side there. Well, it looks like he's going to be running his Plastoonis down, too. Oh, interesting. Now, this... I would time that a little bit later. Maybe what he was thinking was, I'm going to ruin his grenade toss. It didn't look like it affected all of them, but it did affect a good number of them now. Because one thing that Rommel could do with mass grenadiers is he could use the charged grenade throw on the artillery, ignore their armor, because it's a crush damage, and snipe the Falconets, So Nick was probably thinking, what if I could try to short-circuit that charge attack by throwing some hand units in first to soak up the grenades? Then they'd be left with their poor, measly musket attack. It's only possible, right? Well, we do see some Cossacks come out, getting the veteran upgrade on the Cossacks too to boot, and then 2 Falconets coming in right at this blockhouse, I would imagine. So already things moving very quickly here for Nick. Either Nick is going to do really well with his comp here of the 2 Falcons with the hand cav, or Rommel's going to defend this exceptionally well and turn this thing around. It's a big if, It's never a guarantee. Some people just can't manage their Falconets very well and they lose them very quickly. Sometimes they get their Cossacks into trouble. It really depends on what the players are and what their skills are with all that. But we do see some coin coming in from Rommel there. Also another redoubt is coming up. So at this point, this base has about 3 towers defending it. Hussar over there does spot the Falconets. Well, you should be targeting on the outpost first. Yep, exactly. There you go. There you go. Because now we burnt through all that wood for like nothing. Yeah, I mean, he's going to stall him like a second, but that's it. Loses the fill. Alright, well, Hussars need to be in the position, my friend. They're down here. They're not going to do anything down here unless you're going at the skirms. See, this is what I was talking about. See how he was going to try to go into the Falconets with the Grenadiers, but the Cossacks built a good wall to protect them from that? That was masterful planning by Nick there. Using, I guess, the market here against Rommel, all this space taken up. Basically, wow, with little Cossacks, he had to build a phalanx here to protect the artillery. And now that the artillery is immune, so is Nick, and he wins. Really good demonstration of a Russian attack. Really good one, actually. Some other things to point out, too, that he could have done. He could have potentially shipped in this. He could have sent the Manchu in. Could have sent this hand infantry here. He could have also used Bulava. Bulava is a way for you to basically not only upgrade your hero stats, but also have it so the Plastoonis gain more stats when around the Explorer, like an improvement aura that really makes them tough, right? Also, another important thing to note about the Plastoonis is they do get shadow teched with each age up, so they get their own veteran guard imperial upgrades depending on which age you're in, so they don't stay the same stats for long, so they do gain value over time on the battlefield. Yeah, it kind of looks like Rommel really stagnated with that fear that Russia put in them. Russia with that whole push sort of sent Rommel on the back pedal with managing his vills, whereas Nick kept up with his vills, and look at how far he did. Did quite good, actually. And from the looks of it, too, I mean, he had that 5 settler car in there, and that's why he saw a jump in that eco score. Could have had a lot to do with his victory and actually making it to age 3 to deliver the final blow with that Falconet setup, yeah. So that's definitely something you need to consider in your matches for sure, is do I consider putting in 5 settlers to the point that those 5 settlers with whatever market techs that I get are going to actually get me into age 3 quicker so I can get the fatal artillery shipment that I need to win. Yeah. Lots and lots of considerations when you're doing multiplayer, you know what I mean? Big time, especially against more skilled Boys of Liberty opponents, yeah. So what's this match going to be called? Let me see. So this one is going to be called, from the looks of it, Mate versus Alipas. Fierro versus Rommel. That's a different match because I can see the file size is a bit different there. So we are looking at a new game there, it looks like. Let me find it here. Thankfully, we're not going to have any errors this time because I know what the recording is. Just do that one right. Really shouldn't matter which file we pluck from, right? Yeah, I wouldn't think so. I wouldn't think that would make much of a difference there, but yeah. Okay, so we're on Thar Desert, right? So we can actually put the volume back on. That's cool. Well, the volume was always on, but just not the music, right? Because the music is the copyrighted part. It's the Civ themes. The Wars of Liberty soundtrack is totally not copyrighted, so I can totally monetize off of that. It's just the the Civ themes that are made by different orchestras and stuff claim over it and want to profit from it and stuff. Which they should, it's good music. It's a masterpiece. Yeah, but either way. So what Civs we got here? We got Rommel with the Brazilians, and we got Fierro sticking to his homeland of Argentina. So Argentina versus Brazil. This is a pretty fair matchup. Not just the players, but the Civs. Mainly because Argentina and Brazil are slow start Civs. What does that mean? Basically, both Argentina and Brazil have delayed start times in their gameplay. Mainly because Argentina needs to focus on getting their herdables set up to do well, whereas Brazil needs to get their slave economy in order, right? Because Brazil really does well with plantations established, at least 1 or 2 in age 2, which they can build. So, yeah, it takes a while for Brazil to sort of get their macro stuff figured out, at least from what I've seen. And that same is true for ARGs. They can definitely do a bit of a rush at the start, but it's always kind of shrimpy compared to stuff like the Zulu and Paraguayans, for instance. So, yeah, it's definitely good that it's going to be a couple of delayed civs like that instead of one being tougher than the other and more intimidating or like that. No. Both of them are going to have time probably to set up their stuff, and if they do attack, it's going to be very minute and give both sides time to recover, leading to a more interesting duel, I would say. Now, this map in particular, Thar Desert, it's kind of a personal favorite of mine because I love how it's sort of like a semi-official legacy map that is sort of like a desert map, All this sand here is like a real desert, you know what I mean? It's the first sort of like non-American desert we see in the Age of Empires 3 game, right? Not quite as same color of the sand as we see in the Sahara or maybe the Empty Quarter in Arabia, but it's still a really good attempt at a desert map by the ESOC developers back in the day. And it's a real desert too, the Thar Desert. It's actually the most populated desert in the world, in India, between India and Pakistan. Yeah, because India, how populated India is. Even their deserts have lots of people in them per square mile. Yeah. And this is how it looks like. You got all these sand dunes, and then you have these trees that pop up here and there as well as animals. So, yeah, there is actually some hospitality to the desert there, to the point that even those deserts have lots of hamlas running around. Yeah. All right. So, what decks do we have today? I'm assuming Fierro's going to use this. Yep, he's using the same deck as before. Is the first game. I wonder if we'll see Morenos again. Regimiento de Castas is the name of the card officially. We could see Foley Patricio. We could see Spanish Immigrant play. Really depends. So Fierro sticks to 3 Gauchos as card number 1. So he's going for villagers, it looks like. That's the classical way to do it. Nowadays, it's pretty common to see Similones sent as card number 1 because it gets your cattle production off to an earlier start, if you think the cattle's more important. Probably in a 1v1, some people might argue that the Gauchos is more important because you don't have as much time to fiddle around with in a 1v1 to get your cattle set up. You need to think more about pressure. But my counter-argument would be in a 1v1 against Brazil, Brazil's probably doing the same thing as you. They're just setting up, but who knows? It's totally possible this Brazil is really skilled, knows how to set up their rush very well. It really depends. The thing is, with Brazil, you kind of have to understand how their macro works. Brazil trains does their slave trade. Brazil does different type of villager training. Essentially, Brazil uses the same villager system that the old Russia did. So they train villagers in blocks of 3, but instead of 270 food, it's about 210 coin. So basically, through this whole Age 1, Rommel has had to put villagers onto the copper mine over here to actually afford his villager queues, which is quite different than what you're probably used to, right? Yeah. And then as soon as he gets in Age 2 again and it's time to train the good old villies, he's probably going to have to put the vills back onto these resources all over again, really. Yeah. Now, at the start, it's better to keep them onto the mines, but eventually you really do need to put your vills on the plantations, right? Some civs, as you know, can totally stay on mines the whole game, but definitely the slow way that Brazil works, they're probably going to need at least 1 or 2 plantations at the start. Thankfully, though, you get a little bit of help from that, right? So every age up, you get an agricultural wagon as Brazil. It's the same agricultural wagon that civs like Italy get with their wagon bonuses. So here it is right here. See this thing with all these sort of food crates sticking out of it? Yeah, basically you can turn into either a mill for food or a plantation for coin. Right? And in the case of Brazil, you can make the plantations as early as age 2, which is awesome. But if Rumble does decide to go for mill, this is maybe a sign that we're going to see aggression from Brazil. We see a barracks coming up as well, I believe. Is that barracks? Yep. So it looks like Rommel will probably do Voluntario Patria, possibly with Pardos and or Mosquiteiros. Bit of assault, a little bit of pike, a little bit of skirmish. Yeah. Also the 700 wood is sort of pushing me in that direction as well. So you got to look at it from that side as well. So we'll see which unit he goes for first here. I would say probably you're going to want to go Mosquiteiro Voluntario until you see Infernals. Once you see Infernals, maybe then you can start adding the Pardos in as well and then start adding them in for the siege. Yeah, because your first big threat's going to be Patricios. And possibly any Morenos that Fiero starts to develop through that Regimento de Castas card, pretty much. Rommel does have his market up as well, so he could potentially upgrade his mining and his farming, right? So Brazil doesn't get hunting dogs or steel traps. Brazil actually gets 2 additional mill gathering technologies from their market, the farming sickle and the plow. So yeah, Brazil gets extra farming techs even when they don't have any farming-based cards in their decks. So Brazil's always going to naturally do well on mills compared to hunting, to an extent after a while. Yeah. I mean, at this point, it's better to get the hunts because the hunting rate is still going to be good without upgrades, but eventually, once the hunts get a little bit sparse, they get farther out, it's kind of better as Brazil just to stay close to home on your mills and not get totally raided, unless you really think that you can really venture out onto the map for those hunts. Yeah. What do we see from Rommel? The Oktoberfest card. This is also a very good card to get pretty much in the early game. It's Germany. What does Fiero do? He is getting some chakrams from the native site. So he's going Patricio Chakram. Chakram's very good native warrior in this mod. Basically what the Wool Devs did is they took the Chakram and they gave it multipliers against all infantry. Not just heavy infantry, but all infantry. So, looking at the stats here, this thing's a real shredder now. Yeah, because not only is it going to be good against musketeers, it's going to be good at shredding skirmishers, siege troopers, anything like that. Anything in that category is going to get completely melted by these chakrams now. More than they ever could before, right? Also, Fiero is going to add in some infernals from a stable. But it does look like Rommel is starting to raid with Voluntarios. These skirms, if you didn't know, have a movement speed of 5, so they run very quickly, you know? Yep. I mean, they're not wearing, like, closed-toed shoes or anything, but still, they run pretty fast with a movement speed of 5. Probably got a lot of blisters, I can imagine, but that's what you get from poor Juanitos, definitely. Infernals intercepts this one here, takes that one out. Might be able to take them all out if he can snare properly. We'll see, though. I mean, if he can do one after another like that. Maybe these ones can run away. Maybe. Nah, the cavalry's still going to be faster. They actually have a movement speed of about 6.92. Is that right? So these move pretty fast. These actually move faster than Hussars do, which is a movement speed of 6.7. I believe 6.25 or something like that. So really is a fast unit. I mean, look at these Mosquiteiros here. They only have a movement speed of about 5.5. So these are going to be pretty dangerous to have around against these Infernals. The Infernals will have multipliers against them. Still, though, not enough to really deal with the area of effect of these Musketeers, so it does actually force Fierro to back up, regroup with his infantry, and then he can sort of engage. So a little bit of a numbers advantage by Rommel, but that could change totally quickly once some more of the Infernals are added in, or more Patricios. Really depends, yeah. Also, Rommel does end up shipping 5 Musketeers as well from his home city. Is keeping up with his block training at the town center as well. Is eating up a lot of coin, so if it comes to aging up, he's probably going to have to get some of the coin from the home city to help with that. Definitely what I'm doing by Brazil decks, I would totally say always include both 600 coin and 700 coin. That is because you're going to be spending so much coin on villagers as Brazil, because that's part of the slave trade type economy they do, then you're going to potentially need both of those cards to get you into the next age, you know what I mean? Granted, once again, to age 3, you got more plantations at that point, you got some upgrades. There you probably are doing a bit better, I would say, and you can sort of move from there. But yeah, definitely in the early game, you definitely want to have extra coin crates. Does look like Rommel kind of goes around that and does include just another wood one. Kind of interesting. He also has an infinite shipment of Voluntario de Patrias. So if he runs out of all these other cards, he can still send the Voluntarios in. But even one thing you do get as well as Latin America that you don't have with other cultures is the ability to get immigrants, right? So he could make some Uhlans from this German colony right here. The Batallo Diabo cavalry, so Uhlans. And that's something that really Latin America does really well, is their ability to sustain long in a match just because they can continue to use their shipments even if they don't have any infinite ones in their deck. Right, other civs, you know, once they run out of cards, they run out of cards. Latin never technically runs out of cards as long as they have an immigrant colony that can make units. Those shipments can always come in handy somewhere. Gives the Lam civs more of a longevity against other cultures, pretty much, yeah. Also, I'm pretty surprised Fierro does Italy, though. Because for me, I would rather go Polish. Because Polish, when you train these like workers, they'll come with the free cow, and then you can put the free cows onto the pasture, and it gives you a nice leg up in your early game food economy. And then if you make it to age 3, then you get 3 more cows from 3 more butchers, and it just adds up over time, you know. Particularly if you don't have a lot of pastures yet to really use that to your advantage. So it looks like Fierro does get the butcher's card. Again, this basically triples the food gather rate from herdables pretty much. So I mean, yeah, basically your food eco at that stage with ARGs is really good, provided you have the cows, of course. You know, you're going to have a pretty easy time eating up those herdables. Lots of yummy steak to keep you ahead of your enemy is always yummy in your tummy and always good for your competitiveness, right? Oh, you know it, 100%. Alright, so what do we got over here? Mostly Musketeros and Voluntarios. Now, what's going to be interesting is the effect of these chakrams on this match. Because we don't always see native warriors ever be used by players, right? Chakrams just happen to be a really exceptionally statted unit in Wars of Liberty, so I can't blame Fierro for including them in his army. He's really using the map to his advantage here by doing that. Big time. Unfortunately, it's the only one that shows up on here because, well, we're in the desert. It's not a lot of people living there. It is India, so there is people living there, of course, but no, just not a lot. So you get like this central Udesi settlement, but nothing else, pretty much. Alright, Rommel's on the move. Fierro is going to meet him right there, so it's going to be a direct confrontation. Let's see if you can micro those chakrams to hit the Voluntarios. Right. So Fierro decides to go into full hand against the Musketeros, which could be good, could be bad. It really depends. Because, see, the thing is, Musketeros being a cell class do not actually have any pierce armor, which means Patricios can actually use those bullets to sometimes do some extra damage to the Musketeros, depending on the numbers, of course, right? But it's not the end of Fiero, though. He does have some Infernals here. Infernales. Let's see if he can dispatch some Musketeros, perhaps. Fiero decides to pull out. Probably just doesn't feel like he has the numbers just yet to do that. More Patricios, more Chakrams, more Infernals. So at this point, Fiore's making 3 different units here. He's doing mounted pikemen, musketeers, and disc-throwing grenadier-type units, yeah. Unfortunately, the Chakrams appeared at the wrong place at the wrong time. He's just going to lose all those. Still, though, Fiore, you could target the skirms. I mean, that would give you a little bit of an advantage and maybe get a little bit more value off them, but that's just me. Maybe you really do need to do some damage against the Musketeros, perhaps. Maybe. We'll see, though. We'll see where Fiore lands here. Because now he's adding in more Patricios. He's also shipping in the 5 sailors, so a bit of skirmish. Yeah, definitely. Now, Moschatero Pardo Voluntario is something I've actually experimented a bit with Brazil in team games. And from what I've found, it's actually a pretty all-around solid method to go with Brazil. In particular, in team games, you can actually forego most of the unit shipments and just get full eco cards by doing that. And then once you pop into age 3, you can just go full food and coin units, right? You can get the mounted skirms, you can get scolts, you can get lanceros. There's a nice sort of tempo there that we're actually seeing here with Rommel, just because he's been performing really well with his assault units, yeah. Goes with the 2nd German wave, which is going to grant Rommel, I believe, 2 Krupp steel cannons, or 1, is that right? Yep, he's going to get 1 Krupp steel cannon for that, which is like a Culver and Mortar hybrid. Also, again, the range attack upgrade on the Voluntarios and the Maud skirms. So basically skirmish combat, I guess you could call it, for Brazil. Gotta get some water in too. Always remember to drink water when you're streaming. Don't want any of those head throbs when I'm casting, because then it's gonna go like that. You don't want that. Definitely does quite a bit of pain to the skull when that happens. Yeah. But either way, it looks like we're gonna be going in for some more battles here between the two, right? Rommel does add in his German masons at this point. These are not scepter wagons. It's important that I point that out. These are not scepter wagons. These are masons. They might look like scepter wagons, but they're not scepter wagons, all right? Just putting it out there. So what they do is basically they build really fast, but the gather rate is really bad. So yeah, when it comes to building things like a quick barracks, a tower, yeah, they're going to do it really quickly. But when it comes to like gathering, now they're not a big impact on your eco score. They're just really good for like defensively, like either defensively putting your defenses up, or on the offense getting your base sort of settled, pretty much. Yeah. Infernals raiding onto the slaves. They get a really good raid right here onto the hunt. They eliminate this hunt entirely. Looking in the back here to do some more raiding. Plantation for Rommel will go right here. Infernals going for another raid. Up. He caught that one in time. Up. Now I think he's probably going to pull out at this point because he's being chased on both sides. Let's see if Fiero can keep both attachments alive. You know, sometimes people don't micro that quickly and they lose one of their armies completely. Right now he's getting out of both of these fights very quickly, right? And probably wants to regroup with his infantry down here. Rommel is going to pick up breweries. Breweries gives him access to about 3 coin work buildings. Basically, a building that trickles coin. Not the same as a bank, because unlike the banks, these buildings will actually cost some population space, but they can be upgraded. That's the big thing. They can be upgraded. They can have their trickle rate improved over time with technologies. About 3 technologies between age 1 and 5, so that's good. If Rommel sticks around with the Germans till age 4, then he could get 4 woodworks too, which are the same thing, but they trickle wood instead of coins. So, yeah, that's sort of what you get for staying with Germany the whole match, is a lot of trickle buildings. First 3 coin works in age 3. Age 4, you get 4 of the woodworks. And then if you get to Imperial Age, then you get just full 2-blown factories. Then you can either, well, they're factories, right? They can trickle any resource you want, or you can make the European steel gun, heavy artillery too. So, yeah, there's a lot of good things going on there for sticking with the Germans. Yeah. So we got Cazador Montados. Cazador Montados are exactly what you would think they are. They're cazadores on top of a horse. You remember cazadores from the 5th edition, right? The Portuguese skirm? Statistically, they're pretty similar here, except these ones are super speedy, right? Like Speedy Gonzales. They're very fast for kiting. That's what makes the Cazador Montados pretty good. Stats-wise, HP is pretty much the same, damage is the same. Also the armor, so they have 50% pierce armor, so they tank about 50% of all bullets, arrows. Really big consideration there. So it looks like he's going to be mixing Cazador Montados with the Mosquiteros, actually getting them up to the veteran upgrade. So these are age 3 assault units stats-wise at this point, which is pretty good. Argentina, though, is also in age 3, and they're again the Escoltas. Escoltas are the standard Latin American assault cavalry, right? Mosquiteros are considered early game assault units. Escoltas are considered late game assault units, right? Some civs do get late game Mosquiteros through Royal Guard upgrades, but unfortunately Brazil is not one of them, right? So sadly, they're not going to get to use them really beyond age 3 very well. So eventually Roma would have to actually switch to the Escoltas as well. Argentina, as you imagine, doesn't get Mosquiteros, so really their only assault unit is the Escolta, really. So they really specialize in them really good, They get a lot of improvements on them. They get good combat cards, which we don't see any of in Fio's deck for some weird reason, but I guess it's alright, bro. I'll forgive you for that. It's totally fine. Oh, he's going to use his Krupp steel can there to siege, right? Yeah, even though this is mainly a culverin, it also has the benefits of a mortar, and it has multipliers against buildings, so it's great for sieging, Oh no, he's got the Infernals on top of the Cazador Montados. Oh no, that's really bad. Muy mal. Yeah, that's very mal right there. Really is, because unfortunately, since they're a mounted unit, it means that the mounted pikemen are going to have multipliers against them. Really unfortunate twist of events there. Yeah. Okay, so the Escoltas are in. Escoltas are going to have a pretty good advantage here because there is really no anti-cav on the field right now, so these assault units are really good shape, It's kind of the best thing that Argentina can do right now against mass Mosquitero is making their more heavier, more tankier assault units against the more massable ones, and then throwing his infantry behind and seeing how far he can go. Yeah. Just make sure that you don't get chopped up by all those towers and their anti-cavalry multipliers on the range attack. Yeah, because that's a thing, Looks like all the volunteers are almost gone at this point. Does get Unets. Unets are maneuver, which do have range multipliers against assault. So you really need to watch out for that. Fio still decides to go in for an attack on them. Puts the Patricios onto the Mosquiteros. I think the Patricios should be able to clean those up right now. At the very least, it looks like Fio has effectively at least crippled the army mass of Rommel, Rommel's still going to be pretty unscathed from this, but yeah, definitely Rommel's not going for a counter-offensive from this, because it does look like he could wipe out some of those units even. Yeah, mostly the town center and the towers are doing most of the work here against the Patricios. They're not going to do that much since these are muskets they're dealing with. Alright, so it does look like Rommel does get some of the Broomers from the German colony there. These are immigrant skirmishers. And in particular, they have a little bit less range, but they have some more hit points. So they're kind of tanky, 253 HP, not bad. So they can tank a bit in that regard. Yeah, definitely not the biggest, heaviest hitters, but in terms of tankiness, that's sort of where they're supposed to be good at. Really, yeah. So a mixture of Skirm, Mushatero, and Maneuver, or Dragoon, like have. Argentina does go to age 4 with the 3rd Italian wave. Gets a fort as well for defense. Oh, wow, look at Rommel send up a forward tower there to stop Fiero from getting that mine. Is it possible some of the Gauchos could go back there and still eat off of that mine? Maybe. Well, we do see a tower here, and then fort's going to come down as well, right in that spot. Oh, boy. So the fort is up right now. Rommel doesn't have his Krupp steel can anymore, right? So it's not like he can directly target this fort at all. So it does look like Fiero has gained a big upper hand on the map in terms of map control because he's got a tower here, he's got a fort right here. So this is all Fiero territory. This mine is totally secured now. This is secured with this tower. This hunt is secured. If he gets a tower he could secure this one. He could even secure that one too. So map-wise, where are we looking at in terms of map control? I would say probably about here to maybe about here could be Fiero, and then this would be Rommel starting about here. He could get this pretty easily, maybe this. So yeah, like that. It really depends on where they put their towers, if they wall it all. This is sort of that stage in the game where more late game stuff needs to be considered, yeah. So considering the Musketeros that he's dealing with, Fiero is going to actually get some units. He's even going to get the guard upgrade on him, mind you. So he's really going heavy into maneuver right now. He's also shipping in the Choiquieros. Choiquieros are also mounted skirmishers, by the way. So kind of just like the Cazador Montados of Brazil. Big difference being Choiquieros do not have those Cazador type stats. They have pretty normal pierce armor, but what they do have is multipliers against native warriors. So for whatever reason, if Rommel decides, you know what, I want to use this Udesi site, the Choiquieros will probably hard counter them really well. Yeah. We don't always see that anti-native multiplier in the Choiquieros come to full fruition. Usually they're just good because they're mounted skirms, but in this map, if those chakrams end up being developed by Rommel, we might see that anti-native multiplier that you can see here actually come to full usage pretty much. Yeah. So we got some Patricios here. These are veteran at this point. We also got some red shirts from the Age Up. These are basically Italian dragoons, foot dragoons. So kind of like Eagle Runner Knights. They will have multipliers as well against these Musketeros too. So a lot going on there. Up, and the Skoltas are pushing from this side. Best thing you can do is Rommel, keep your nets basically covered by all these skirms, and try to just eat through the Skoltas first, and then deal with the big mass over here. Yeah, yep, get those units on top of those Musketeers right now, because they're trying to cut into his mounted skirms, right? Yeah, alright, so Musketeers are dispatched, Choiquieros push in further. These are a home city only unit, by the way, so they do actually get shadow teched with the Age Up, which is pretty cool. Yeah, also I will make a note, look at all the food that Fiero is getting. This is because of the butcher's card and the fact that he's got Saladeros here to make all his cows semi-fat when they spawn. So at this point, Argentina is on food easy street. They do not have to struggle for food once they have these 3 cards down. This one, and this one. This makes the cow spawn faster. This makes them start a semi-fan, and this allows you to gather them at 300% speed. So once those 3 cards are active, food is like a non-factor as Args. It's all coin and wood at that point. Yeah, so you're going to see something at this stage where Fiero could kind of just send endless waves of like Patricios and Cav at Rommel, and Rommel's going to be on the back pedal now. I mean, does Rommel have his coin? Yep, Brazil's sort of the opposite. See, with Brazil, they got a really good plantation eco and a farming eco, so their coin is usually in surplus, which means they can usually do some more artillery. They could do stuff like cavalry more in that sense, you know? Provided they have enough food. Provided they got plow and sickle done at the market, and they have maybe another 1 or 2 food cards to upgrade that. So Rommel's kind of going to be hoping for going full mounted skirm with some Cazador Matados, as well as the Campaña de Cordillera. This card essentially acts like counter-infantry rifling, giving the Cazador Matados an added multiplier against heavy infantry. So their multipliers go up to 3x against heavy infantry now. So, yeah, kind of a very strong unit at that point against heavies. So, going to be great for mainly shredding these Patricios, but also these units. Also going to be good against the red shirts, too. So, we'll see what happens here. Yep, looks like right now these Cazador Matados are holding the line against all these invading ARG units. Yep. As long as they're targeting onto these units, I think Cazador Matados are going to make a bit of a difference. Also, Rommel does get some of his own units, so if more Escoltas become a problem, he can do up those as well. Biggest problem is also going to be these, the Infernals, if they're mass, because these will have multipliers against both the Dragoons as well as the mounted skirms. Doesn't have quite a lot of them, though, so I mean, Rommel can still push this battle for a bit and get them back to the fort, looks like. Still choosing to target some of the maneuver units. Does take out a red shirt. That's pretty good. That's a mercenary, by the way, so that takes a lot of damage to get rid of them, usually. Forced to retreat because of the Infernals, the Infernales, and now just sort of hugging the towers there and hoping for the next best thing. Yeah, we'll see if it ends up coming, though. So it's going to be, looks like mounted range cav versus Argentine infantry and cav. We do see the foundry there from before, and this means that Fiero can actually get some siege. Right? Do we see any sort of Pedreros at all? Any sort of mortars? Yeah, he could get some Pedreros to siege those towers and really start pushing on Rommel. But what he does get, it looks like, is the artisanal cannon upgrade. So he's going to be getting anti-infantry artillery. Which, you know, we really haven't seen much spear or musket the whole game. And I doubt Rommel's going to go back to Voluntario Patrias. Yeah, so I would say probably, at this point, you should be going just mortars. You know, go for the siege. Like, get a big army of Infernals to protect them in units and stuff, and just start, like, pounding them with shelling with the mortars. Get the plantations, get the houses, get the mills, or the haciendas. Get the mortars. Mortars is going to be your friend right now. You really don't need any sort of falconet type stuff unless Rommel, for whatever reason, decide to do mass spearmen. Which he could do. He could do mass spearmen here. Mass spearmen would be good against the Arg's cavalry, but it would not help against the Patricios. So it'd be a bit of a gamble. Yeah, you could also go maybe Conscripto, which Brazil does very well, but then again, you got the Choiqueros there. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. Probably the siege artillery is going to be a little bit more important than the anti-infantry right now. And by the way, it looks like we do have a fight there. Let's check it out right now. Sacrificing some units into the Argentine fire, it looks like. A few more. Boy, what was that? What was that, Rommel? What were you expecting there? It kind of looks like he's just like feeding more units into the flames at this point without much of a response. Is that right? Yeah. And these are guard, right? These are guard infernals, so these are really maxed out at this point. Not really maxed out because there's no combat cards on, but in terms of like regular game stats, these doing lots of damage. They're doing like over 70 damage to these mounted units here. Over 70 damage, which means they're taking them out in 2 hits. These skirms are going out in 2 hits, whereas these units, they're going down in like probably like 5 hits. So you're in real trouble here, you know what I mean? Especially considering these infernals do pretty decent damage to the vills too. I mean, 37 hand damage. Okay, you know, it's not bad. You know what I mean? It's sort of up there with Cossacks, I would say. So yeah, not bad at all. It's okay rating unit. Yep, looks like Infernal's just completely running up and down the streets of that base. They catch those vills in the tower off guard. Now they are going to be targeted, yep. Pushes in with the infantry now, with the Patricios, to provide a little bit of range cover as well as the remaining red shirts. There. Alright, now Rommel really can't train anything anymore because wherever he puts out, the Infernals are just going to pounce on him, so that's not good. And he ended up having to put the 4 in the back instead of the front, so I mean, defensive fort back there is only going to protect his flank, but it's not going to save this part of the base here from raiding. No. That's sort of where the cookie crumbles there, is he just doesn't have any base-wide defense anymore. He got this covered, he's losing that, and then he's got, like, what's over here? Like, nothing. You don't have farms over here. He honestly should have just put the fort, like, right here. Or right there. Because then you're protecting, like, 4 farms. Right, your whole economy is there. This, it's not protecting anything. It's just saying that he can't sneak up over here and come in the long way. It's like, yeah, I doubt he was going to do that anyways. Just saying, you know? Just saying. Yeah, at the end there, I really don't know why Fiero wanted to go with the Ascolts. He probably could have just kept going Infernal since it is cheaper. At this point, though, he's got such a stranglehold on the food eco that, yeah, I mean, he may as well make the more expensive stuff, I suppose. But if it really came down to it, I would say do Infernals here. Yeah, Zarg. And you know he's got a lot of time on his hands when he's getting Spanish immigrants going at this point through this card. Yeah. Good play, though. Good play. So, something to point out with food. With ARGs. You know, you remember those cards I mentioned with the food cards? So, the more food cards they get, with the timing, you see an exponential graph grow with ARGs. Like, they'll have, like, these slumped up food amounts, and then it goes like, woo! And then probably at this point he had all 3, and then went like, whoa! Like that. So, you need to watch out for those moments against ARGs once they have all 3 of those cards in play, because once they do, you're in trouble. But if you're an ally of Argentina, then you can start messaging them and going, Juanito, necesito comida, tengo hambre, and they can bring you all that lovely carne, and yeah. So it's really good when you're an ARG teammate because you can give out all that food to everybody, and then when you're opposing someone, they just can't keep up with your food eco. Yeah, 100%. That's sort of where the differences really lie between ARGs and other civs, is that food economy. It's just really fresh and really strong. And very hard to deal with, pretty much, yeah. 100%. Looks like now we're going to be looking at some of those mystery meat games, as I call them, the mystery meat ones, because it shows the flags here, but they're red flags with white question marks on them, so we don't know what civs they're going to be. But we have a bit of a hint because Aladdin has told us that the recording is called Poder Japoneses, or poder japonés. So what is that? That's Japanese. Japonés is Japanese in Espanol. So that's basically that right there. I'm going to just put my light on in my room right now, dining room, so we can see everything. And it's pretty light out now since it's the spring and daylight savings time is over, but still I definitely don't want to be looking like a bat in the dark once it does get dark, so I'm just going to get that done right now. It's right in this room, so I'll take 1 segundo and then we can start. Looks like somebody left. They got bored that quick, huh? Just left for like 5 seconds and somebody decided to have a taco or something. Wow. Yeah. You gotta have some patience, brother. I mean, I've done some pretty long pauses in my day, but this one's pretty reasonable. I think some of you have been through my 25-minute pauses before in game and really come accustomed to those at this point, but this is nothing like that. Not in the slightest, so. Just like, unless you went to go get a cookie or something, right? Yeah, if you got a cookie or whatever, I get it, but wait a second. We gotta turn this off right now. Alright, there we go, okay. I was kind of freaking out because I was like, wait a second, this is not a ESOC map, so we have to turn off that Civ theme stuff immediately. Like, right away. Because if we don't, yeah, we're going to have problems. Yeah, we're going to have problems. Pretty much, yep. Alright. So, what map are we on? We are on Sky Island. Why is it called Sky Island? Because, well, it's actually, this is sort of like an island in the middle of a desert, right? So this is all arid desert around it, and this is the island in the middle. It's all grass and animals and mines and trees, and then when you leave it, the trees are more scarce. The animals are still pretty numerous and stuff in the mines, but definitely the trees stop a bit. So, yeah, definitely. In terms of natives here, you got Navajo, and you got Navajo, and you got Navajo and Navajo, yeah. So, lots of skirmishers, yeah. Very good. And what civs are we looking at? We got Japan teamed up with Japan. And who are they facing? Korea and Argentina. So basically 2 Japans take on the K-pop people and the Gaucho rodeo cowboy people, yeah. Gaucho rodeo cowboy people, yeah. I don't think Fio's going to like that title too much, but whatever. Basically, double anime girl. Oh, Shinzo Abe, what a base name that is, in Samurai Jack. Aladdin totally knows how to name his Japanese explorers. Quite good. And what does Nick have for his explorers? He has the standard ones. Sudoku. Sudoku. Must love playing Sudoku then. Yeah. It's a good brain game, you know, if you're not into Age of Empires 3, the only way you can save your brain is by playing Sudoku, I guess. So yeah. The one where you have the little squares and the numbers and stuff, and you have to fill the square properly. Oh yeah, those lovely puzzles. Yeah, I used to do those things, and some of them I could do, other ones, not really. It's really if you're into that sort of thing, I guess, at the end of the day, right? Yeah, pretty much. Let's look at these decks, though, of Japan, because are these just clones of the Cappy deck, or what? Well, I don't think this is exactly a Cap clone, but it's pretty close. Cherry Orchards, Fills, Crates. We've got Heavenly Kami, that's a good one. We do have Intervention here, which I don't think Cap has. I don't think he has harvests either. This is good for your Gunto riders. Also, to raise hillsides gives you a rice paddy and improves vill gather rates on it by 10%. Alright, and what does Nick have? What's his treasure? It's 60 wood. Now that's going to help with shrines, most definitely. That's great. But looking back at Nick, he has... Oh, the missionaries. What a smart man we got here. Smart hombre. If you didn't know, missionaries in Wars of Liberty start with the unction ability already enabled for them without any cards. So what that means is Nick is actually going to be able to ship in these missionaries as Japan, and always he can actually start boosting his Japanese units with these missionaries as if he was playing Spain. Isn't that phenomenal? That's going to be a big boost right here for Nick, 100%. Now, one thing we see interesting with Nick's deck, he does use the 7 Lucky Gods card, which actually allows you to change your shrines to experience point trickle if you want. Also has the Cherry Blossom Festival, which helps to gather rate of cherry orchards and berries. Does this map? Yeah, this map actually does have berries on it. So not only do you have 2 cherry orchards, but you also get some berries to eat as well. So yeah, a lot of Japanese sweets to eat, which is always good. Toshugu Shrine for Willow Nick, and Aladdin actually gets the giant Buddha. The giant Buddha is always an interesting one. Basically, the giant Buddha will allow you to basically have spies for a number of seconds, and then it ends, and then when it cools down again, the ability, then you can basically have spies again for a few more seconds, right? And sort of see what your enemy's doing, where they're going. I think it's kind of important on this map because it's such a big map. You don't know if your enemy's coming at you through the desert, or they're looking to take control of the Sky Island, as it's called up here, especially all these mines up here. One more thing you get to do as Japan, obviously, is set up shrines everywhere, too, to get them onto the animals. So, naturally, that's going to give you more line of sight here, which is really good, pretty much. Looks like Aladdin gets wood, and Nick is also going to get wood, so they're kind of on agreement there. I mean, if they run into pressure, obviously, they'll be able to put down a barracks and a stable, maybe a consulate. If not, more shrines to go. Yeah, more shrines, which is really nice. Okay, and what's going on the other side of the spectrum? Is Fiero using an updated deck? So he is kind of using the same deck as he did against in the 1v1s against Rommel. So kind of the same, probably the same sort of setup from Fiero as we've seen in the 1v1s maybe. And what's Labby doing? What's Labby Joester doing here? Basically he is getting a... It's an okay deck. I mean, I just don't like the lack of crates though. He's got Flatland Castle, which is, I guess, alright. He's got some units. He's got this. He's got War of the Mountains. Great card. This is good upgrades. Advanced Rice Paddy. I'd rather just manage my economy good and just get it with wood for the full cost. But hey, it's up to him. Advanced Wonders. Maybe he could use this. Now this is an interesting one here. Castle Rickshaw with 3 Righteous Fighters. So he gets about 3 of the Righteous Fighters, which are a scout unit, and then gets a tower. It's an infinite card. Okay. This is an interesting one we don't always see. Basically, Cadastral Survey allows your town centers to spawn rice paddy rickshaws over time, and sets the rice paddy rickshaw at a build limit of 5. Okay, so that's good. Anything else of interest here? So we got this card here, gives you a town rickshaw with 5 vills. 2 mound castles, and gives them the mound castle upgrade and the hill castle upgrade. So a little bit of turtling there. A little bit of turtling. How good the turtling's going to be, I'm not too sure. It really depends. Looks like Fiero is already pushing with Patricios here onto that shrine. Fiero, though, not paying attention. Now he is. I mean, in essence, these Patricios should be able to win out against the Shigumas. But the Shigumas will be able to stay out of unfavorable fights because Shigumas, if you didn't know, and Ashigarus and Legacy have a speed of 4.5 instead of 4. So they can run pretty fast out of trouble. You know, they're not super fast, but they can pick and choose their battles, which is really good. And they can certainly kite in some cases if an opponent is, you know, looking at bonitas muy bonitas on El Cellular, you know, like they're not supposed to. Then you can use your Patricios or your Shigumas to do some good damage to things like Patricios and so forth. Yeah, definitely. Korea does get some young archers, so they are doing a bit of military already as well. It's not just Fiero versus Saladin. There's going to be a bit of Korea in there as well. Going for the siege on the shrine. Also a barracks up yet from Korea, yes, so they could do some military here too. They go for the Russian consulate, and they're going to get a blockhouse. That's something we see a lot in the 5th edition with the Chinese. Yeah, especially not with Breaking Me though. The one I've been casting, he's been doing the French lately, so I do the Russian one, but I might start using the Breaking Me build, maybe. You know, French consulate with the porcelain tower. Definitely offers a very different build than what we're used to. So, maybe it's something there. You'd have to tell me yourselves if you think that build has any merit when you do those matches. Yeah. That's weird. They're pinging me in the Wars of Liberty Discord to join a match, even though I'm casting a match. It's like, why don't you come and watch us, man? Send some gringo support, so we can get some more reviews on the Steam and get some more Warleros. Yeah, that'd be good. Yeah, I want to get some like big tournaments going at Wars of Liberty at some point. Like get lots and lots of people involved. Like we could have the original Warleros, and we can have new Warleros. We can have lots of Warleros, and that'd be really something really fun to do. Yeah, definitely. So what's going on over here? It looks like going for a rush onto the blockhouse. Nick ended up going with some flankers from the consulate. Meat shielding a bit with the spearmen, using the archers as sort of the main bread and butter anti-infantry there. Not keeping up with his archers, though. He's sort of just idling them right over there, which is totally going to be a fallacy and going to get his spearmen destroyed and put his archers in danger. Japan, being very maneuverable, is going right for the source, right for the base, forcing Fiero to retreat with an army of Patricios and Escopeteros. These Escopeteros, as you know, are a skirmish unit, so it has area of effect with some anti-infantry multipliers, yeah. So pretty good skirmish unit with a shotgun type attack. They just have a bit less range of only like 14, so be aware of that. The Kies, though, these are fully fled skirms with about 18 range, so kind of a difference there, honestly. Looks like right now Japan is actually doing a good job at surrounding Fiero's forces there. Yeah, big time. And it looks like Labby is definitely not microing very good on his end. So initiative seems to be on Japan's side at pushing. But we do see some more archers come into Korea there on the side, so it's not over yet for Korea. They're going to try one more time probably or two to like defend this out from the looks of it. Yeah. Yeah, those units are getting shredded pretty quickly there. Yeah, most definitely. Alright, so now we got Nick right in the base there, Very good push. Micron very good on those archers, but unfortunately with Korea, you can garrison military into your buildings. So Joester can stick his archers in his barracks, pop out somewhere and ambush them, which is really cool. It's a really neat feature of Korea. Or you can just stand there until they knock down the barracks, of course, and then they have to fight, or... Yeah, you get the idea. Barracks, almost down. Those archers will be exposed, and they might have to jump into this house next, which they can do. Yeah, see, I'd be a little bit more active with Korea. It feels like this Korea is very slow, like a turtle, and he really should be a little bit more active. Like, yeah, he kind of just is idling in areas he shouldn't be with this military. At this point, he just gives up and kind of just throws the archers to him. Or maybe he couldn't react in enough time to throw him into here or not. Because he could have, like, targeted him a bit over there and then sort of jump into these houses. But, yeah, it is what it is. Yeah. Fierro, though. Let's see where Fierro's at. So, Fierro getting the Regimiento de Castas against the Morenos, as well as training some Patricios. Yeah, so Patricios and Morenos kind of going to be useless at this point, honestly, because you got all this infantry here, and some very fast infantry. You know, the Shogumas have a movement speed of 4.5, so do the flankers, for that matter. The flankers can be even worse because they have 16 range, since they're a skirm, like an early skirm and musket hybrid, so they actually have even more range, and they can hit you from even farther than even the Shogumas can, so yeah. Fierro's going to have to come up with some sort of game plan here. Like, he's trying to just, like, move a few Patricios into the island and seeing, maybe we can defend with here with something, and it just does not look like anything's going to come of that at this point. No, definitely not. 100% not. He has about 3 pastures, though, so he went pretty greedy on the food here. Just did not get to make good use of it, unfortunately. No. It does look like Aladin is sieging onto this barracks and trying to move over here now, which gave Fierro a bit of a chance to destroy that infantry. But now that you got the flankers here, you can start to kite now. You can kite a bit. You can do the same bit with the Shogumas, too. So, it's not really the end for Fierro there. He's got a lot more struggling to deal with, and in fact, when you see this whole mass come together from Aladin, this is a very beefy size army here of units that he can just well right on top of these infantry, which he looks like he's going to do. Yeah, 100%. He's not taking any chances at that point. Yeah. Oh boy, what are you doing, Labby? You're laying them right into your allies' vills. Look at this. Look at this poor Juanito here. So rattled. He's not even paying attention to these vills either. Oh boy, look at that. Unbelievable. It is what it is. That's all I'll say about that. Oh man, that's a pretty insane raid right there. Fierro not even paying attention to it. At that point, though, I really don't think he has much of an army mass to push back, because he's dealing with 2 fully developed Japans at this point, but it was a good try either way. Definitely. Fierro just resigns altogether. He's kind of tired of it at that point, yeah. I would be too. Alright, so Eco... Yeah, Japan was just in much better shape there, in all sides. And it just equated to better military performance, too. Most definitely. So after that, we got one more Mystery Meat game on the list, it looks like, and then we're going back into some more predictable stuff. Yeah, more predictable stuff, because we don't have any other Mystery Meat games for the day of the list that we got here of all the recordings. So... if you like more Mystery Meat, we'll have to wait till probably another week unless somebody can submit some of them right now. After this one, of course, yeah. Let's go to record games. Alright, now we are going to be looking for, what's this one called? I thought it was a one-word name, but let's see. See what it's called. Let's see here. What's the recording called? Just saw some interesting AOE3 news that I'll look at later, but here it's called Goleada. So I wonder what that's about. So another mystery meat game for us. So let's check that one out. Goleada. Okay, right over here. Okay, let's do that one. Very good. Let's do it. Let's play it, as Alden would say, play it. Alright, so, oh, we got a 2 versus 3. Oh boy. Okay, what happened there, Juanito? You alright? Okay. I'm going to check the other record now and make sure we're all good there. Something doesn't seem right there. Is that recording legit? You sure that's the recording, sir? I'm going to check with one more of the files here. So that should not be doing that. Definitely not. Absolutely not. Let me see one more time there. Guidiaste. Goleada. Yeah, I'm going to just try this last one. Because in theory, this recording should work. Did somebody not spawn into the game or something? Or what happened? I'm going to try it on a different version if you don't mind, like real quick. Maybe this game belongs on a different version or something. I just want to make sure we cover all our premises before we move it to another game. Yeah, because eventually I'm going to have to start looking at the newer patches too to see if our games belong to that. So I'll just try this one right now. This is 1.1.3a to be exact. So we got this one now. I just want to try it on here and see if maybe it was a file issue. It seems like somebody's not spawning into record. Alright. That's weird. So here it doesn't even load. It's like, okay, it's a little strange. Definitely. So I guess it's something wrong with the record file then. That's right, yeah. So I guess we're going to have to go to the next one then. So what date did the other one come out on, these recordings? Okay, so now we're going to be doing Las Cañones de Moledoras de Napo, so Napoleon's artillery. I believe that's going to be from the old patch, so we'll go back to that one. Let me go back to the oldest patch, because after this I actually get to delete some of these folders, so we don't have to look at these old patches ever again. It's good. H3y.exe, there we go. We'll do the Rommel game now, since that one appears to be working. going to be a 3 versus 3, so we got a 3 versus 3 to look at tonight. Got a little bit of a mixture of things. Hopefully it's balanced teams and we don't have any issues there. Let's see here. Los Cañones, this one. This one should boot up fine, I would imagine. Yeah, this one's loading up fine. Alright, so we're good. Let's turn the music back on since we're on Colorado. This is an ESOC map, so we can basically run this one as normal. So who do we have here? We got Rommel with France. Meadow is using the Danish, and looks like Kazan is using the Greeks. Bandar is using the Haudenosaunee. Guilder is using the Bulgarians, and Omar is using the Dutch. So a pretty colorful set of mostly European civs here, but we got a bit of Native Americans and nation states. Yep, so that's good. Alright, so in terms of teams, are the teams pretty fair? I would think so. We got one skilled player, one sort of skilled mid player, and then lower, sort of a quote-unquote lower player here. So Bunda would probably be comparable to Rommel. I would say probably Kazan be comparable to Guilder, and then Meadow would be comparable to Omar. So they did a pretty good job balancing these teams, honestly, from my experience with these players in terms of the civ picks. So Bulgarians with Haudenosaunee and Dutch. A lot of potential aggressive momentum there, I would say. A lot of tempo in the aggressive side of things. In terms of late game economy, that could be a concern there. So they're definitely going to probably want to rush this very quickly, especially Bulgarian Haudenosaunee. Yeah, especially since the upgrade progression of Bulgaria is so sluggish and stalled. Like, really stalled. So, yeah, if you're a Bulgarian Haudenosaunee, you might want to rush here. On the other side of the spectrum, you got Danish with the French and the Greeks. Greeks, obviously, are not on their favorite type of map here at all. So, yeah, they don't have the wonderful ability to get free fishing boats on water since there's no water to put them on, no fish, you know. Yeah, they'd be sailing around a bunch of snow and ice at this point. So, yeah, so tell them to melt the snow. Maybe then they can get some fish. But until then, yeah, no free fishing boats for Greeks. Now, a very smart thing that the Danish player did, which was pretty kind. They actually use their team Ox Cart card that gives everybody a free Ox Cart. So the Ox Cart allows you to improve the gather rate of villagers around it pretty much. Yeah. Which means now Danish themselves has 2 Ox Carts they can use, and then Rommel has one now, and then Greeks has one. That was a really clever move by Meadow because, as you know, the Greeks are not going to have extra eco to work with this game. So the least he can do to help the Greeks, give them an Ox Cart, you know. But just make sure, Kazan, like you're doing right now, that you keep that Ox Cart on top of the villagers to get the best effect. And for whatever reason, if you get raided here, you can actually put these vills inside the Ox Cart too. So you can take them and you can put them in. So there's that protective aspect to the building too. And then eventually, if you don't want the Ox Cart anymore, you just feel like it's not doing you too much good, you can turn it into a late game, no, I should say an economic building. So you can turn it into a market, you can turn it into a dock, you can turn it into a plantation or a mill. There's possibilities, you know. I would say for Greeks, probably don't build anything else out of it. But if you're certainly Danish or French and you want a plantation or mill, Ox Cart could eventually, you know, give you that if that's a real concern for you, right? Looks like Kazan goes for Theodoros Kolokotronis here from the barracks, so again some claips. Very good move by him, honestly. to start with aggression. Looks like Omar's starting to... Was he going to age up? Alright, now he is with the burger. Here's the thing, too. I did say that we probably should see Haudenosaunee and the Bulgarians rush here. Dutch is very capable aggro civ, too, because they can get a nice ball of flankers going. Those wonderful units we saw last game in that 2 versus 2. And they can kite with their speed as well as their range of 16. So, I mean, they already got a pretty good setup here. You know, you could go Opel infantry as Bulgaria, go Tomahawks and Hyenas as the Haudenosaunee, and then Dutch could just do flank wars, and that'd be a pretty decent push right there. But we'll see if they do that, if they communicate and they collaborate. You know, it's all going to depend on cooperation, honestly. But maybe Guilder has something else in mind, you know. He's already in age 2, it looks like. And he's going to get about 700 wood. Does he use Samara banners at all? He's got Samara banner here. And he's got the Samara banner for that. Does he have the late game ones? No, he does not. So he doesn't have infinite Samara banners, though. So he might only use it about 2 times, 2, 3, 4 times in the game, depending on what his shipment list is. Alright, so he goes stable, it looks like. So he's going to actually do some raiding here with the Opel cavalry. That's another option. Basically, with Bulgarians, you get your units and upgrades an age behind. So at this stage in the game, you can't actually really make normal military. All you can train is your Opel militias. So either your Opel infantry or your Opel cavalry. Your Opel cavalry are just like weaker, cheaper hussars. Opel infantry are some weak hybrid between a musket and a skirm, which means they do have a bit of extra range, and they have both hand and pierce armor. So kind of a weird mishmash of stuff, you know. Just good for just being backbone infantry, and that's it. And then you would use a Samara banner to turn either the Opel infantry or cavalry into a new unit an age early or whatever, right? So yeah. Looks like Greeks are already planning a push here with Scythemen and Clapes. Scythemen being a really good polearm since they do area of effect damage, which most pikemen don't. So they have one area of effect here. Quite a good stat for them. In every other way, they're just like regular pikemen, good multipliers against cav, good siege. In particular, their multipliers are actually pretty solid. They got 6x against cav instead of just 9s. Their damage is a bit less for 9, but their multipliers against cav is 6. So combine that with the area of effect, and they definitely get a lot of work done against cav, you know. In particular, this might be particularly harmful for the Bulgarians since they're starting stable. But we'll see if Omar and Bondar can help protect them, you know. So it looks like in the end, Guilder goes up with Exarch Joseph I. This is basically the Bulgarians' version of the exiled prince, basically. So this politician doesn't give you any rewards from the market, but it does age up faster, right? My biggest fear would be is if Greeks decide to siege down your market before it finished the age up, and that could kind of throw you for a bit of a loop there, right? Oh, big time, yeah. But thing to keep in mind is, even though you're in age 3, you could only train and use things at an age 2 level, which means the only units you're going to have are your Hajuks, your Scythemen. The only units you can even upgrade are your Opel right? The Opel are the only units that obeyed the normal age up rules, right? So even though you're only attacking with age 2 level Scythemen and Hajuks as Bulgaria, your Opel can get their veteran and guard upgrade on time and everything, yeah. It's not until Imperial Age that you actually get all your upgrades. Yeah, which is kind of sad, you know. Trying to fight Industrial Age with like veteran Scythemen and Hajuks, and then your honor guards are only age 3-able, and yeah. Takes a bit of getting used to, I will say. Alright, so it looks like Omar actually ends up going Grenadier, which I don't know, against the Scythemen. You really should have went flanker and just kited this along, you know. Especially considering the Scythemen have movement speed of 5. So they can actually outrun your Grenadiers and give him a real headache, you know, if you're not careful. So, I don't know about that one, you know. That one's leaving me a bit confused with the decision making there, but I guess it'll work out in the end. We'll see, though. Alright, looks like the Grenadiers are somewhat working against the Scythemen, which is good. Guilder is going to ship in some Gommuistan infantry to try to protect the base. It's not a good answer to this, but it's an answer either way. I bet he would have preferred to go to H4 and get some Grenzers maybe, but yeah. Who knows, you know. I feel like Bulgaria needs to get some more stuff. Like, they need to be reworked a little bit further, I think, to really feel some real strength, but that's just me at this point. Really, Bulgaria focuses a lot on their Samara banner timing with cards and stuff, you know. If you can't get good timing on your Samara banners, then you're going to usually have issues as the Bulgarians, usually. So, yeah, that's totally something you have to keep up with the Civ, really. Seems like right now the Gommuistan infantry are trying to hold out, but unfortunately no upgrades yet on them, so, yeah, just bare bones units at this point. All he can do is kind of just use their slight extra range to get a leg up on all these infantry. Calls out the Voivod at that point to try to... Does he have the Voivod at that point? I don't think he does. Nah, I think he just has the statue there, correct? No, that's Kazan's statue, so that's actually benefiting him with the rate of fire. Yeah. Trying to grab as much wood as possible, it looks like, yeah. Because he is going to lose that town center, though, to those scythes. That's like a guaranteed loss. Big time. Yeah, Rommel doing line infantry, it looks like, helping him out. Yeah, what is going to happen with poor Guilder here? He's getting completely creamed here, like cream corn. Oh, no, Rommel gets his crates, too, with the Sanskalates. That's even worse. Even worse, man. So we got some elite mantlets, it looks like. Let's see if you can meat shield a bit with those. As the Haudenosaunee. Pushing them with some more on upgrade Grenadiers is the Dutch. It really depends on how he aims it, honestly. He does wipe out one of them. He did a bit of damage there, I'm not going to lie. He's got one more grenade to use, though. It's good. Good, he gets another one down. Alright, so I guess Omar is making a bit of a difference there. It's going to take a while for Guilder to get set up now, so hopefully these guys can hold the fort down for a bit, right? Mainly, you're going to have to put those mantlets in the front. Maybe use some of the forest prowess there to get some good anti-infantry in. And then use the Grenadiers as sort of the backbone of this army. To get them out, right? I guess they're cleaning it up now, though. Yeah, it seems like it. That's the good thing about mantlets. You know, mantlets are just really good meat shields for dealing with range attacks. If you can get them... It makes it really hard for things like line infantry to really progress because it takes them so many bullets to actually eat through their HP pretty much, yeah. And definitely gives some good range cover fire for the Grenadiers here, too, so they can actually get their cooldowns on the grenades completed. Pretty much, yeah. Oh, Rommel makes a bold move and double outposts in Guilder's base. Now, that's a fascinating move, I will say. But unfortunately for you, the mantlets are siege troopers, which means they actually have some decent siege, right? So they're actually going to do a pretty good job at sieging there. Greeks get some marauders, though, to rush onto the forest prowlers. Unfortunately, they are Ulans, so while they do a lot of damage, they do have low HP. Scythemen getting completely barred there, it looks like, yeah. Very good. Very, very good. Yep. Might get down one outpost. Let's see if you can get the other one down. Yeah, maybe I think they might be able to punish Rommel here for investing in that 500 wood there into that forward push. Yeah. Does he have the town destroyer on this war chief? Yep. Nope. If he does have it, I would probably suggest getting it. He does not. Yep, he has town destroyer. Here it is. Makes the war chief more destructive against buildings. This is the one right here. This is the infamous card that makes Hadashani so spooky. Also, the poor hot air balloon met its demise. Yeah. Meadow coming in with Danish skirms and falconets, or what they call foot artillery in this mod. Just like in Arena, he actually takes the madlets and puts them into melee against the cannons. That's something we actually see a lot in Arena, so that was a really cool move there by Bondar. It shows that people know these tactics of units really well. Now the Grenadiers get a really good volley onto that cannon, wiping out one of the falconets. Man's going to have to target that tomahawk because it is eating into his artillery. Alright, he finally gets that tomahawk away. Is it possible the Forest Prowess might be able to finish off that falconet? Might be able to. You know, I'd definitely ruin their tempo, I think, from the counterattack. Well, unfortunately, he needs to target the Grenadiers because the Grenadiers are just going to finish off the cannon. Yep. If he targets it. Yep. Oh, interesting. So he actually targets the infantry. Yep, that was pretty smart, actually. Because he knew the HP was so far down on that falconet, he may as well use the grenade throw on the infantry. Good tactic, I think. Yep. Good stuff. I got the Force Prowess here. Let them retreat. So you got double skirm here. I would say probably the Force Prowess are enough to deal with this. They got the HP advantage and the damage advantage over these other skirms. So definitely my cards are on the Force Prowess. Let's see what the Grenadiers can do, though. You know. Yeah, maybe I should have just targeted this one all along instead of just running out in the front there for nothing. But yeah. Either way, it looks like they survived that. Rommel is still doing line infantry. Gets up to age 3 with the politician who gives him 4 hussars. I believe it's the cornet. And then from there, what can he do? He can ship in 4 hussars. He can get 9 line infantry, 3 cuirasses, 2 falcons, even an infinite shipment of chaussures la cheval. Really depends on what he's looking for there. Yeah, Omar, what are you doing with those Grenadiers? You're just throwing them into the fire, man. Gotta hold on to your units for dear life in this type of a situation. While your allies is out for the count, mostly. He's got like 2 barracks, that's about it. Man doesn't even have a town center, right? He's doing a bit of raiding with the Appelshand infantry, I see, which is maybe going to do something, but still pretty much out of commission there, I would say, with pretty good certainty, honestly, yeah. Veteran line infantry improvement complete. That's done. 1,000 wood in for France. This is going to be great for infrastructure upgrades, maybe getting a foundry, getting stables. This could be used for a lot. Ends up getting amalgamation for the mining. So these are veteran line infantry, right? So these are kind of upgrade now. Omar's villagers there might want to move away from that mine real soon, or else they're going to meet an unfortunate demise to those line infantry. Yep. Japanese labor goes down. Losing settlers now, slaves, everything's fallen. The sky is fallen. You snooze, you lose. You gotta watch those. You gotta watch that mini map and go. You gotta retreat them. It's the only way you're gonna do anything, you know. You can't just let them do that. You're literally burning through your score, right? Oh, big time. So Rommel, by name of this recording, is gonna actually start to get falconets now, as part of his way to like beat through their infantry and stuff. Now, basically be a cure to Grenadier, be a cure to Flanker, and a cure to the Force Prowlers. That's like a game-changing method right there by Rommel. Just throw in the artillery, roll it in, full steam ahead, and they should be able to make a really good push there. That's absolutely going to really help out pretty much, yeah. Yep. Alright, so how many Falcons is he on? I haven't seen yet. So he's got one right now. Probably could queue up another one right now too. He's getting in about 1,000 coin to fund even more Falcons. Is that right? Yeah, you could go in with like 6 of them. That'd be a really good spray there to deal with everything, yeah. Greece is just going mass recruit, it looks like. Mass musket. What makes these nation-state muskets a bit different than the European ones is they got more glass cannon-like stats, so their hit points are actually less than that of the line infantry, but they do more damage. Right, their range attack is a lot more. Like, if you can look right here, notice how its range attack is like 31. That's a lot more than a musket, you know. That's more than your average musket, honestly. Big time. Definitely a bigger danger for sure. Yeah, and then as you get more veteran upgrades, definitely they're going to become even more dangerous, do even more damage. Oh yeah, 100%. The reason why they have so much range damage, I imagine, is because of the team cards sent by the Danish. Is that right? Let me look real quick. Yeah, he did send the team card there. So yeah, recruits normally, I believe, have a range attack of like 27 or something. And that upgrade card just really made a huge dent in their giving them a really good range damage, yeah. So it looks like Kadashani is pushing really good here with Tomahawks and Forest Plowers. Oh, the battering rams. The battering rams. Ooh, we never see the battering rams in Wars of Liberty games. That's really neat. Yeah, it's one of the only siege weapons in the game that's fully based on melee. The other ones being the sappers that you have with various civs, like the Anglophone ones as well as the Chinese coolies with the Latam civs, yeah. Yeah, he's going to keep pushing with these battering rams, yeah. Oh, yep, and these are Allied cavalry, the Royal Opalshank cavalry, so yeah, they're pushing pretty well over here. Let's see if they can push in the Greeks and turn this thing around. Oh boy. But watch out for Rommel, though. He's got Hussars, he's got veteran line infantry, he's got 2 more Falconets. He's got 7 Falconets. That is very dangerous. And then Danish is going to come in with the supporting group of skirms. Oh, wow. That's going to be very hard to deal with over here. How is Bulgaria doing at this point? Is Bulgaria sort of in the fight? Oh, yeah. They're going double stable Opalshenets cavalry, and then they're going to turn them all into honor guards now. So these are all assault units. Honor guards are totally much stronger than Opalshank cavalry because they're double armored. They got pierce armor and they got hack armor of the same value. So it's going to be really hard for these skirms to really help out there. Big time, yeah. We see the Baron Rams doing even better there. Baron 3 even more of the Greek buildings, yep. Yep, we also see these honor guards pushing in as well on all these skirms. Yeah, the honor guards should be able to clean up the skirms no problem because of their pierce armor. And the fact that they're assault units means that late game skirms have a malice against them, so kind of almost like a normal hand-cav skirmisher relationship, really, you know. It's one of the few instances we really see that here. Rams blasting through even more buildings. Really good stuff there. Forest Power is doing great. But unfortunately, let's see how long they can survive, though, against all these falconets. Omar was actually already tapped out at this point. He didn't even want to, move his villages to the front and start punching the falconets. Yeah, I guess not. Basically, all Danish and Greeks have to do is stall them out from pushing into Greek space and coming through here. It's literally it. Yeah, now at this point, the recruits with veteran upgrades have way too much damage for these tomahawks to survive from. It's going to come down to the forest prowlers now, which just finished cleaning up the skirmishers. Does he have town destroyer yet? Let's just check that. He does not. He's actually going to go for siege combat with mantlets. Mantlets. Yeah, he's doing mantlets. That would be fine if you were in arena. I just don't know in this situation if he's going to come up with that many mantlets to deal with the falcons. I'm just really pessimistic about that right now, because here's the thing. The only way in this type of a fight that mantlets can usually deal with falconets is if they can get in a huge ball and go into melee with them. That's usually the way we see it in arena, is you get a big army of mantlets, stick them in hand, and you charge the cannons with them. I don't know if Bondar can really get that number with only one more ally on the field. He's at this point, he's in such a desperate situation, he's going to have to try. But unfortunately, too much line infantry from France. And he's going to take more losses than gains altogether from this. Yep. It's a sad truth. Overall, this Rommel team with Kazan has been really good at pushing very early, Meadow has certainly provided support here and there, but I would say most definitely the work of Kazan and Rommel here with that first push against Guilder was critical to winning. Or at least what I think they're going to do. I think they're going to win. It seems like it, but you never know. Right? They could totally beat all those Falcons and then push back with battering rams or something. But I just really don't see that playing out too good. At least not right now. Bulgarians actually gets to mountain artilleries right now. These mountain artilleries are basically a culverin mortar hybrid, so they're going to be great against these Falcons. Actually taking out 2 of them. Let's see if Guilder is paying attention to his micro. So he's microing really good here. Gets 3 of the Falcons down. Very good. Ooh, good work there. I think they kind of pushed it around a bit, yeah. Oh boy. Rommel's actually an age 4 now, and he upgraded him to the field guns, so ooh, very good. Alright, yeah, they should be able to get this one down now with the rest of this, right? Guilder, doesn't matter. I think they're going to get it down no matter what at this point. Okay. They pushed it back. Rommel has fumbled the falconets, even with a field gun guard upgrade applied. Wow. What a way to turn this match around. I did not expect that at all. That was a good play there by Hods and Bulgarians. Bulgaria just getting to town center now, but hey. I guess all they have to do now is just turn over to this side. And then they can push over here. Yeah. You should be able to beat the recruits with the forest prowlers, though. The forest in the mantlets. I don't know. Just watch out for the vills, though. Pay attention to the Aldinos. Los Aldinos. Yeah, unfortunately, that thing was very low HP there. Yeah, they can beat this army. It's a pretty even fight, actually, This Hadachani player, Bondar, has been doing a great job this whole game. He's kind of been the one that's been keeping this team alive this whole thing, Guilder certainly would have been like a master tactician here if his Bulgaria kept their TC at the start, but because he got knocked out by the powerful 2v1 at the beginning there, it just became a real issue. And the reason why that happened is because Haudenosaunee loves to go Fast Fortress in team games. You know, in 1v1 they go full Tomahawk Aena, but I guess they didn't decide on that. Bondar wanted to go with Force Powers and probably some Musket Riders, which are pretty good in this game. So yeah, I mean, it's only understandable, honestly, how that ended up going. But at this point, Kazan, all he has to do is just be really annoying and just run around with Scythemen and just keep them locked in their base the whole time. Yeah, that's about it. I mean, he doesn't really have to do anything too skilled there. Like this, you know, just draw them out with the Spearmen. Because they really are down on players at this point. Guilder even resigned, so it's really just Bondar holding on for dear life at this point. By himself, the poor lad. Rommel upgrades his line infantry to the Poilu line infantry. These are their Royal Guard upgrade with Valencia. So, pretty strong, I would say. Almost comparable to, like, British Redcoats, almost. So, yeah, doing quite well. I mean, for all it's worth, I mean, Bondar's been getting a really good kill count this whole game. He's still grinding Falconets down. I mean, imagine if Omar played a bit more tactically with, like, Dutch or something. Could be looking at a totally different match here right now. Bondar definitely performed quite well for what it's worth. Oh yeah, big time. Very impressive game by Bondar. Like, Bondar should get a medal for that game. Like, he lost like 195 units, but look at all the kills he got. I mean, man, that... And Rommel had so many Falconets, too, and had 100 more. Oh, boy, yeah. Bondar was like the perfect Haudenosaunee this whole game. Yeah. Absolutely, and I also am shocked Greeks were able to maintain the highest score even on a non-water map. That's also something worth giving a medal for. Like, it's really hard to play Greeks on land maps, and he was a real danger that whole game and ended up winning the game for the team. That was like a really good setup, I would say. Yeah, 100% on that one. I'm trying to remember which version we're on. I don't think we're on the right one yet, right? I don't know. I'm gonna have to check it. So, which version are we on now for Wars of Liberty for this next match? I gotta check if we're still on the old patch or we're on the one of the newer ones. I said newer ones because we have 3 patches to go over with this stream. If we get from book cover to book cover, pretty much. So I'm gonna try run this next recording. I think it's from Guilder on this patch. If it doesn't work, we're gonna pull it up in the next one. So it's Chile, Ilo, Japan versus Bolivia, France, Argentina. And what day did the patch release on? I could actually check that online. Patch. Changelog, what date? Let me get the date on here. I can also check it on the Wool News on the Discord, right? Yeah, I just want to find out. Wool announcements. Everybody. So it released on the 14th. Okay, so these are probably going to be on the old patch, is that right? Alright. Okay, just figured that out. So, probably these Guilder games are indeed going to work on the oldest patch. Okay. When do we get into the newer stuff? I think it's probably after all 5 of those Guilder games and that Meadow game. Alright. Actually, I think most of these are going to be in patch 1.1.2b. Only some of them are going to be in the newer stuff. Yeah. Alright, so let's go into another 3 versus 3 right now. Chile. This one right here. Keep in mind this is the old Bolivia, so this is not the most recent Bolivia setup. So take that with a grain of salt. This is like the Bolivia that's been around for a while now. Not the newest one with all the updates and everything. Yeah. Alright, so how the team set up? We got Bolivia as Kazan with Guilder and who is that? Fierro? Who is the enemy's going to be? No, that's Meadow. What am I saying? That's Meadow right there. I don't know why it said Guild on the screen. Yeah, this side we got Meadow, Fierro, and Kazan versus Nick, Bondar, and Guilder. Okay. So definitely the Guilder team is looking pretty scary. You know, I just don't know how Meadow's going to help. I mean, it's mostly going to come down to Kazan and Fierro. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. So what civs have we got here? We got Nick using Japan. We've seen so far that it's pretty good. Bondar is using Haudenosaunee again. He is a really good Haudenosaunee player. He totally blew my mind last game. And then we got Guilder using the Chileans, which for all intents and purposes, pretty solid civ. I mean, it's not like a uber OP civ, but they're well rounded, you know. At least when you use them right. And then on the other side, we got Fierro using the ARGs. We got Meadow with the French. Pretty good civ. I think for newcoming players, France is pretty okay since they're not that hard to learn. So guessing someone at Meadow's caliber should be able to handle France somewhat okay. And then Kazan, of course, using Bolivia, which we've seen his deck before, and I've actually created a copycat deck of Kazans in the old patch. I don't know if it's still good now, but it is what it is. Yeah, definitely. I wonder if we'll see a Bolivia game in the new patch tonight, so we can like compare and contrast, see what they were and what they are now. Yeah. Yep, so Bolivia will already start their shipments now. So this is the Kazan deck. He starts with Mother's Day because he loves his mommy. And once you send Mother's Day, it helps increase the HP and attack of your Explorer. And then you can get another shipment afterwards because it gives you a shipment. So you can either get one of these natives researched already, or you can get a shipment in H2 ready to go. Yeah. Isn't that pretty good? Oh, yeah, most definitely. It's great. Big time. Something I'm wondering, so when you get like Mother's Day, right, does it actually increase the cost of the shipment, or does it give you a free shipment point? No, I don't. Good question. Yeah, I think it does. I do think it does have a bit of an effect, but not too big at this stage. So he's going to use that shipment to get the Guarani Alliance, which will basically unlock the Guarani natives at your native embassy, pretty much. Yeah. So yeah, basically Bolivia is a heavily native warrior-based civ. On this map in particular, with Klamath, with the Nuka natives on it. This is actually a pretty reasonable map to be the Bolivians on, you know? You can get a lot of native access here, pretty much. Whereas Fierro, I'm imagining, is mostly going to want to focus on his herdable eco on his side. And France probably should just be willing to provide some line infantry to the team or something basic. Maybe pikemen, maybe volunteers, early skirms, hussars. Whatever Kazan and Fierro want him to do, I would say, probably is going to be really important. On the other side, we got Haudenosaunee, Chileans, and Japanese. So maybe they go for Age 3, you know. Bondar does another nice fast fortress. Japan goes full boom, same with Chile, and they just really crank out that score. They could totally do that, you know. Like Bondar would be the protector, and then both Japan and Chile would be trying to get up on their gather raid numbers and everything like that. Oh yeah, 100%. Could be something worth them going into, yeah. We'll have to see, though. We'll have to see how it goes here. Really depends. It depends on a lot of stuff, I would say, yeah. Teshugu Shrine again from Nick. Pretty good setup, I found, you know. It's like the old school way of doing it and the way Cappy does it. So going with Teshugu Shrine start seems to be a popular trend right now just because of the economic advantage it is to all your shrines in general. So why does Kazan go up for an age up? He goes Italian, right? Yep. Everybody seems to go Italian with the Bolivians, you know. We never see anybody go full rush with the Japanese ever. That's sort of a rare oddity nowadays, yeah, pretty much. And these crazy Juanitos are still pinging for matches instead of watching my stream. What are these Juanitos doing, man? Juanitos? What are you doing, Juanitos? Oh. Yeah. Yep, I guess they're writing inside the Risk channel as well, which is pretty good. Yeah, hopefully we get a casted Risk game in Wars of Liberty going. You know? If you're going to do a Risk game tonight, why don't you record that thing up? And then we can cast it. That would be fun. Get a full casted Risk game in Wars of Liberty. So we can go over all the planes and everything. That's what we need to see, man. That'd be like the icing on the cake pretty much, yeah. Most definitely. So gets double-sided axe from the market. Mainly important because you're a native warrior base civ. The Bolivians, most civs wouldn't worry about this so early, but if you're Bolivia, you know, it's kind of an important thing to actually get, yeah. Has the forward base right here with the native embassy to do Kirunas, which in this version are musketeers. As you know now, they have been changed from musketeers to one pop costing grenadiers, right? Still native warrior, but costing pop space now, yeah. So we'll see what ends up happening with these. Oh boy, trying to pressure that Explorer there. Gets the native law card, right? That's native law. Oh, native militia. This makes your native warriors cheaper, which will definitely make the Kairunas more affordable. Also, we see Argentina pushing with the Patricios, so going for a full musketeer push. Thing I would worry about with that is the fact that they might get punished very hard by the Haudenosaunee, right? Because clearly you can see Haudenosaunee went fast fortress. They're picking up the last of their coin right now, and they're going to come in strong with a big force prowler push against all these heavy infantry. So they better be ready for it, you know, because it's a coming, big time. Here it comes, the warrior. Oh, and then Guilder's actually going to do raiding with Lanceros. Is that right? You might be able to raid these workers here, these Italian ones. Nope, looks like Fiero's on top of that. Yep. I guess it's the best thing you can do is Guilder, while you wait for Haudenosaunee to get set up with their force powers, just run around, see if you can snag any vills. Meadow might be a bit easier because he's kind of slow with his micro and stuff, but yeah, if you can get any of these guys' vills too, that's totally good. The one advantage you have with Bolivia is their villagers are actually less durable than normal villagers. So yeah, basically they're easier to raid pretty much, yeah. It's kind of the advantage with doing that. Yep, looks like the movement speed on the Shigumas is enough to actually keep the Keirunas at bay there. One interesting thing that Kazan is adding in with this Keirunas is the Guarani Kachumen. The Guarani Kachumen are these Katechumen. I call them Kachumen, it says Katechumen, so it's a little bit different. Basically, these are native skirms with the effect of Duke of Suffering, which means they can actually slow down enemy units that are nearby, so you can actually chase them down easier, and that means that it's hard for them to micro. So all that fancy schmancy movement speed of the Shigumas is actually negated a bit with these Guarani Katichumen there, sort of slowing them down. Yeah. Guilder tried to get a forward tower here, but it looks like the Patricios will siege that. On that side, yeah. Picking up native warrior attack on the Bolivia side. Pretty good. Oh boy, look at all that infantry though from Japan. That's going to be kind of harsh to deal with. He went Portuguese as well, so it's got some of the Academico volunteers, an extra layer of skirmishers mixed in, so good luck with that one, Kazan, because Japan's going full throttle on you right there. I don't know if you can defend that or not, honestly. It's a good question. Good question. Overall, I would say, yeah. Right, so where do you go from here? So it does look like Meadow is doing pikemen. This is kind of the thing we ran into last week with Meadow, is he just randomly decided to start massing up pikemen on opponents. Whatever. That's really going to be a bad idea against Hadashani, because Hadashani is just going to clean them up with force prowlers. You know, you don't want to be feeding the pikemen, man. Go like Hussar or Chaucer or Cheval in H3, because he is an H3, so he could actually be swapping to like a more elite unit now. And let's just see how much resources he has. So he's got food, got a good amount of coin there. Could do Falks, you know, there's a number of things he could be doing that's a little bit better than what he's doing. So let's see if Meadow smartens up and gets like some sort of mound unit or some sort of artillery, which would be most optimal here. Yeah. Firo at this point is just pushing back with the Patricios. Kind of idling a bit there with the Gauchos, but quick to fix it. So how far is he in his herdable research? So he doesn't have Cimilones, he doesn't have Saladeros, and he doesn't have Butchers. So he's kind of fallen a bit behind in getting his really important late game food cards. So he's basically set for life with his food eco. He really needs to get on top of that, I would say. Most definitely. Yep. So, yeah, getting some Infernals. Definitely is going to help with that obnoxious rating from Guilder finally. You know, I'm sure he'd be like to be done with those Lanceros coming in and out. I certainly would. Has another batch of them here already. Is Guilder going to get that card? He doesn't have that card. Boy. Basically, Chile gets a really strong card for the Lanceros that gives them a multiplier against villagers. So they turn into like mega raiding units, almost as good as a Prishniks with Chile. We don't always see it. This would be like a perfect time for that card. I'm like, woo! Should have put that in your deck. Gotta think of that stuff, you know? Like, if you're waiting around like this, get a multiplier against Vills add on to it with the card. And then you're doing so much more damage. And you don't even have to, like, micro it as hard anymore, because you're always going to get a guaranteed, you know, kill or two. It's just great. I mean, he's going to get it here just because Meadow is Meadow, but, yeah, you could get some from even Fierro and Kazan at that point, yeah. Just for some perspective, I would say, yeah, 100%. Yep, get out there with your Lanceros right away, I would say, yeah. Uh, 1,000 wood for France. Chile does get the veteran Lancero up right now. Where's Fiero in all this? Is he right for age? So he does get Cimarrones, so he's got one of the three key cards there. Needs this and he needs this. Gets that. Then we're looking better as Argentina. Till then, really don't know where you're going to end up exactly. Yeah. So now he's on to he's going to have about 6 pastures now. So the pasture numbers are looking clean for Argentina. Big time. Oh boy, he's getting some raids on Chile's villages there, yeah. He missed that one. Oh no, he could have gotten that one. See, the problem with Chile is whenever you get Eco Texas Chile, they actually become more expensive because Chile gets this weird bonus where Ecotex give extra effect to their villagers here, the Lotos. Because right now they cost about 118 food, 18 coin, and about 6 wood. So if you can raid some of those vills, Chile is in like really bad trouble. Like they really have to like do all sorts of mental gymnastics to get the resources for that. So yeah, definitely I think Japan and Haudenosaunee are going to work together to make sure Chile does not get raided again, because if they do, that could be problematic. That could be real problematic here, more than you even realize, you know. So it's really going to depend on a whole lot. We see the Caleta Blindida. These are essentially Chilean war wagons with the same stats as the German war wagons in the Legacy game. So these will be really good against really a lot of units, not just cavalry and artillery, but even against infantry, if properly protected and everything. Yep, so we got some mantlets there, it looks like, yeah. Let's see if those end up being used. Oh boy, France, what are you doing? You gotta get some defense there. Yep, 100%. He's basically starved out of resources at this point, yeah, so I don't know what he's gonna do. Is Bolivius gonna send any help or just args? Does look like Kazan does age up and gets the Croatian colony going, so might get some Croatian skirms. Maybe. Could be something worth doing. Who knows? Yeah. We'll see though. Looks like mainly Kazan is still pushing from this front over here. And it's just not working out too good, because the Japanese units are just really strong. Oh boy, and he also has Nagoaka Gaishi here, which is his Japanese general, his Jinsui. So that'll be a really good push there for Japan to finish this off and get that embassy down finally. Yeah. Yep, get that embassy down there. Get that tower down there. Yeah, they're just riding through like no tomorrow. Just riding through. Can ARGs even get like upgrades, or are they just totally bogged with... Yeah, no, they're low on wood, so things are not going too good there, I would say. I mean, Kazan is trying to get a fort to try to stop the bleeding a little bit, but too little too late. I just don't see this defense holding much longer with all those forest powers there. Because even the Infernals again overwhelmed by the forest powers, as you can see. Yeah, it's just not good at all. Yep, looks like they're making a good effort on the siege there. Skolts. Yeah, just That was a pretty good push there by combined Japan and Haudenosaunee and Chile, especially Haudenosaunee and Japan. Good job with saving their Chilean ally and then making the final push. Yeah, big time. Definitely watch out for that Bondar fast fortress with the Haudenosaunee. That is definitely something worth looking out for. How did he do this time in terms of the military? Again, best kill count of the game, so this is not just a coincidence. I mean, this is like a real thing to look out for in the future in casted games. It's like when this Haudenosaunee shows up from him. Just really does the job very good. Yeah. Yeah, it's always good to see a good Haudenosaunee player, honestly. Yeah, usually it is. So we'll go into the next game now. Another one from Guilder. What's this one called? It's going to be called Canada, Korea, Denmark versus Argentina, Paraguay, Russia. So another 3 versus 3, and then a 2 versus 2, and then a 2 versus 2, and then a 3 versus 3. Yeah, so we got a lot of team games going on for a while until we get to Omar versus Meadow, which is a bit further down. Yeah, these are going to be the big games tonight, most definitely. This one might even be longer than that one from the looks of it, so definitely look for that. Let me get that one now. Canada, Korea, Denmark. Yep, that one right there. Let's put this one up. Okay, so what is the map by any... Yep, so the map is Esauk, Arkansas. That's cool. In Definitive Edition, this is a Indian map in the Indian subcontinent, which is totally strange. I don't know why they took a American map in Arkansas and stuck it in the middle of Bangladesh or whatever. That was like really strange, but it is what it is, I guess. Who's on this team? We got Fiero, we got Kazan as Paraguay, and then we got Sabero. On the other side, we got Meadow, we got Sog, and we got Guilder. Okay. So it's going to be a question here of how strongly Sog and particularly Guilder perform here, and how much Meadow might drag them down a little bit with his lower ELO. We'll see, though. We'll see. I feel like in this situation of the two players that are more skilled, they're pretty strong. I mean, particularly Guilder's going to perform very good here. So we'll see how they do against Fiero, Kazan, and Sabero. Definitely on their team, Kazan's probably the heaviest hitter out there. Sabero might be the second one, and then Fiero the last one. I mean, comparing Fiero to Meadow, though, Fiero is like going to do a much better performance, I would say. But yeah, you get what I'm saying, right? Yeah. Oh, so he does do the team Ox card again for his allies. That's going to be really good, and it might actually propel both Korea and Guilder really well here. In particular, because now that you've given your whole team an Ox card through the Danish, now all the gathering of these villas is going to go up, which means Canada will get into age 2 slightly faster because their villas will start chopping wood a little bit better now. It means as Korea booms with their Grand Palace wonder in a little bit, they're going to get really good gather rates from all those combined villas. So this is going to be a really valuable team setup here. So in this sense, Meadow is actually contributing really well to the team. You know what I mean? And if he plays it like he did 2 games ago, where he got like a big army of support and skirms, might be able to help with the push pretty well too. So don't count out Meadow just yet. I mean, he might make a pretty good contribution. Looks like he already has. Something interesting about this Canada that we saw last week that we're seeing again is Guilder actually goes out of his way to get the 300 wood to age up slightly faster. And that was one of the things that I was like really critical of, because I felt like it's better to go for fur traders, because fur traders are going to give you more food, and then when you do get to age 2, then you can really settle on either spontooners, militia, or sappers with food and wood comp. And then if you really need to go with the really tough anti-infantry, you can go with the Troupa de Marines, but you can also just go with the militia. You know what I mean? There's different ways to cook the cookie, or brown the brownie, I guess. So yeah, brown the brownie. I don't even think that's a term, but we'll call it that. But yeah. Looks like the Azari aging up thanks to the benefits of that Ox card. And in the transition, something that's always good, try to get at multiple log cabins. Not only will they trickle you wood, but they will also build a defensive wall without building a wall, you know? Who needs to build a wall when you have log cabins made out of logs? Well, logs are often what you use to build a wall, right? So, yeah, just a wall that people live in, I guess. Yeah. Canadian people. Yep. And what is the going on the other side with Sog here? So Sog is getting his Grand Palace. This is always the default wonder is Korea. You should always get the Grand Palace. There's really no reason to go for anything else. If you're like a seasoned Korea player, interestingly enough, Korea is mixing in hunts with wood chopping just so they can continue their Vil queue. Danish, where's Danish up to? So Danish is going to age up with the Enlightened Royal Physician. The Enlightened Royal Physician gives you all your age 1 Marketechs. So your hunting dogs, Placer Mines, Gang Saw, Blunderbuss, and Grey Coat. So it's going to give Meadow a bit of an eco boost there, which is pretty cool. Right if you don't want to build a market for a while. Sabero going up with Artisan, 400 wood. Kazan going up with the Croats for 300 wood and a Croat colony. Also goes for the Horrible upgrade for Paraguay there to improve his coin works. He also picked up the Alta Cochina. I mean, you can totally do that. I just think it's a bit greedy early to get the eco upgrades that quick. I would rather just get full works and then maybe get Alta Cochina and Horrible a bit later. Because, look, you got a card to improve your coin works, and you're only going to have one. The gather rate perk is only by, like 0.10, 0.9. It's not a lot, You're better off just having more works buildings and then getting those upgrades. That's why I feel like my Paraguay goes a bit longer than his. Could be wrong, but I don't think I am. I'm pretty certain because I've been playing Paraguay for like a decade, for like 10 years, since late 2015, and we're almost into late. Once we get around like late 2025 this year, it's like a decade anniversary since I started Wars of Liberty. So could call it the Wars of Liberty decade, I guess. The decade where I did nothing but Wars of Liberty, pretty much, besides college and stuff. So, yeah, definitely put that into some perspective, definitely. Okay, so Fiero, just like he has in past games, goes for 5 Patricios. This is H2 shipment, and then he goes for 770 coin. Right, so he's doing some muskets. What will Kazan do? Kazan will probably... Well, he's getting his barracks up to get some free units. That's always smart. Want to at least get double barracks. If you can get the stables into, that's good. Because as you know, with Paraguay, your barracks and your stables produce free units over time. The barracks will make the Primer de Ligne, which got a new name in the new patch, as we'll see later. I'll just call it the Primer now, since I already forget what it's called. It's some weird Guarani Spanish name. And then you got the stable over here. So again, 3 Aki Yobatais, Yoboti, or whatever it is. And then Russia. Where's the blockhouse? So did go in double blockhouse right over here. It'll definitely protect this front. Just have to watch out about the flank over here, since units can indeed walk through this water. It's a very shallow creek. It's not that deep. So yeah, you might get your shoes a bit wet. And you might get cold feet or whatever, but you can definitely cross it. Yeah. Actually, again, the steel traps now, so definitely Sabero is going pretty heavy emphasis on economy there, while still getting some units, picking up fencing school as well. Could get the team dueling school card as well to really boost their training, which would be pretty neat. Yep, 100%. It's going to be a really good setup for all of them, I think. Yeah. Alright, so going mass Cantonus, I see. That should be pretty good. It's like going with an army of unstoppable Stiletzis. You're always going to have a really good time with the anti-infantry part of that. Just got to watch out for the hand cab, right? Good thing for you, Korea does not get hand cab in age 2. So that part is a little bit better for you. That's one thing you definitely got to see on your side there. And about the other civs, Canada can get light cavalry, so watch out for those. And then Danish obviously has SRs. So, yeah. Looks like these players are pretty active on the map. Arg's going with their Patricios. Cantonese looking around for some damage. Paraguay's also going to have some free units to harass with too. So, taking this very aggressively. I see here Kazan making a big push towards Coinworks, and is going to get the first food work now. Kazan should totally get the Hemeroteca card that improves the build limit of your works by 1. So you could have like 4 Coinworks and then have like 4 of the food works now. That would be like a really good setup with what he's doing there. It'd be super greedy and get him a really good setup, But it's alright. I mean, he's at least getting the upgrades now. And he also got the Carpintero for the wood works pretty much, so that's good. And if you don't remember, we saw works earlier, but with the Chileans and the German immigrant technologies, Paraguay is the native civ that uses them pretty much. So if you like works buildings, you're going to love Paraguay. Yeah. And for some perspective, these Primera units are essentially weaker versions of the Mosquitero, so they got a bit of splash, hand armor, they're part of the assault class of shock units, whereas these are a part of the scout class of shock units. And they're essentially just like weaker lanceros, yeah. Thing is, both units are one pop and they're very cheap, so they're very massable. You can sometimes justify just training these units too for resources on top again the free ones, so definitely consider that as part of your method pretty much when you're doing things, yeah, 100%. What do we got now? We got team infantry hit points. So that's going to boost everybody's infantry HP up. Particularly those Patricios of Args are going to look really good now. As well as the Cantonists are not going to see much improvement, but definitely the Patricios are going to look really good with that. So it looks like Team Canada's pushing with Myung Archers and Light Cav. Pretty good combo, I will say. Args, what are Args doing? Args are going to do some Infernals. Infernals is probably the call down here because it deals with the archers as well as the hand calves really good. It's good that they're pushing on to the trade as well because basically at that point probably could get some more good team shipments out of Meadow. How many team cards did Meadow bring here? So he got Team Infantry Attack, that'll be good. He sent Team Furrier, very nice. No other team cards though. Probably should consider that differently in the future. Yeah. Slev Kringen. We don't see this card a lot. It basically allows you to make your crossbowmen and pikemen from the houses, but it takes like twice as long to do, and then it makes the units train twice as long from their normal buildings as well. So yeah, I wish it did something where it made them cheaper, like it made them like 50% cheaper or something as well, but I guess that's fine. So what they do from here, they're just going to try to surround that Light Cav. I mean, Fiero could push in right now with a couple of Infernals and probably do some okay damage there. Yeah. I think the Light Cav technically do less damage than Hussars, but they have more hit points, so they're actually pretty durable. You know, for Light Cav or Hand Cav. Yeah, they're not even Light Cavalry, you know what I mean? Like, you think of Light Cavalry in Age of Empires 3 as like Dragoons, but no, they're not Light Cav at all. They're Light Cav, but they're not Light Cav. That's what's so messed up about the name. They should really change them to like US Cav or something. A little bit different so you don't confuse what they are exactly. That's what I would do anyways. Pretty much, yeah. Yep, get all those Cantonists sieging onto the TP. Fort, where's the fort gonna go? Fort is gonna go somewhere over there. Yep. Okay. So maybe they can make good use of it. They're bringing the archers over there. It looks like. So let's see if these guys can respond to that quickly. Because it looks like they're definitely going to try to stop them right here. And keep them from pushing in on the... I think they know about the fort, right? And they definitely see it now when they see this thing going up, this monstrosity. Are they going to push it or are they going to play? They're going to chicken out. They're going to chicken out because they... Problem is we haven't... Fio's been pretty slippery on his controls and he really hasn't been pushing a whole lot on these Light Cav. He could be a little bit more aggressive on them. You know, he does have the multiplier advantage there. I get it. I mean, they are veteran upgrade now, so it's not quite as easy exactly to do. I mean, still, you know. Gets a few good kills in there, I guess. What is Kazan doing here? So Kazan is mostly focusing on his build-up, it looks like. You know? Pushing in with little armies of his trash units and just trying to harass, I guess. For a better term. Like he's going to try harassing here a bit. Probably is even going to get a kill out of those settlers. And then on this front, he is going to get the artisanal cannons, yeah. Sabero. Yeah, looks like everybody's in age 3 at this point, so we're going to look at age 3 combat at this stage. One sad thing for Kazan is he can't get nitroglycerin because he didn't go with French in age 2, which would actually give his artisanal cannons more range, and I believe more damage as well, which would make the fight go a little bit better, you know? But I guess he wanted the wood instead to get his works going, and that's... I prefer going French as Paraguay, just for the 2 food works card, as well as the benefit of getting nitro on my artisanal cans. Yeah, nitroglycerin. It's like a really efficient upgrade for what it does. And I just feel like, you know, you're missing out. Especially if you might need artillery at some point. If you're absolutely not going to need artillery in the match, and I guess Croats works a little bit better, but there's rarely a situation where you're not going to want to use artisanals. I find it's Paraguay. It's just really a good standing thing to get. Yeah. I guess Danish is trying to return the favor with a bit of raiding. But unfortunately, he has a blockhouse right there, though. I mean, looks like Sabero's a little bit occupied and not doing anything with it. Maybe you want to, like, hello? Getting raided, hello? You lose that many vills? Don't let him do that to you. Man's a noob. Don't let him do that to you. Let's go back into the blockhouse and hide. Russia ends up getting some Cossacks. Might be able to just drive up with those and deal with those skirms. Wouldn't be the worst idea. Does Paraguay have their heavy works? Yep, they got the heavy works right here. Great Owls, heavy Usinis. This is basically going to produce free Cohete rockets over time. These are basically heavy artillery, but really cheap and weak. And very low on the pop costs, you know, I mean, they're only 3 pop, so kind of the same pop cost as like heavy cavalry almost. So you can stack these pretty well. Problem is you can only get 10 of them though. So yeah, let's try doing a bit of siege there. He's gonna lose them though for free for whatever reason. I wouldn't waste those things. You kidding me? That's not smart at all. Definitely not. I was able to grab some water to make sure I don't get dehydrated at all, which is pretty smart. Alright, so it looks like that's finally cleaned up over there. Danish is still going to try pushing from this side, which could cause a problem for poor little Sabero up here. But most of the fighting is going to occur on this side. If only you could protect your artillery, sir. That'd be smart. Oh, big time. Like, these artisanal cans are indeed very valuable, but you got to make sure you protect those things with your life. You know what I mean? They are kind of expensive. I mean, they're not as expensive as falconets, but they are pricey. 150 wood and 150 coin. So, yeah, you still got to keep them rather protected then if you don't want to burn through your res. Oh boy, look at this over here though. Cossacks with Cantonus. Yeah, he's pushing pretty well over there. I mean, he's gonna, if he can get down the Danish fort. Nah, he's not going for that. He's smart. Good lad, good. Do not try sieging that thing. You know how much? Yeah, these things have like no siege, like 7 siege on them. They call them unstoppable Strelitzes because of their combat ability, not their siege. You know, for that you're best bringing in the pikemen, partisans for that. Okay, all right. Alright, so what now? So Kazan is an H4, right? Okay, so still pumping in all this free unit stuff, right? Yeah. Is he keeping up with his buildings? Because you do need to be aware that when you age up as Paraguay, your build limit of the free production buildings does go up as well. So you can get more works, you can get more barracks, and you can get more stables to pump out more free units with. Unfortunately, you only get 1 heavy works. In the old days, in the good old days, when you used to be able to build the heavy works with the Explorer, you could actually get 2 of these, which is much better, but yeah. Those days are sadly over. And the days of protecting your artillery are sadly over, like these poor Kermits ended up doing. Yeah. Yep, that's what you gotta protect your stuff, man. Oh boy, Guilder actually went with Fencibles. Now, this is a unit you don't see a lot. We rarely ever see the Fencibles be used. Compared to the Metis Rebels, which we see a lot of the time, the Fencibles are essentially more sniper-like. They have a range of about 24, so they outrange normal skirms. And they get multipliers against artillery. So they were great at fighting falconets, culverins, mortars, heavy cannons. They're really good at that. I mean, they're not the best at it, but they're definitely not horrible at it, you know? They're definitely going to get their volley in a lot earlier than other skirms are, and you know the damage is going to be pretty impactful as well. I mean, just 19 times 4? Yeah, that's doing more damage than an Imperial Musketeer would do to a cannon. And that's just in age 3. Maybe add in Guard and Imperial, and now you're talking, you know? So that's what you gotta look at, you know? Probably knew he was going up against Paraguay in particular and said, you know what? I know he's going to be doing those hit the rocket things, and I better have some sniping capabilities against that, you know? We do see the researching of special techs at the heavy works, which you can get like Hold Cannonballs. Hold Cannonballs adds another multiplier against infantry to your artisanal cans, which is really good. Now he's getting the steam engine, which improves the trickle rate on all these bad boys over here. Yeah. Alright, but everybody's together now, so let's see if they can coordinate this. So, sending in the Infernals first, not a bad idea, since it's the weaker of the hand calves in this fight. Throw in the Cossacks next, try to group them in. Send the Cantonists on this side, pretty smart move, I would say. Alright, so, alright. The thing you gotta understand is the Byung-Yungs do not have really good multipliers against cav that is light like this. They're mostly good against assault cavalry, so they're not going to be great against Cossacks or Infernals. I mean, there is some Escoltas here now, granted, but yeah, if Russia's going to be spamming in Cossacks, I mean, those Byung-Yun Korean infantry just don't do very good. Well, they do get some good damage, though. I will give them that. But other than that, I wouldn't say. Definitely be wary of them in some matchups. Yeah, completely idling these and letting the Primeros finish them up pretty cleanly. Alright, they're going to push it a bit further now, but unfortunately you got all these Cantonists here to try to push back those Spearmen. Very good. Let's see if they can get them back to the production buildings, because they're going to need some siege for that thing. They're going to need some Cohete rockets. They can get some, right? Yeah, they got that going, but he's going to have to keep up with his house production to make sure he can have the population for him. Doing some pretty intense hand damage there now, it looks like, yeah. Very good. Okay, yep, get rid of those skirms. Good move. I'd watch out for these fencibles, though. These fencibles are going to be a real problem. They're going to give you some huge headaches. Seriously, watch out for these fencibles. Like, none of these artillery are safe from these things. If Guilder is playing with 200 IQ, he will snipe these cannons with them. I can guarantee that to you. Well, it looks like the Escoltas do make a push onto the Whitworths and do manage to dislodge them, which is pretty big, I would say. It's one of the biggest threats to the infantry. And now the cavalry can make a move onto the fencibles, yeah. Let's see if we can wipe them out fast enough to let the artillery do their thing here. Because Paraguay is going to probably be tasked with doing the main siege here. Looks like. Has them up to at least Inspired, which is the veteran upgrade. And then get the Cohete rocket to guard. That's good. Fun fact, you can actually build these cannons in Age 2. So, one of the few early game artilleries that you can use. Yeah, and Danish has a way of actually getting your Falconets in Age 2 as well through the Team Early artillery card. Little fun fact, you know. Honestly, players like Meadow and stuff should really use it more because it just changes up the gameplay to be more interesting, yeah. Has the general right here too to boost his military. You can only train at the fort, by the way, so if you lose all your forts, it's Canada or USA or Australia, then you don't get any generals anymore. Kind of an interesting thing you need to keep in mind, basically, yeah. Don't lose your general that quickly. How much XP do you get from wiping this out? Imagine a pretty penny. 30? Not too bad. It should give you like 100 XP for wiping out a general, though. That'd be a good little, fun little change, I think. The Bialgiguns are trying to defend against the Escoltas, but the Escoltas are fighting against the Bialgiguns, since they both have multipliers against each other, which makes it real crazy, real fast. Sieging through the blockhouse there from Korea and pushing it even further now. There's some really good coordination here between Paraguay Args and Russians. All contributing some really strong units. Meadow, oh boy, yeah, looks like using the Cherokee riflemen to actually fight off Meadow up here, since he did try to counterattack up on that side. Pretty good tactic there to keep Meadow off your back as well. But here comes the Officer Mississauga horses. These are really strong scout cavalries, so they're really good against skirms and stuff. But what they really do good against is artillery. They have 3x against artillery, so they're really good at just slicing and dicing through your cannons like these ones in the back. But, you know, in general, they're very durable. Like, I mean, definitely the Escoltas are definitely tankier, but still, I mean, you do gotta not underestimate these. They're one of the few hand calves that cost food and wood. that isn't a native, so there's that as well. I truthfully would have went with the Mounties if I was Canada in this matchup, mainly because you could use them to eat through the Escoltas and then shoot your way through the infantry with their high stats. But probably in this desperate situation, he's probably burnt out of coin. Has to do the food and wood option. So taking the lesser of the two units, I would say. Yeah, pretty much. Nice, nice, nice. Push onto those Byogi guns. Oh, wow. Look at that. Good push. Guilder's out. And one, yep, Meadow is out, and probably Sog will be the last. Good collaboration there. That was a good push. Good combined arms type of tactic there. I give him credit where credit's due. Very good tactics, yeah. Also, those Plastoonies at the end is the finishing job. Nice, nice, nice. Gotta love it. Who did the best there, you think? Russia, Paraguay, or Args? I do like what those Escoltas were doing for meat shielding there. Kind of gave the Paraguayan artillery some breathing room, as well as all those Russian cantonists. Yeah, I gotta say. That was definitely a fun 3 versus 3. So that's a good team game because both teams, had their strengths and weaknesses, and they did pretty well, yeah. So let's go on to the next one now. Let's boot up the game and see what match we got now. Let's look at the Discord and see what this recording is going to be. So now we're looking at Greece, Denmark versus Russia, Japan. So hopefully on the water map, because land map is going to be kind of sleepy, I think. So probably kind of sleepy. Yeah, kind of bored, kind of sleepy. Yeah. But yeah, we'll just do this one. Alright, so we are on Jebel Musa. On Definitive Edition, this would be called Tripolitania. It's basically the North African coast. Basically, you get these two grassy areas that are up on an elevated plain, and you can sort of wall these choke points off where you see these little cliffs sticking out, right? So it's pretty wallable. And some things to note, you got a 3 trading post trade route here. You got some maneuver natives, so some light cavalry, Apaches, and Jesuits. And then on the water, you got fish and whales. So this is actually a very Greekable map. Agreeableness, this is the Greekable because there's water. The Greeks can do what Greeks do best, which is go on the water and, make some Greek fish gyros or whatever they do with fish. What do the Greeks do with fish? Do they make gyros with them? Do they make something else with them? I don't know. But just be rest assured they have plenty of fish there to eat, which is good. Yeah, put the dock right there. Guilder is the Danes, so going to be a good team player. For his first shipment, though, he's starting with Colbertism, it looks like. So again, a food trickle. What does Greece do? We'll have to see. And let's check out the team balance. That's really important. So which team is stronger, Sabero Nick or Guilder Kazan? I think it's slightly going to be Guilder Kazan, but Sabero Nick, they can definitely put up a good fight too. So I mean, these are all really good. These are all competitive Waleros here. I mean, there's no noobs here at all. I mean, everybody's just gonna contribute really well to their team. So I mean, we gotta give both sides a real chance here, I think. But I definitely think it's skewed towards Greece a lot more on the war map, because they're going to be getting those free fishing boats out of the dock, as you can see right here, developing. Yeah. How is this Greek deck set up? Is there any sort of encouragement towards going with dark politicians? Not particularly. But from what we see, there is going to be a lot of ability of getting a lot of food on the land. We got Furrier and we got Spice Trade. We got both wood shopping cards. We got Frontier Defenses. This is a pretty good 1v1, 2v2 deck, honestly, regardless of what the map is. You know? We see the Trophylaxi divisions here as well. The battalions are Trophylaxi battalions. These are basically longer range, more elite musketeers you can ship in. Pretty good. And then what else do we have here? We got the Marauders, Clapes. Advanced arsenal for the nation states called Advanced Tower House. And we got Starfort, Macedonian Struggle for stealth. All your Scythemen transform into recruits. This can be really good depending on what your situation is. They'll turn all your pikemen into muskets. And then they'll turn all of your anti-infantry cannons into culverins. So, yeah, if we ever get an arena scenario for Wars of Liberty, this actually could be a card we could include there, you know? Because if you're running into a big situation where the enemy's pounding you with culves, we could literally just turn all your artillery into culverins and, you know, time that perfectly. Because, as you know, mule artillery are pretty cheap, you know? Yeah, it's something we could absolutely do in terms of value and stuff, yeah. Right, so what do we do here? So we got La Scalina Bobelina. One thing to note, when you get your politicians through the dark as the Greeks, it means that you will actually get a +5 build limit on your fishing boats. Yeah, that's pretty cool, right? And you also get a +5 build limit on your fishing boats when you research fishing boat upgrades. So like your Caternoster, your aqua farming, and your fire fishing. Yeah. Picking up exotic hardwoods is going to be great for early game, because that means you're going to be able to play into a lot of your early game units as Greece. Your mule artillery, your scythemen, your clapes. It's going to be a really good setup for you. Going early with the scarecrows. That's interesting. I mean, I'm a little bit shocked by it, because you got so much emphasis on the hunting. Plus, you got fishing going. So why are you getting so much resources into farming? It's kind of like he almost expects to get raided up front. Okay. So, I mean, Sabero is the Russian, so I mean, that could totally happen. Do we even know how he's going to set up over here? Is he going to put blockhouse in the front, in the back? Where's the blockhouse going to go? I mean, right now, we already see a few Plastoonis with the Explorer collecting treasures. These being the Explorer's little helpers, pretty much, with multipliers against Treasure Guardians, which I'm sure you didn't know in the last games about them. Since they have made that shift to sort of like an Explorer's unit instead of being a blockhouse unit. $700 coin and 5 settlers, so might be going Fast Fortress. Again, the placement mines and steel traps. Yeah, so this is looking like a very French-like Fast Fortress, honestly. Yeah. Even the trading posts, yeah. So, I mean, it's kind of playing like the French right now, which I find kind of interesting. Yeah, what is he going to do with that Fast Fortress exactly? Who knows, you know? Yeah, definitely. particularly now since with Russia you train villages individually, so you actually do get the opportunity to go in 5 settlers, 4 settlers, 3 settlers, you know. It's kind of like the French almost. But now he's actually going to start off with line infantry from the blockhouse, so his musket units. Or ruskets as we call them, right, because they're slightly weaker but slightly cheaper. Yeah. Danish are already pushing forward with Landsoldats. Landsoldatars. These are Danish musketeers. So, funny enough, if you look at this and you look at these, notice that an individual Russian line infantry is 57 food and 19 coin, whereas a Landsoldat is 50 food and 15 coin. So, actually, you know, they're kind of the same unit. They're both weaker but cheaper muskets. So that's kind of the weird relationship when you see a Russia versus Danishes. They're both fundamentally the same on the musketeer front. They sacrifice stats for less resources on their muskets, you know. Also looks like they're allied with Japanese from Nick again, so these fast-moving Shiguma musketeers are definitely going to be a huge danger here for the Landsoldats. Oh, big time. You can already see him trying to pick off some of them. 100%. Greece going with Scythemen at the start, but I will want them to go with some Clapes there to deal with the Shiguma line infantry mix over there. No Clapes just yet, but I'm imagining he probably is going to ship them in. At least get the 6 unit shipment of them. Yep. Alright, well, let's see if he can get the sneak on him. The sneak on him. I'm going to get the sneak on you, man. Sabero not paying attention, but Nick was. And he got right into position there. Did you see that? Very smart move there. Very smart man. Oh boy, watch out for this though. Now, this could actually be dangerous, you know? Using the Scythemen as a means to force them out of that battle. Because these Scythemen, even though they are another heavy infantry unit, are going to deal area of effect damage, which in essence can add up over time to these muskets. And forces them into a constant retreat and getting snared and stuff. So this is kind of a chaotic situation here for these muskets to deal with. Oh boy, it is, yeah. Just look at that right there. Yeah, 100%. Definitely a very chaotic situation to find yourself in, really. Yeah, pretty much. And now, yep, just push back on these now. Yep, 100%. That's a lot of line infantry there. Shigumas should be able to clean this up pretty quickly. Alright, so they're probably going to join in again. And want to start really pressing on these Landsoldatars, yeah. Does Guilder have the team cards? He's got Team Settler, Team Infantry Attack, Team Mortars. No, that's just regular mortars. Alright, so he's got a few team cards there. Alright. Kind of a wonder to me he hasn't sent the team 2 settlers yet to help his ally out. That could be pretty smart. Yeah, but they're going to be goaded into dealing with the Landsoldats but ignoring the Clapes, which is kind of harmful. Sabero goes full partisan for a while. Looks like he might actually siege the dock. Boy, would that be a little bit annoying. Oh yeah, if you could like siege that dock down and deny him extra fishing boats, that could be a big issue. So Danish is in age 3 now. Has 2 falconets coming in as well as 14 Landsoldats. Landsoldats in general are really good at protecting falconets. That's really what they're really good at, you know. It's kind of the main reason to get them, really, is to protect your artillery. Otherwise, they're kind of like a weak, spammable musket. So yeah, kind of like filler paper in a way, if you want to think of them that way. I'm assuming at this point Kazan has switched to claped. Looks like he has a little bit anyways. Oh no, the Falcons. Falconettis. Falconettis. Watch out for the Falconettis. Yeah. Yep. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, Japan. Get in there, Japan. Separate the Kies from your formation right now. Because, see, the Kies are slower, so they'll slow them down. He should have just ran in with the Shigumas and just went full katana mode on them. That would have made a huge difference, basically, yeah. Yep, just spray through all those lenses. So that, oh, yep, and then throwing in the Pastunis for an added twist. Very smart. How are they outrunning him? Like, how was he outrunning him there? With, well, I thought the Pastunis would have caught up to him and snared them or something. That was like really odd, honestly. Yeah, I did not see that coming at all. Grease going full Scytheman onto his base. How based. It's going to have to send some of his line infantry back to try to clean that up. Cossacks coming out at the wrong time there. Get the Cossacks out of there right now. No. No, 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 no. His brain is too divided right now. He doesn't know what's going on. Thankfully, you got the Russian winter bonuses Russia now. You see that little snowflake underneath their feet? That basically means that they're being slowed down after they siege a Russian building for a number of seconds. So, kind of makes it hard for Kazan to do all the raiding he exactly wants to do, which is kind of good. Yeah. Can technically beat that one with the settlers, which he does. Can he get, does he have, yeah, he doesn't have 600 coin. He can't, like, age up and get falconets or something, right? He doesn't even have falconets in this deck, which, a little concerning. We'll say that. A bit of concern, my friend, for that. So he ends up getting the team barracks hit points. Anti-Scytheman insurance. Anti-Scytheman insurance, yeah. Basically what it is at this point, you know. The rare event they come running at you with pikemen. You have a way of sort of cleaning that up on aisle 5. Yeah, exactly. Then just get a siege onto this barracks, which would be great. Yep, most definitely. Barracks is going down. House is going down. Probably the tower house too. Does have some skirms mixed in now, so that could help with infantry. Japan, try to gauge up now. Get the golden pavilion. Yes, that's the preferred wonder for this stage. Get some free Kies from it too, and it also basically just bumps up your range attack even before you start upgrading the units. While you have it on the range mode, yeah. So that'll be good. Okay. Get some more Academico, so the consulate, not a bad move. anything at this point to stop the surge is good. Get that tower house down, please, because he's just gonna ship things in here. You know, like you can't just like siege that. Stop hesitating. Stop hesitating. It's easy. Trust me. You got your musket unit. It's not like you're going in with Candace. It's because, see, now he's going to show up at the skirms and you might end up losing a few units. Alright, gets it down. May as well, you might have to lay the ruins there, which is fine. Basically, these ruins trickle experience for griefs, so it's good to get them down at some point, but if you have to avoid this type of an army here, you may as well at that point, yeah. Yeah, definitely this is going to force the land soldatars into some sort of retreat. Yep, most definitely. Is Russia going up too? Yep. Going up with the merchant captain. So I believe it's going to get a boat in the water to start harassing the Greeks and start to, yeah. So let's see that in action now. Yep, see, they get an aviso here. They can use that to start attacking their boats, which is going to make a huge dent in the Greek economy. Done right. Starting to add in some recruits now, some of those Balkan musketeers. Veteran Cossack. Bring back the Japanese infantry. Oh man, yeah, you're getting kind of swarmed there right now. You're going to have to kind of get Japan in a position to help, yeah. Get the Scythemen before they down the town center, please. Like, that's kind of a concern there. Alright, TC is saved. Great. That was like job number 1. Now you can sort of just fight off these skirms, I would think, right? Yeah, hopefully. Kind of just going in with the recruits at this point, yeah. Now the Cossacks come in to scare off the skirms. Question is the town center going to survive? If it doesn't, it's fine. He's got a TC here. So it's not as desperate as the Bulgarian game we saw before. Saving that. TC does go down. Some settlers run off to the mine over there. But now the Russian winter is active, which means now units can barely even run around and safely and stuff. Now we're going to be more targetable by their infantry. Might be able to take out a lot of land soldatars now, which would be great. Make a huge difference. Russia does get 1,000 coin in now. Nick gets 2 cannons. Oh, he had the movement. He went to the movement formation to make his units run a bit faster. That's pretty nifty. So his units get a better movement speed. Now he's got 2 cannons. That'll make a huge difference, I think. And since it's a Japanese ship, and he can actually get it again and have up to 4 cannons. The Canal Now cannons. They have the same stats as the Flaming Arrows do in the Legacy games, so they'll be good against artillery, infantry, and buildings. So, wide variety of skills and ships. The only thing they're not good against is probably cavalry, but you kind of expected that, right? Yep, basically. Yep, get those Cossacks onto the Ville. Ooh, look at that. Ugh, look at that one. That was a good one right there. That was a good tactic. All those poor villagers. Those Aldinos. No Aldinos. Ugh. That was actually pretty devastating, yeah. But look at what's going on over here. Another little Scytheman situation to deal with on aisle 5. I mean, I think he can probably clean it up, but still. Wow, look at these Scythemen actually doing so much damage to muskets. I know that they're ruskets, but still. It's that area of effect. Area of effect is like making a huge difference there, yeah. Kind of an interesting crossroad in the match. You know what I mean? I mean, Japan is actually in position now to go to age 4. But do they do that? Maybe. I don't. Look at all this going on so fast. It's like the kid should be thinking about going to age 4 and he's getting shredded in the back of his base at the same time. This Kazan with the Scytheman, this is like our new low danger. I don't know. Kind of has reinvented the wheel almost with this sort of thing going on. Maybe I should start doing Scytheman raids of that caliber, seeing what I can pull off. I do it with pikemen sometimes, but I've never thought to do a Scytheman before. Scytheman might actually be really good, because Scythemen have the splash attack, so they'll actually clean up, infantry and do it right. You know what I mean? There's a little bit of incentive there to do it with the Scytheman, pretty much, yeah, compared to other units, really. So, yeah, maybe that's something I should look into with it, yeah, 100%. Yep, right on top of them. That's good. He's got Colvies, though. He's got Colvies for those artillery. Yeah, Scytheman completely ruined that. Like, if he wasn't sieging of that nature, I think Nick would have made it to age 4 and it would have been a much closer situation. 100% there, yeah. GG on that one. Nice match, honestly. It's the type of stuff we like to see here in the Wars of Liberty community, big time. This unit, total beast of a unit. Yeah, and to think it's available to all the nation-state civs, too. Like, every nation-state civ, from Greece to Bulgaria to Romania to Serbia, can absolutely clean up with these things. Unbelievable. Especially the ones like Romania that can actually get them up to Imperial upgrade, and Serbia that can get some added bonuses on them too. Just for curiosity's sake, did Kazan end up researching the National Schism? No, I don't think he even got National Schism on it. Like, that's a card you normally send in Imperial Age when you get the booster on it. Oh wow, yeah, that was totally something new. So now we're going to go into the next match here and boot it up. What's this game going to be called? Let me see what it's here. It's going to be Bulgaria, Belgium versus Russia, Argentina. Okay, now that's something worth looking at. Bulgaria with the Belgians and Russians and Args. So probably Fiero and Sabero versus Guilder and Nick. Oh yeah. See, I know these players better than they know themselves. I know who exactly is going to be on which team. Let's see if I'm right. Is it going to be... let me find it. This one. Is it going to be Guilder Nick versus Sabero Fiero? Let's see if I got my cards right here. Oh yeah, I got it so right. I didn't even know. You give me the civs, I know the players. I am legendary. I figured it out. I figured exactly who to do. Yeah, alright. So here we are in Isak Adirondack. This map in particular is pretty interesting because you get this cool water up here that goes around the edge of the map pretty much. And you got some Wendat natives here, some of the Huron mantlets pretty much. So these are just a really good thing for meat shielding if you can get them. But anyways, we're in the match now, so let's check that out. So Belgium using their frontier wagon right away to build onto the central trading posts. Belgium gets a new frontier wagon with each Egypt they do, and with it they can make a trading post, they can make an outpost, or they can make a tavern out of it for mercenaries. They just ended up going with the trading post because that's usually the most valuable option for them to do. To boot, once he ages up, he'll probably be able to get this one very quickly, which is quite good. Looking at the competition right here, what could possibly happen? We got a Russia with an ARG. So what would that mean? Maybe we'll see Patricios and Infernals with Russian units, perhaps? Yeah, now what's going to happen with Nick and Guilder? I would presume that Guilder's going to be playing like he did in the first Bulgaria game today. He's going to use this stable to rush with the Opolshenic Cavalry. And Nick could do a number of things. He could go Mantlet because he's a native favoring Civ. He could go Line Infantry, Grenadier. He could Fast Fortress into Force Publique Skirms. Really, Belgium has a lot of flexibility in this matchup. It really depends on what they are going to do on the other side. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'd just go Mantlet here. It might not be a bad idea going Mantlet against a bunch of Infernals and Patricios and whatever Russia throws at you. I'd get like 1,000,000 Mantlets, Yeah, absolutely. 1,000,000 Mantlets for the win. You gotta consider that, especially with the map taking advantage of those natives that the map can lend you. It's quite good. Now let's look at these decks and try to review them as best as we can. So, Guilder, crates, some fills, some units. If we remember from last game, he does not have a. He only has one Samara banner card now. No infinite shipments except for the mobile armors down here. A little bit questionable, but it's okay. Guess he's got something for Nick. What is he gonna be doing? So he might do some stuff with some coin. He's got the La Redoubt Casino. Basically, you see that casino table right there. This allows your mercenary building to trickle coin. A big sum of it, actually. He actually has some coin shipments in here. He's got the 9 Niam Niam natives, and then he's got the 3 Luxembourgish Volontaire Gendarmes, which are basically Imperial Age cuirassiers. He also has this spicy card, which we sometimes see, La Libre Esthétique. This grants you the Imperial Age, but without benefit, so you don't get any reward for it. Like no crates, no units, you just go to the Imperial Age without paying any of the coin costs. That's pretty neat, Yeah, it's... I mean, I think they still get their Frontier wagon as part of the age up, but nothing else. So you do get a little bit of a prize. You get a consolation prize, but not those other spicy things. In particular, one thing to be aware of is Belgium does need to use one of their Imperial Age politicians to get a second factory, the manufacturing owner, to do that. So, yeah, you're kind of giving up your second factory by doing that technically. That's something you're really concerned about. If you really need 2 factories, you might want to look at not going with that card. But if you really don't care about a second factory, you don't really want steel cannons combined with your... Because here's the thing. Here's the thing you need to be aware of. So, they get this card here, the Sion Industriel. Not only is it a factory card, but it improves the training rate of heavy artillery from the factory. So you get the heavy cannons even more often with it. So in some ways, you're kind of incentivized to always go with the manufacturing owner. In the old days, manufacturing owner was totally optional. You could just go with 2 factories, you know what I mean? Or you could have a second factory card in there as a backup. But now, Belgium is on the back pedal with factories. And they have to rely a lot more on their other stuff like natives, which they can do on any map. African natives, they can do their police elephants, their Miatrus, Gatling guns, all sorts of different tools. Yeah, definitely. So, what do we got here? We got a frontier wagon building here with a barracks. So, kind of like a Governor General rush, pretty much, yeah. Did he get the foundation right? I have a feeling he might have built these way too close. But I don't know. Let's see. Oh, no, he did it alright. Okay. He just did it really close. So he's going to go forward barracks, probably line infantry. Maybe Belgium's going to do line infantry, and Bulgaria's going to do Opolshena cavalry. Opolshena cavalry are going to start raiding right away into the Gauchos. Right here. And, yeah. Yeah, I'll start raiding into those Gauchos right now. Very good. And then start going into these ones. Very nice. Oh, nice. Very good. Yep, just push them back. Yeah, very good. Okay. What's going on over here? A little bit of an explorer fight. So going to do a mixture of line infantry with volunteers. So a bit of early skirm, a bit of musket. And kind of like a mix up there to basically fight through the units. Very good. Oh, add some infernals in. Also sent the Regimento de Castas card to get some Morenos. These mercenary pikemen, pretty much. Imperial Age pikemen. These will be great against Bulgaria, but they really need some anti-infantry. That's where they're sort of falling apart. So what treasure are they even getting? So they're getting a 300 food treasure from this horde of wild rice. Oh boy, they're going to have some good jambalaya with that. If they're French, that is. I don't know what they're going to have now. So, it still should be pretty good. Yeah. Up, opposite cavalry. Yep. Oh, not bad at all. Yeah, that's when it's bad to have Cantonus, when you're just dealing with a huge stack of like very massive hand cavalry like these, yeah. There's a typo, Thru. What's Thru mean? Yeah, you gotta fix that typo there, Thru. You can transform to other cavalry as Thru cards. Like, it's not proper English. Not even like thorough cards. You know, it's not even a spellable word. Poor Bugston moment, I guess. Yeah. This has been a total like disaster for Fierro and Sibero here. The Guilder Nick team is really something else. You can tell. Yeah, big time. 100%. They definitely know what they're doing. I mean, Fierro is already out. Also, the Niam Niams, really good pikeman, native. Ah, good match, GG, well played on that. That was a really quick one. They got totally butchered there, big time. You can tell. 100%. So now we'll go into the next one, which is, I believe, Bolivia, Belgium, Argentina versus Australia, Euro, Argentina. That's the next one. We'll boot that up now. Alright, so let's find that one now. So what's the recording start file name again? Just one more for review. It is Bolivia, Belgium, Argentina. Alright, so B is for Bolivia. Let's see if I can predict this one before we do it. So who would be in this game? It would be Kazan, Nick, Fierro versus Rommel, Bondar, Metal? I'm just trying to predict here, just see how good I am at predicting players. So let's see if I was right. How many of them I got correct. So we got Nick, Kazan, Fierro, and then on the side we got Guilder, Kevin RK, and Bondar. Ooh, so I got about 4 of them right, and 2 of them wrong. Well, gotcha, yeah. So who? Kevin RK playing as the Args. I don't think I've seen that before, so this might be something, a good treat for us here, yeah. And Bondar playing as the Haudenosaunee, of course, and then Guilder doing the Australians. I can't recall if I've ever seen Guilder do the Australians before. It's been a good amount of time, you know? Like, that's something that I have to think back on. Have we, in the history of man, ever seen Guilder do Australians? I don't know, honestly. In terms of this matchup, though, in terms of team balance, I mean, you got Nick and Kazan, which are going to be really dangerous players, and then you got Fierro mixed in, which is going to do all right. On the other side, you got Bondar, who has an insane Haudenosaunee. Guilder's Australia is probably going to be real dangerous to infantry. And then you got Kevin RK playing as the Args. I mean, it really depends on how Kevin RK pulls through with the Args here. If he can come up with a more cohesive build to Args than Fierro does, I think they might have a really good shot here, you know? Because here's the thing, I mean, if we consider these 3 civs here, the well, we have the Args, the Bolivians, right? And these are the French, actually. These are not the did he say... No, that's not Belgium. That is the French. So that is the French right there. The croissant-eating, frog-leg-eating French and snails. And goose livers. Yeah, that's the French. So that's going to add a whole another level of intrigue to it. Because as you know, France, a very flexible civ. France can do a lot of insane stuff, you know. They can go Zouave, they can go Mounted Skirm, Cuirassier, Fast Fortress early game, Fast Industrial, Royal Decree with Skirm stuff. France in Wars of Liberty is even more of a challenge to deal with. Yeah. It really is, you know. It really is. Yeah. Yeah. France on this map could even go... Do they have any forts in the deck? Yeah, I mean, he's always going to have a fort because you're always going to have Algiers waves in your deck anyway, so you're always going to have at least one fort. But yeah, has the fur trade card. What's fur trade doing in here? Is there a particular plan for this? Really wondering about that one. This is normally like a treaty card, right? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what fur trade is doing here. I really don't. 200 foreign legionnaires. I wonder if this might come in handy. Who knows? Definitely the Infinite's Wave card always does pretty well. You got Mamluks here. You got Cuirassier, 9 Line Inf, Falks, Crates. France is going to be popping lots of shipments through here. No combat cards though, so not a lot of upgrading taking place. I wish France just got more cards they could do in their deck so I could get all their upgrades and their unit shipments and stuff. And yeah, that'd be fun. Super OP, but fun. The Kazan deck is the same. Will he go Guarani or Aymara? That's the question. Could go for either one, honestly. Could go Guarani or Aymara in this matchup, really. It's really a personal preference at this point, I would say. Yeah. We'll find out soon enough, I think. What's going on here, Kevin? I just saw some serious idling here. Juanito, do something, Juanito. Juanito, bonito, do something. Hello, Juanito. Juanito? Yeah, do something, Juanito. Come on, Juanito. He must be idle. Like, he's going past his age up in food. He's not moving the bills, so... Did he just find a Juanita Bonita? He must have. He's doing something now. I don't know what he's doing. It's like... Alright, he's going on the way. Alright, he's back. He is back in action. First Italian wave. I wonder if that's going to cost him the match now. You know? Pretty serious, yeah. Now, this is scary, too. We see Kazan actually holding back on going for one of these. Is it possible he's going to double dip into crates and units now? That's something worth watching. I would totally watch that right now. Because that could be something really, really dangerous here. If he, like, goes Kairuna, Frankatirador, and starts pumping out the room like that, oh boy. That's going to be big. I think we know what Hadashani is going to do. Hadashani is going to go Fast Fortress. And Fiero's going to start with a Patricio shipment, is that right? Yeah, I mean, he's got it out already, correct? No, he does not have the XP for it, so he wouldn't. He actually goes Gaucho Cimarrone. Very smart move, I would say. It's kind of like the old school Argentina setup. That's what the old build called for. 3 vills followed by this. It's not a bad thing. It actually moves him really well on his way to getting his food eco figured out. If you're in a really greedy situation, I would even consider getting Solidaros now. So Butchers is right around the corner. Oh wow, he's going greedy food. He's going greedy food right now. I think that's a swell thing to do. Super swell thing to do. Kevin Arcade gets extractivism instead of the 3 gauchos. That's a very treaty-like thing to do. I mean, I think it's going to be a little bit slow, and it's, considering he idled for so long, I don't know if that's going to cause a problem here. It's basically going to force Fast Fortress, Hadashani, Bondar, and whatever Guilder does with the Australians to really catch up there, I think. Do a lot of catch-up work, you know. It's really going to test them really a lot there. I mean, who knows? Maybe they'll come on top. We'll have to find out at the end of the day, really. There's a lot weighing on it. So, it looks like Guilder goes Militia. Double Barracks Militia, so going pretty hard on the skirmish. This whole team here is going heavy infantry, so that is really not good for them. But here's a bit of redemption. So Kairunas actually has about 14 range, so they can kind of almost go toe-to-toe with the... yeah. Oh, wait a second. These are Grenadiers. He mixed grenadiers with line infantry, so he's actually has a bit of anti-infantry in there. Also some hussars. In there. So this is not as simple as I thought it was going to be for Guilder. He's going to have to really hunker down and defend. Aruna's going for the raid now. Oh, again, Gaucho. We need to Gaucho down for the count. Barracks under siege. Minutemen being called out. Minutemen are going to be great against these grenadiers since they're siege troopers. Hussars connecting with the militia, though. That's really not good. It's kind of like a nightmare fuel scenario, actually, so that's not great at all. Really not. Alright, and then from there you can do that. Very nice. Very good setup, yep. Ooh, wow, look at that. Taking a lot of damage there from what I see. Whole lot of damage, honestly, yeah. Yep, the Duke is suffering from the Guarani Katochaman is slowing them down and disrupting them.
sus órdenes.
Je suis blessé. Je ne peux pas bouger.
Yo nunca me he de entregar a los brazos de la muerte.
Dígame.
Bouger.
Dígame, señor. A sus órdenes.
Hen? Una Je suis blessé. Je ne peux pas bouger.
I figured, why not just play out some of the mats for you instead of sitting around for like 7 minutes or whatever, because I knew keep yapping my ear off. But alright, so here we are. Basically, the Guilder team is doing the best they can to defend their front over here. Yeah, pretty much, as you can see here. The Haudenosaunee is really the key to it all, because the Haudenosaunee base is the one that's mostly untouched from all this pressure. Australia has obviously been pushed to the back of the base over here, and ARGs are sort of like the fighting line of these two teams, right? If ARGs falls here, then Haudenosaunee would be under pressure and probably fall. These force powers of the Haudenosaunee are going to be the best real defense against whatever, particularly Fiero and probably what Nick is throwing at the moment. So Nick just got a stable and can actually start doing hussars now, or actually even assault cavalry cuirassier. That might actually even be another thing to worry about here. Question is, what do we see in age 4? Do we see Mamluks? If we get Mamluks out of Nick, that could actually be pretty serious there. Yeah. Also, I see Cap has joined us too. Hi, Glingo. Haven't been active these days. After this exam period, I hope I can play more Bolero often. Yeah, it would be good to have Cap back. Cap is one of the best Wars of Liberty players of all time, folks. If you play against Cap, you'll know it. Best Germany, best Japan, best Ottomans, probably the best Korea. No, the best Korea is probably me or Metal or something. Maybe Jesus Christo. Who knows? But yeah, you get the idea. Basically here, we got this huge army of Golani Katuchaman and Keurunas pushing on to the infantry. And they're doing a great job at shredding the Patricios, man. This is like really dangerous stuff here. And even some of the force powers again downed as well. We got more line infantry coming in from Nick. As soon as he gets stage 3, he could probably start swapping to something more powerful. Oh, he's going to ship the Mamluks. Mamluks might be fatal here. I would guarantee you that. You know why? The only thing they could really do about a Mamluk swarm from the home city is probably musket riders from the Haudenosaunee. Does he have a corral by any chance? He has a war hut. He has a war hut here. He just shipped in some amblets. No, those are the mamlets that were already barred up before, it looks like. And now he's shipping in the Renegade Death ship into flankers. I would get these. You're going to need these real soon. I won't even worry about those. I get the cuirassiers. You need some assault cavalry here, man. That's how you break through the infantry and you start pushing back. You don't need more infantry, because here's the thing. The Mamluks are going to come down on you. These things have almost 1500 HP, 40% hand armor. Once these things go right up in the face of these skirms, you're looking at a real problem right there, mister. Real big problem. Yeah, I mean, it's already over. Look at the HP on these. All these skirms, and they're not even denting them. Well, they're denting this one, but, yeah, kind of forces all the gauchos into the base. Gonna get totally surrounded by infantry now. They're gonna be so busy trying to kite the cav that they can't deal with the Patricios firing at them. And the rest of the cookies crumble soon after. All this coin just sitting around not being used now. Yeah. Took out a gaucho in the process. Oh, they got some escoltas now, even better. Even more assault units. Yeah, that's totally not good. Yeah, now he gets the Renegade Corsair ship, but he should have gotten that one first, because flank wars are not going to do really much against Mamluks. The problem with flank wars is their hand attack is pretty tiny. You know, they're kind of a skirmish musket hybrid, so they're really not that naturally gifted with the bayonet. It does work, it's just not going to be good against the bigger heavy-hitting stuff like assault units. You know, Skultas, Mamluks, they're going to have a field day with them. Particularly in this low number. You're not the Dutch, so it's not like you can train more of these, really. You're kind of just stuck with them as they are. You can't really do much with them, unfortunately. Yeah. Trying to do some riflemen as Australia. That's probably the best thing you can do there against assault, but still not enough. At that point, yeah, they're getting totally surrounded. Most of the villas completely dismantled, trying to build the tower there. Corsairs mixed in with Mamluks. Wow, this was a really big dumpster fire of a situation. All because one of the players went AFK in Age 1. Kevin did. I was looking at his gauchos there, like, what is he doing? He's like, he must be looking at Juanitas Muy Bonitas in the middle of the game or something. Like, that's the only explanation. The only way Juanito messes that up if he's looking at Juanitas Muy Bonitas. The only way. It probably took Bondar and Guilder like at least a minute or two to snap him out of it, you know? Because once you get those Juanita Bonita eyes, it's hard to get them back. Really is when you're a poor Juanito dealing with it. It's quite tricky. Really is. Ugh. Yeah. Surprised I haven't resigned yet. Yeah, Gilda's the first one. Probably one of the other ones afterwards. Probably Kevin Arcade and then Bondar. Yeah. Yep, they kind of did that in unison. In terms of resources, Argentina at that point had their food stuff really figured out. Kevin Arcade was pressure the whole game, so really didn't get to really establish it. So that kind of is why they didn't really blossom too well. And then in terms of military, again, we see Haudenosaunee, Bondar just doing really good. Even if the team completely belly flops, he still maintains the highest kill count in the match. Something worth seeing there. Like this, he's a really good Haudenosaunee player with the fast fortress. Every game we've seen, and I think we've seen about like 3 of them, right, at this point. Haudenosaunee Bondar just really does really well. Pretty much, like, exceptionally well. Every time. It's like a guarantee almost, yeah. Alright, so now it looks like we're going to be looking at a 1 versus 1 between Omar and Meadow. And then we're going to look at some more Guilder games. We got 4 more Guilder matches. And then we got 2 Wololo Nix. We got a 1 from Woludo. 1 from Rommel. And then we got 2 Gommuistan ones. And then we got a new Rommel one too. So we got a lot of games to look at here, which is pretty fun. Alright, so let's see the Omar versus Meadow one. It's worth taking a look at, you know? Let's see what these players got for us here tonight. Record game 1. How many do we got? We got 13? 13 of them. That's a lot of them. Alright, so I think it's this one. This should be this one. Let's see who can humble who exactly here. Okay. Wait a second. So what did Gommuistan name his stuff as? So he named... So it's probably number 12. It's probably number 12. Alright. So... Alright, I should have realized that. Okay, so it's probably record game with the parentheses 12. Alright. So we'll just boot that one up now. Basically, yeah. record game with the parentheses 12 right over key. Key, which one? This one right over here. I guarantee you it's this one. If it's not, it's the 11. I think it's pretty certain it's this one here. Here we go. Alright. So what map are we on? We are on ESOC Malaysia. So this is an ESOC map, so we do not have to play around with the music at all to stop the copyright, whatever. Yeah, alright. There we go. So we got Meadow playing as Russia, and we got Omar playing as Dutch. If this is like a normal matchup, I would say Dutch is technically a little bit more competent of a civ, but Russia could certainly pressure them pretty hard and give them a lot of trouble, depending on how greedy Dutch wants to go here. Really depends, you know. Yeah. The thing is there's a lot of builds recently that involves you moving your slaves onto the coin, moving your Japanese laborers onto the wood. So maybe he should rethink his placement, but who knows? I mean, at the bare minimum, yeah, this is a good move here by Dutch. Start with your first villager being a slave because you have enough excess coin to actually make a slave instead of doing a food settler. Because, believe it or not, these settlers of the Dutch actually cost 110 food. It's because they're given the extra ability to gather 30% faster from mills and berries. Likewise, these slave villagers here gather 30% better from mines and plantations, and these Japanese laborers gather 30% better from trees. So, basically, they are essentially good at the resource that they cost. So they cost wood, they do good with wood, these are costing coin, and they're good at coin, and then same thing with settlers, yeah. And if you optimize it really well, you can usually get a really flourishing economy as a result. It's really good. As for Russia, of course, it's going to be a lot about pressure on the Dutch, trying to make enough cantonists probably to fight the flankers with, I can imagine. You're probably going to want to go skirmish against that, I would think. Yeah, most likely. Totally see that. It's definitely going to be a bit of a different beast nowadays because Russia's, has the normal Vil training system and working off of a semi-normal economy now in that sense, yeah. Instead of having to train things in blocks of 3. At least at the town center, you still have to train blocks of units at the blockhouse, of course, for the infantry, but that's always been the same. What do you... Yep, make sure you do something with those vills right away. Don't hesitate, show no mercy. Alright, put them on the berries. That's fine. It's better than nothing. How many vills is he on? 14? Omar is going to be on 15 probably at age up time. Thing is, though, he's a bit behind in the food area. Whereas it looks like Meadow is going to age up a bit quicker. Which could make a difference, You never know at this point. So now we are going to see an age up with the core, the artisan, right? We have 400 wood. Sticking to the standard. That's nothing wrong with that. Dutch, though, kind of delayed. I'm not going to lie. They're kind of delayed right now in their age up time. And only 15 vills as well. It's not going like 16 vil, 17 vil. I'd be a little bit concerned and precautious about that, Could end up biting them. Because either A, you want to age up earlier, or B, you want to get more vills. You kind of just don't want to sit there and try to speed up your age up time by just not gathering, not training anything. It just means your eco is going to fall a bit behind, and yeah. Alright, see, this is another fallacy right here, because these should be on wood, these should be on food, and these should be on the coin. To get you hunting dogs, placer mines, and just setting up your, age 2 economy with the proper upgrades and everything. Not just playing like a standard civ. At least if you want to really tweak out all the resources you want. That's usually what you're supposed to do, really, there. Yeah. And then at this point, we see the Plastuni coming around doing some scouting from Russia. Not a bad idea. So what's a politician going to be? Burger, right? The Burger. That gives him about 440 coin, about 4 silver coin crates from Argentina. And then Meadow at this point is making some more Plastunis, it looks like, just to scout the map with. Honestly, that's something maybe players could start doing, once they have excess food. Just scout around the map with the Plastunis and just scout around and stuff. And see what you can accomplish. Yeah. So now he's actually raiding him a bit with the Plastuni there. Since these are sort of like a war dog type unit, they do have a malice against Vils to prevent them from basically cheating the game in Age 1 with the Uber raid or whatever. So yeah. Starting with Cossack raid, it looks like about 5 Cossacks. Does he have 4 Cossack? Yep, 4 Cossack. Got Cantonus, some crates, Vils. Sevastopol. Yeah. I mean, it's definitely more team-oriented because he's got the dueling school, but I get it. This is probably more of a 2v2 deck, I would say. Slightly more of a 2v2 deck because you're opting for this instead of focusing on your own training, I guess. Yeah. I definitely see Meadow doing pretty okay right now with the pressure here. So we're just surrounding his town center, keeping an eye on stuff. He is going for a bit of a siege onto his TC. Maybe he should have just kept sieging that. Who knows? Looks like Omar is going to get a bit raided there by Plastunis. Yeah, but the thing Meadow doesn't realize is, they're really weak against Vils. These should really just be used against skirmishers and archers and artillery. Really never against Vils. Especially the slaves that have the kung fu fighting ability. Yeah. Alright, so you got... Now, these are the units you want to raid with. These Cossacks. Just to put that into perspective. He is continuing to train villagers, right? So, yep. So now he is going to get a... he's going to chicken out. Not a bad move. Just get away from that town center if you're going to chicken out, alright? You don't want to take that extra damage for nothing. Alright. Omar goes double barracks. How's his resources looking? Not looking too good, He's got all this wood. Look at all the wood he's floating. This is bad. Very bad. Bad boy. Bad boy. You don't want to do that. You don't want to be floating that much wood. This is just a lesson because I know these players are sort of lower skill level. Just don't float that much wood, man. You need coin and you need food. You belong to a civ that does not have food and wood units. Yeah. Absolutely. And I do not like it that he's playing Dutch and he's not considering the optimization of the Vils at all. He's got a slave on hunting. He's got Javanese laborers on coin. He's got food settlers. I mean, the food settlers probably could do anything, but, definitely the laborers and the slaves, you got to optimize a little bit better than that, because look at how little resources he's using there. Yeah. Meadow, at the very least, seems to be playing this map really well, and the fact that he's going with constant settlers, he's switching to fishing now. He's using the map to his advantage. That can't say much for Omar doing that. Alright, so he's pressuring him a little bit over there. He's going to siege down his stable, which is pretty funny. Gets a bit of XP from that. Alright, well, here's the thing. If you're Meadow, I would say just make a bunch of pikemen if he's going to play like this and just siege out his base. It's always something you could do. Well, now he's going Grenadiers, so maybe not, but, alright, well, at least he got the first phase done. Definitely my cards are on Meadow at this point, just because he's playing a little bit more responsible. I mean, he's still not doing the best thing. He's kind of just giving up on keeping the constant Vil. Alright. Okay, I think he caught himself there. He realized, you know, I need to make sure I have enough food for Vils, or... Yeah, very, very good correction there. Something you should always consider. Platoon should actually be on the Grenadiers and let the Cossacks deal with the Vils. Just saying. He might get a Villier. No, because he messed up the formation. But I get it. I mean, he's still doing okay. Now he's gonna get some crates in. I still like the momentum of Meadow over Omar 100%. Now he's shipping in Grenadiers. He's depending on his shipments now, and then he's shipping in Wood Villagers. I mean, they're villagers. I mean, you should never ever be in the macro situation where you gotta take like all your vills and stick them onto like one resource like that. It's just so inefficient. You know what I mean? It's not like you're playing Food Wood Coin or Food Wood Gold, that scenario where you have one person doing one resource and then you have them doing the other one. Nah, that's a horrible way to play, because essentially you're doing twice the work to get the same resources as if you just optimize your economy better. That's exactly it. That's exactly where this is going south. Deep south. Like Georgia and Florida south and Alabama south. Or maybe even Mexico south at this point, you know? You just need to better your economy. It's the only way you're going to learn. 100%. Yeah, at the very least, Meadow at least is diversifying a bit. He's got some on hunts, he's got some on trees, he's got some on coin, he's doing some fishing. He has a bit of a better grasp of how macro is supposed to be done, definitely. To the point that he's not struggling as much to put together these units, you know? I would say, though, at this point, if you were Meadow, maybe consider doing... Okay, get a temple, that's good. You know, that'll trickle you some XP. You can put that XP to good use. Omar throws a Vil, not too smart. You kind of should know that he's right outside your base at this point. Plan accordingly. And what else? 5 Vils there. One more settler. Yeah, I mean, if I was Meadow, I would say... I don't know. I mean, now he kind of needs a housing space, though. That's the thing. So, I mean... I was like thinking maybe take some off of the wood and really buckle down on food and coin and just go full wine infantry mass. That could be something you might want to do in this particular situation, but I'm not too sure at this point, because he's kind of just stacking Grenadiers now, so maybe I would want like some more Cossack, or maybe some... Is he on the max of his platoonies? Yeah, he's basically on the max of... Can have like one more of them in the build limit, and that's it. Yeah, definitely. Get a blockhouse on the front now. His head is like in the middle of the building. Are they gonna like bury him in wood or something? I would imagine, yeah. That looks really painful. They're like splintering wood into the poor explorer at that point. Yeah, he's getting buried alive by the building foundation. Yeah, doesn't seem too nice. Oh, wow. Did he do that on... Was that planned? If he planned that, that is just so brilliant right there. Because you see what he did. He made him use his charge grenade throw, and now he can chase him with the units. Or maybe he should. No, he's not going to do it. He's going to chicken out. I think he realizes he might not have quite enough units yet, and he might just want to make sure he doesn't lose too many of them. Maybe something like that. Kind of just playing it safe. you know. But definitely I would charge the Grenadiers now because I know that I used the chargeability up, so now I have a bigger time in basically cleaning them up now with my infantry, you know what I mean? Because if Omar does want to micro onto my infantry with those Grenadiers and be really dangerous, you got to be ready for that sort of thing, you know? Yeah. Fortunately, he's caught up with all those flankers now, which is not good. Hussars being a bit of an issue, it looks like. Yeah. Oh boy, he's getting a bit creamed here now. I will say that. But thankfully you got a blockhouse here, so you can actually, like, retreat, be tactical, you know? You don't have to die on this hill, you can sort of push back a bit if you have to. But no, it looks like he's got some line infantry here, so he is getting some reinforcements involved, which is great. He could ship the Cantonists too, he hasn't even done that yet, so he's still has a bit of a chance of doing that. Right, so yeah, I mean he's dealing. Oh no, he's got that full HP Explorer there too, kind of making it hard for him. Let's see if he can down that thing again real quick. Be good. Okay. I mean, it's not the most optimal situation, but it's doable. Because he is eventually going to fight his way through all of his stuff there. I think he is. Wait a minute, no, we've got more Grenadiers there. Never mind. Yeah, he's definitely learning, though. That's good. Alright, yeah, now he's cleaning up some of that infantry, which is good. Yep, that's definitely. I'd really like to see Meadow just clean this up right here and get the win. He deserves it a bit more, I think. That's what I would say. He knows to put the wood in. Where did the crates go? Where are the crates? Where are the crates? Where did he put the crates? Oh no, that's his crates. Alright, I was like getting really worried for him there for a second. Alright. Yeah, see, he's doing alright. He's like grouping up enough line infantry and handling that. Oh yeah, he's doing alright. Now he's doing good. He just needs a bit more of a mass, and I think he might be able to eventually, you know, do it, yeah. Advanced arsenal. That's kind of a greedy one, but I guess. Why not the Cantonists, though? Why not get a few extra skirms in there, just to clean up the heavy infantry? That's why I'm wondering. I feel like if he did that, he might be in slightly better shape there, with the eco and all that, yeah. Definitely the thing that's keeping him going is the fact that he knows to do the fishing boats, whereas Omar just not doing that. He's also getting some good market techs now, I guess, too. It's always fun seeing low-level player like low elo legends like this battle each other every now and then. Because it's something you normally only watch in Age of Empires 2, but when we get in Wars of Libya, it's always a bit of a fun one, you know? Also helps them to learn as well how to improve their skills a bit. Oh wow, he's doing pretty good there. Yeah. 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 He's doing it. Making it happen. Now he's shipping in the skirms. Get counter infantry rifling on him too to boot, and he's really going to do well. Got Flintlock to get the HP up on his line infantry. A little bit more tankiness doesn't hurt. Again, amalgamation now, so a bit of coin. Very good. Military drummers improvement, that's always good, yeah. Now he's going to get the paper cartridge to get the damage up on his line infantry. Again, with the floating of the resources, what could you do if you have this much wood and coin? Well, you could get some towers up, you could get some technologies, you could get some natives on the map, you could get some outlaws. I'm just like thinking out of the box here for you as a newer player and saying, you know, there's some things you could be doing here to kind of better your situation in this type of a skirmish, you know what I mean? That he's just not doing. You should really consider doing a bit differently here to improve, you know? Oh yeah, that's all a lot you could be doing here to make it go a bit nicer. Definitely. Because he could get like a lot of outlaws with all that coin he had. See, now he's going to start raiding on his vills now, which is really funny. And then he's going to get him over here with the line infantry now. That's smart. Get him on multiple fronts and oh boy, he's chasing him into the wilderness. Oh no, that is so bad. Why are you going this way? Why are you going that way? Going away farther from the town center. Oh no, that is just really cruel to do to yourself, man. Yeah. You don't go far away from the... Yep, because see, now he's going to find him with the line infantry. Oh, there you go. It's a good situation. Why did he throw that so easily? You know, he could have just brought him back to his town center, got a big army, and fought Meadow. Say somehow let him get double score, and oh boy. Kid needs to learn some AoE 3 skills, big time. That is... Yeah, at least Meadow sort of knows what he's doing there. He sort of knows how to manage an economy and build a military, and how to do basic tactics and stuff. The Momar kid, for all his talking and yapping, did not perform too well there. Not at all. I mean, they'll both probably get better over time, don't get me wrong, but yeah, definitely this is funny to watch. Like, running far away from your town center is a great idea, apparently, yeah. I think we know who won that one. It's pretty obvious who won that one. The man has this much floating resources and he still feels the need to resign. Like, you can't even make this stuff up. Like, he actually had more resources. For all that he was floating, he was just being super unoptimal. Yeah, yep. That's why you gotta learn your skills, your AoE3 skills, so you can avoid those types of situations from going south, you know? Oh yeah, 100%. So what match are we on now? We got about 3 more Guilder games, actually 4 more Guilder games. I believe these are the last ones from this patch, and then we're going to get into the new stuff. Yeah, the really funny stuff. Australia, Russia versus Romania. What is that? So they're going to do a 2 versus 1? Now that should be interesting. Australia, Russia versus Romania. Unless they're going up against Gommuistan. And they're doing a 2 versus 1. Australia, Russia versus Romania. Wait a second. Let me change this music over really quickly. There we go. Save the day. We were on Large Carolina, which is not a which is Large Carolina, which is not a ESOC map, so it plays Civ theme. So we cannot have that happen, right? Especially the Romanian folk dances, since that song will copyright this stream, and I won't make any money on it. So yeah, definitely. Alright, just wanted to make sure. Okay. So, what is going on here? So, Hishay is 2 versus 1ing Nick and Guilder. How did this happen? Who thought of this harebrained scheme of a match? How does this happen? What are we looking at? Can somebody please tell me what's going on here? How did this happen? Whose bright idea was this match? How do you come up with this stuff? Hishay of all people taking on a 2 versus 1? With no treaty? You can't make this stuff up. Must have lost a bet or something. This is... What did they promise him to make him do this? You know what? This is going to end badly for the kid. I feel bad. Like, you got a Russia here, a Russia Nick, and then you got Guilder down here with the Australians. Like, wow. And this isn't like a spectator thing either, right? Like, Guilder isn't going to resign and, like, watch in the corner or whatever, right? He's just going to... Nah, this is really weird. Wish one of them was here to explain this to me. Like, what is going on? Like, is Guilder or Nick here to explain this one exactly? How did you convince Hishay to 2 versus 1 you like this? Like, what did he really think he was going to win this? Yeah, unless he calls like a monster truck or something, goes tuck tuck tuck. Big monster truck rolls down, go like that. It's the only way I see him winning this. Like, this is crazy. Craziest use of a match ever in the history of AoE 3. Oh, it is. It's like comedy. It's like Comedy Club. I'm trying to even think of what they were even thinking with this. Kid gets economic theory with hunting dogs, bloodhounds, and paraffin lamps. I will tell you from the get-go, when you're playing a 2 versus 1, and you're the lonely player, the lonely one, you do not get line of sight technologies. You don't even get mining technologies. But you definitely don't get line of sight technology. And he gets the other one too, campfires. You know why you don't get that? Because these people are going to be in age 2 and they're going to rush you out of age 2. Why would you get food based technologies that could stall your age up time in a 2 versus 1 against players far more skilled than you? You could at least, try to age up at the same time, maybe ship some units, yeah. Yeah, he must have gotten real angry with something they did in the team game or something to warrant this situation. Yeah. I don't think he would think that he could have won this, right? I don't know. It's like we've gone from like really good like team games and 1 versus 1s, and now we're just looking at comedy hour. Got like a 1v1 low elo legends, and then we got a low elo legend 2 versus going up against 2 high seeded opponents, 2 of them. I mean, in the time that he's going to lose in this match, I could have like gone into the kitchen, like taken 2 sausages into the microwave, put some cheese on it, put some of that hot sauce on it, put some bread on it, and maybe get something else to have with it too. And maybe even a cookie. Like, why don't you just eat lunch? Have some almuerzo. It's good for you and better use of your time than a 2 versus 1 against Nick and Guilder. It's already starting now. I mean, he's already got the platoon. He's Vladimir Putin and the Vladimir Rasputin. You gotta love that name with the plastoonis. And Guilder running forward with his laborers there, getting ready to put a barracks down. Obviously, this is like TikTok. This is the TikTok of Age of Empires 3. This is literally TikTok, like skibbity toilet brain rot. Trying to process what's even happening here in real time. It's not even like educating new players on how to play the game. This is like a skibbity toilet brain rot situation. Trying to figure it out. Can anyone explain what's going on here? Really trying to figure out how this match even happened. I'm probably going to figure out for the next 10 years. Because I told you I've been playing Wars of Liberty since 2015, right? So I'm going to probably be waiting until 2035 before I even know why this match even occurred. Yep. What is it? Alright, yeah. Barracks, blockhouse. When did Hishay think that he was even going to last here? We were waiting for one more player, and then Hishay suggested that we do this. He even refused handicap. Are you serious? He refused handicap? He refused handicap. What? You know, 1 second. I'm going to check this phone real quick, and then I'm going to give you my opinion on that. Just sit tight. I'm going to give you my opinion on this matter really quickly once I get back in. did pretty quick, right? But back to the situation. So Hishay, from all the matches he's done with me, as well as ones with other players, and probably has played against both of you a few times, when did he think that he was actually going to win this situation, like ever? He knows that you're both really probably some of the best Wars of Liberty players in the seed. Did he think he was going to even win against one of you? How is he going to win against both of you without handicap? What made him think that he was going to do it with Romania of all civs? This isn't even a high-tiered civ. This is like one of the worst civs you could play in a situation like this. It's like, oh boy, I'm going to make some hajuzi. This is going to go great. Alright. Okay. This is going to be so sad if he flops with just one of you. Yep, here comes the Pastuni. It's over. It's already over. You've already disproven your theory right there. I was waiting for him just to die to the militia and just quit right there on the spot. But, you know, the Pastuni just proved the point even more. Like, this match should have never even existed. This is like taking a 10-year-old kid who plays on TikTok on his phone and tell him to come up with a good matchup. This is what he would come up with his brain rotted, matter would come up with. Yeah, take someone who's totally a turtle that can't do well in a strict 1 versus 1 environment and pin them against two of the best players in the 2 versus 1. Oh yeah, I got some Scythemen. Yeah, that's gonna do great. Can't even fight the dogs. Can't even fight Fido. Fido's being them. Oh boy. 7.5 minutes will never get back either of our days, you know. Like I said, you could prepare your lunch or dinner with whatever, like stick it in a microwave and eat and nourish your mind, and you wouldn't have to look at a 2 versus 1 like that. Yeah. It's a good April Fool's joke, you know? Like, if somebody's a professional caster of AoE3, like somebody at ESOC or whatever, here's a great game to cast. It's the best game you'll ever play. They'll go through it and go, April Fools. You got me. That was absolutely horrible. That was the worst match I ever seen. Yeah, that's how you get somebody good who's a caster. You tell them to cast that game. Tell them it's like the best game of the century, better than Viper and, I don't know, Hera versus Larry and, I don't know, Bernie Sanders, you know? Yeah, I don't know. That was definitely something totally unexpected. They threw me for a loop with that one. So now we're gonna get into a real match here, hopefully. I don't know, is it going to be like a real 1 versus 1, or are we going to see something like that again? It's going to be real interesting, though. So it's going to be Australia versus Russia. From what we saw from that premise, is it going to be Nick versus Guilder? Guilder with the Australians, Nick with the Russians? That would be pretty good. I mean, let's pull it up right now and see. Australia versus Russia, maybe. Where are we at with Australia versus Russia? Alright, so now we're going to see probably, if that is the case, it's going to be 2 evenly matched opponents against each other, which is good. Slowing in right now through the loading bar. And yeah, here we are on ESOC, Alaska. Good map. Good competitive map as well. Not that weird Carolina stuff that Hishay does all the time. Alaska. This is a good map for fishing. This is actually a really good map if you're Australia. Only if you build the right kind of deck, though, for it. If you build the right type of deck as Australia for this map, you're winning the game automatically. Well, not really, but it's going to be much more skewed in your favor. Put it that way, you know. Still, there's some discrepancies in the Australian roster that's going to throw you behind, but this is one of the types of maps Australia really wants to be on, is a really good water map like this with all their water cards, all their fishing and whaling cards. Yeah, most definitely on this kind of a map. And This is not Russia. This is Germany. I mean, the flags look really simple, really similar, and I'm wondering. Well, this is not the first typo we've seen today from Guilder, so I'm wondering if the lad is colorblind or something. Like, he mixed up the Belgian flag with the French, and now he mixed up the Russian flag with the Germans. So maybe our lad's colorblind. Maybe doesn't see colors properly, or he's got one of those tinted monitors. Probably another possibility. It's fine, it's totally fine. But just an interesting observation when I'm going through the recordings and that you submit and just looking at them, like, maybe there's something going on there, because that's not the first typo I saw there. And I'm like, oh, these flags do look kind of similar if I saw the colors slightly differently or something. And yeah, it's an interesting observation. Because if this was the Russian flag, that would be a blue stripe and not a black stripe, pretty much. Yeah, so. Either way, though, if we are looking at this from totally a tier list perspective, right? Germany would win very easily against Australia. But we can't base it off of that, because we know Guilder's a very strong opponent, and he's on the water map. And we know, too, that line infantry start with Germany is always the standard. It's like their best go-to sort of build to do, their method to their madness. Yeah. I renamed the recordings on batches in from memory, so this is bound. Oh, okay, so it's a memory error. That happens. I get it. I've messed up things too like that with my memory, where I think it's like a certain player or a certain civ, and I think I've typoed something in my brain before. It depends on how the day is, if you're doing a lot of busy work that day and really tired, of course you're gonna flop on certain things like that. It's totally fine, It's kind of funny, though. Yeah, most definitely. Getting into this match, though, it looks like Nick has gone with the Albrecht plan instead of settlers first. So that basically means this is going to be a pretty greedy Germany setup. You go the Albrecht plan, or the Albrecht plan, I think it would be if it's German. You go with the Albrecht plan to essentially have the same effect as the Virginia Company with the British, because if you haven't played Wars of Liberty Germans before, they're essentially the British from the Legacy game. They got the manor house boom, only that their houses are called the Mites Casernes, but same thing, you get a free villager from each house that you build. Their roster has been swapperooed a bit to look more like the British, Royal Guard muskets, Royal Guard hussars. Only thing that's different is those Krupp factories that produce artillery for free over time. That's sort of like one of the nuances that you're going to have to get used to. As well as a new set of German-themed cards and stuff as well. It's not a complete clone of the British, and that's good, Obviously, you're not going to see these German men in their flamboyant tights coming out with longbows in the 19th and 20th century and trying to fight World War I. No. Yeah, that would totally be something new, but fortunately we don't get to see that here. Since he did get the Albrecht plan, it looks like he will be able to stack Mites Casernes one after another, bringing in lots of extra settlers, which is great. Australia, though, is indeed playing the map to the best benefit of the Civ by going water. Now, did he build the deck around water? Absolutely yes. We got rendering plant, we got Brewarina fish traps. I thought it was Barracuda fish traps for some reason. It's Brewarina ones, and then you got Coral Sea. So yeah, you got these really critical fishing cards here to really pump your fishing really well. Yeah, 100%. This is be like really good fishing. If Australia wanted to go super bonanzas or whatever, they could have actually gotten even more fishing cards. They could have gotten fish market. They could have gotten whale oil, and they could have really raked the sea really well for all its resources, Yeah, definitely. Would have been a good setup. But that's totally fine. I mean, you kind of got the essentials now. Because Coral Sea is really basically the same, I think, as whale oil, except it gives you a coin trickle as well. Brewerina Fish Traps is just a clone of rendering plant, so I mean, you got the big ones, you got the big boys down, so that's good. Oh, double dock, double dipping the docks for fishing chips. Now that's very smart. That's going to be such good value. What I would call this match, if I named the recording, I would call it Albrecht Plan versus Australian Fish Boom. As we're basically seeing two very extreme, powerful economic philosophies and methods in a 1 versus 1 setup. Like, is 20 extra settlers very quickly better than having 2 Australian docks doing the fish boom on an Alaska map? This is a really interesting experiment, actually. It's going to be pretty rewarding too, so definitely looking forward to this. Yeah. So going stable barracks, Hussar line infantry, pretty fair, I think. Especially since Australia really does well in the anti-infantry department. They really don't have a lot to go up against the Hussars with an age 2 besides their spearmen. So yeah, very wise move there by Germany. Is Australia getting the middle? Well, they got barracks, right? And the walling up too. That's probably a good move if Hussars might be coming in here. So what is the military aspect of this deck? So it's actually around colonial, rebellious combat. So if Australia does make it to age 3, we might actually see them go for Rum Corpsmen. The Rum Corpsmen, as you know, are actually an anti-Hussar unit with range multipliers against Hussars. A very powerful unit indeed. So that could potentially swing things really in Australia's favor, because normally we see the more anti-infantry side to Australia with the boomerang fire stick thing. But if we see Rum Corpsmen be called out here, that would be a total stamp, like nail in the coffin to German Hussar play big time. Yeah, and as far as ranged infantry is concerned, they're actually pretty reasonable in that area too, so kind of a bit scary to be Germany there, yeah. An unhappy Cappy moment, pretty much, to be Germany, yeah. Big time. Yep, get all that fishing done, 100%. Starting to get some of the fishing techs down too, like fish processing, which is pretty good. How many vills are we on with Germany at this point, just for reference? So we are on about 38 vills. How many fishing boats? Fishing boats, we are on about 14 of them. And how many vills? So kind of, I would like to say, technically Nick has slightly more Vil Val right now, it seems like, but yeah, definitely. I think once you get all the Mites Casernes down as Germany, definitely Australia is going to pick up a lot faster, because they can get even more fishing boats and really eat the map really well. Yeah. How many of these does he have left? 2 more. So 2 more free Vils from the Mites Casernes, and then it's kind of done at that point. Yeah, well, actually 3, because this one's sort of unfinished here. So you got like 3 more Vils to add to the stack. Big thing to remember with Germany as well is that their villager build limit is actually smaller than other civs, because some of that population consideration goes into the Krupp factory population costs. Yeah, basically Krupp factories are sort of like works buildings, where they do cost a bit of population because the work that they do as a building is comparable to villager work or villager seconds. So yeah, they kind of have to cost population for all the powerful stuff they do, like producing artillery for free. So that's a lot of resources that you're kind of generating from the building, you know? It's a lot of work being done. Picking up the royal decree, it looks like. Yep, well, politic, probably going to be coming real soon. That might be a huge miscalculation, you know? Wouldn't it be something if Nick made the assumption that Guilder was going to go Fire Sticks in Age 3? And then ends up going with all these Land Warren units and finds out he ends up going Rum Corpsman instead, and it all sort of falls apart. That would be something, and I think there might be a little bit of a teeny-weeny chance that might happen here. Because I see him going for the Royal Decree, and I'm like, wait a second, why is he getting Royal Decree? You know? Like, what's the point in that? Unless he's getting the units from the Royal Decree. Like the shipment units, yeah, might not get well politic there. Because I would say, definitely if you're going to do that, you definitely want to have Bismarck model in Age 4, and I don't see that there. No, I don't see Bismarck model. I see the telegraph troop in, I see the steel guns, and then I see the factories. Yeah, definitely not. Stud and wool trade. When do we ever see this card ever be used? I don't remember ever using this card. The last time I remember using this card was like 2 or 3 years ago when I was bug and balance testing for the Wars of Liberty team when this patch was coming out where this all was being introduced. Like, yeah, they wanted me to like look over all the cards and everything, and I was like, yeah, that works, you know. That's the last time I've ever like really looked at this card, so I'm really surprised that they even see that card ever be used again. Not saying it's a bad card, you know, but yeah. It's certainly good if you have existing livestock pens. If you don't have an existing one, it's really kind of weak, because remember in Definitive Edition, you can get a card that gives you a livestock pen wagon and 6 to 7 sheep, right? So, yeah, you really need to have those extra livestock pens either already there or in the future or whatever, I think, for you to actually be worth having that, you know? Just saying. Going up to Age 3 with the Swan King. Gives you about 2 of the outposts, which is pretty good. Uh, 1,000 wood for Australia. So doing line infantry with skirm, it looks like. Oh, we went bush rangers, so went full colonial. Very interesting. Putting a good forward outpost there too. Going industrial. Guilder's going industrial. Nick is locking into Age 3, it looks like. Doing skirms and kilosses. Which, you know, not a bad thing. Could really help out. Again, veteran on the line infantry. Very good. How many kills says again? Should try to at least get a few of them. Yeah. Very good. Very nice. 8 skirms as well. Of coin is coming in as well.
Auftrag bereit. Auftrag.
Oh, rifleman. Oh boy, that's an unfortunate sight. Oh, the pom-poms, not the pom-poms. Nothing but the pom-poms. These are basically Australian machine guns. These things are really dangerous to deal with, yeah. Oh. Ah, got him. You got him. He's going to ship in 3 more of them now. 3 more pom-poms, so good luck with that. Now doing the rum corpsman as well. Notice how they got a really insane range attack, particularly against scout units. And when you combine with the rifleman, then there's basically no cavalry that can survive, pretty much, yeah. It's really good for hand cavalry based civs like Argentina and stuff to combine them. Up, and here comes the pom-poms. O que ele says? Yeah, see, machine gun type units like this, because they're rapid fire, are actually pretty decent against heavy cav. Like that. See how they stop them in their tracks? Yeah. That's sort of the way Wars of Libya is actually designed, you know, so that rapid fire types of artillery are actually statistically going to do better against heavy cavalry of any kind, yeah. I see you try to call the landward cavalry onto the artillery and it just didn't work. Oh, going for the Schutzen, so hoping to maybe clean up the infantry and reach the artillery that way. I guess. And then the veteran Ulan shipment after that. Also pumping in some land more infantry, it looks like, too. Probably as the last ditch attempt to damage some of the units, yeah. Okay. Yeah, not bad. Not bad at all. Definitely not. Oh, you sent one of the royal decrees in. That's awesome. You sent the Hui in, right? That's his the Jingzhao Polidze. Yeah, very nice. Yep, these are basically mercenary musketeers that have an area of effect attack and melee, so they can be really good against cav and also generally good against other units too. Just because of their pretty good ranged combat skills. Yeah. Ooh, some veteran Nulans, jawohl. Problem is you got the rum core there, so I don't know if they'll be able to break. Let's see. And then he's got the dragoons coming from this side too. Just goes into trample mode with the yeah, see, these will clean that up, yeah. Alright, there you go. Alright. Oh, good way of turning it around, I guess, yeah. Oh, no, not the parrots. The parrots. Yep, these are basically heavy cannons, so kind of a done deal once you see these come onto the field, usually. Kind of just fishing them in with the rum core, I see. Oh, GG. That was an interesting match. You know, it just showed that Australia's like good at like one thing and one thing only, which is the fish boom. If you get the fish boom, then they really do well. Like, look at these food differences and look at these coin differences off the whales. And imagine if Guilder had even more fishing cards add in, like Fish Market and Whale Oil. We'd be looking at an even steeper difference here, which would be really big, yeah. So just a good show for you. If you ever see Australia on a water map, that's when we need to be very careful. Definitely very careful when you see that sort of thing. Australia on a water map. It's like really dangerous. Very dangerous. So what match is this going to be now? British versus Peru. Oh, interesting. So who's playing who there? That's a real interesting one. British versus Peru. Should be right over here. Yeah. So, okay, well, let me check this. Okay, this is Finland, right? Yeah, this is the Finland map. Just gotta make sure that's off. Very good. Okay, let's keep going. So, this is a very old Wars of Liberty map that people have always really liked. It's called Finland because it's, well, the coast of Finland, yeah. Like, if you look at a map of Finland in your geography class, you could totally see the Baltic Sea sort of like protruding from Finland like this. Yeah, definitely. And there's basically 3 different setups for this map. You got the winter, you got the snowy map, you got the autumn map, and then you got the fully iced over map that doesn't have any water on it. So this is a really cool map for variety, you know. It's kind of similar to the Saguenay map, which can have different seasons on it. So, yeah. Or Hudson Bay for that matter. So, yeah. Definitely like a same concept as Hudson Bay or Saguenay, but it's in Europe. Now, the thing that definitely sets this apart from Saguenay and Hudson Bay, there's no trading post stuff at all here. So you got no natives, and you got no trade. It's just wilderness, cows, and treasures. You got lots of hamburger meat just weighing around for you to look on the map, and then you got treasures. So, yeah. I know a lot of players that love Finland. It's like a really fun map. Yeah. I think obviously Vringo was the host of this game because he always picks normal maps because he's a normie and he loves normal maps. Just saying. And yeah, no, he picks them because the maps are usually larger, land him camp and turtle easier. But I digress. Basically, we're going to see Vringo's turtling Peru going up against Guilder's British. And this is going to be an interesting one. I mean, theoretically, I think British can handle this pretty fairly, but it'll be interesting to see either way. So, how does Guilder set up a British deck? So, Guilder does Colbertism as the first shipment. Again, that food trickle in. And lots of crates, redcoats, green jackets, cherry bums, and also the general here by the name of Sir Thomas Picton to give you some more redcoats, as well as allows generals to improve redcoats going forward, pretty much, yeah. These are the same generals that we saw earlier with the Anglophone civs that you could train from the fort, by the way. So they have all those same sort of abilities, pretty much, with the trumpet and everything. Yeah. And then from there, we got a fort, falconets, household blues, redcoats, green jackets, wood, factory, early factory, mind you. British is the only civ that can get a factory in age 3. Pretty impressive, huh? And then you got refridge and Royal Mint. Then at age 4, 3 rockets, 10 artist rifles, 8 Scots Greys, and Cardwell reforms to cheapen, and Baron Leiden to allow generals to boost artist rifles, your ultimate unit, as well as giving you another general. Yeah, basically. And, of course, robber barons, because, well, who doesn't love Congreve rockets, right? Oh, yeah. Most definitely. The one thing I will say about this deck, though, you got to put some infinite shipments in there. British is one of the few European civs that has a lot of infinite unit cards that you could really make some good use out of. Big time. Like the Household Blue ones, the Scott Grey ones, Highlander ones, Green Jackets, Rockets. You do get a lot of options in that field, so I'd say definitely consider adding in like an infinite card or two for like age 3 and 4 if you're British. Trust me, it will help you in prolonged battles, especially against this Juanito Vringo here, who just loves to turtle on big maps. You'll thank me later. And another thing about this British civ is that they age up with marriages and not normal politicians. So now you're marrying some French guy to basically give your settlers the properties of the CBD villagers. So a little bit more expensive, but also gathering a bit better too. So yeah, basically you should be picking marriages that you think synergize well together, or ones that play around your playstyle. So if you like the French, definitely go for the French marriage. If you like more of the Dutch style economy with the 3 different villager types, then you can actually go with the Dutch. If you want more experience, go with the Danish. They'll give you some XP crates and give you golden ages if you like that sort of thing. And then with the Germans, I think they get this weird thing where if you build a barracks, you get free redcoats from it or something. I don't really think it really helps out most of the time, but yeah, I can see where they're going with that. Yeah, so I can understand that pretty much. Yeah. And what deck is Vringo doing here? So this is the Vringo deck that we've seen for a while now. He basically uses counter marking and Furrier in age 1. He also has a lot of economic cards here. He's got Pisco Distillery, a Parcelia, Casa de Moneda, Gran Coco, and refrigeration, as well as some pretty good improvements like Ciela Combat for Vivenderos and Lanceros, and To the Last Cartridge. Yeah. And not in this patch, but the ones to follow that we'll see tonight. This card actually has had a coin cost added to it, I believe, as well as the other one with the Endepinistas, just because it's such a powerful unit that it warranted some sort of a resource cost to make it not so exploitable in a 1 versus 1. Yeah, because the last thing you need is like a big army of horse grenadiers with guard level upgrades just ruining your day, right? Yeah. British is going to go double barracks red coat against Varengo's Legion Piranhas, it looks like. Yeah. So here's the Legion Piranhas right now. Coming into full fruition. Here they are. Okay. So a bit of a misplacement there. Oh no, this is British base. So Varengo's go. This is the Varengo thing that I was talking about in my upload last, the one where I did Mexico. So basically, Varengo has began this wise idea of sticking a forward barracks on the corner of the map to attack you with. So the way I found a way to deal with it was to play Mexico, because you got the Presidio. If he does raid any villas, then you drop the grave, and then you regenerate some of that food, right? With the Dia de los Muertos card. So I guess in this case, Guilder is going to have to learn how to deal with a side flanking Varengo Mallow with grenadiers and stuff. Absolutely chaotic. Yeah, just pull out, let the firemen lose their HP. You can totally siege this house. Won't be too bad, right? Yeah, definitely. And definitely you can ship these green jackets too, so a bit of support there. Yeah. Big time. Here comes Juanito Malo, Valingo. He's going to get one settler, but unfortunately the cherry bums are coming out. So that'll be a bit of a danger. I will say, though, the cherry bums might actually not be the best thing to use, just because the way the cherry bums work with the British is they have less hit points than hussars, but they have more movement speed. So they'll definitely connect with the grenadiers. It's just that there's a good chance the Legion Piranhas in numbers will actually be able to fight them off. Basically, yeah. I like how he goes into like a split formation to go after both sets of vills, which is pretty smart. Honestly, yeah. Yep, well, he knows where the vills are going now, the Aldinos, so that's good. So you got some cherry bums right here. Well, as I said before, their HP is certainly less than the hussar, but their movement speed is actually faster. Another thing, too, is it has resource costs flipped. It costs 120 coin, but only 80 food. If you know about the hussar, they cost 80 coin, but 120 food. So really a flipping of the resources there. How original, right? Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, definitely it's good for situations where you struggle to connect with retreating units. In particular, cherry bums are arguably a better pick against Peru, because against the Peruvians, as you know, when the grave falls when you defeat one of the units, the other units gain a line of sight and a movement speed bonus in their retreat, which means the cherry bums are actually more equipped to chasing down retreating Peruvian units with that little bonus stamped onto them. Just a little bit more slightly, with the movement speed of about 7.25 to actually make it to their target as desired. And if I remember correctly, I believe there's a movement speed related card for the British cavalry. I thought there was. I think it was full horse gallop or something. Am I imagining things? There was a card for full horse gallop or something, where British cavalry and maybe infantry could actually charge faster it. Yeah, I thought so. Green Jackets arrived, but at the wrong time, basically.
Good day, sir.
Okay. Splitting up the red. You like most of his red coats, right? Oh yeah. Basically forces Guilder on to skirmish now to deal with all these grenadiers. This is sort of the way the Varingo build has really been obnoxious to players, because it sort of throws you for a loop because you're looking at Varingo's basically like, oh, I sort of just caught him off guard there, but no, he catches you off guard with the big army of these grenadiers, and you have to be like a total wizard at micro to base. And here's the other thing. This is why Peru is just so painful, because even if you're good at kiting, that grave works the other way too. The movement speed that they gain from the death can actually be used to chase your units as well. To the point that you can't kite anymore unless you have like 30 range or something like really big. Yeah, and then Varingo gets his Lancero shipment in at 2, so that's really not good. It's going to be even more painful. Oh boy. Look at all the green jackets this man's going to lose now. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely a horrible situation to find yourself in. Minutemen coming out. Let's see if he can fight off those lances. Yep, he gets that one. It's got a CBD from a treasure he got earlier. Get a stable for the cherry bum is totally good. Lancero is almost down. You just got to retreat a little bit more. Yeah, get those Lanceros out there. You gotta get rid of the Lanceros. That's like big priority number 1, so you can actually appropriately deal with the heavy infantry that's coming at you. Yeah, 100% on that one. Yep, get that last one over there. Oop, yep, absolutely. Fusion Piranhas. Where is Guilder's Eco at, by the way? So he's kind of strapped for coin right now. He's like barely hanging on to coin right now, just dealing with all these grenadiers. I mean, he should be able to clean that one up. Maybe he can. Where's the Varingo barracks now? So it's still over here. Maybe if he can split forces from Varingo, like get his forces split, maybe then he can actually sort of divide and conquer, as they say. Yeah. Because either that or you're going to need a lot of cherry bums to like chase those piranhas down and make up for their lack of HP. Yeah, so he will do some cherry bums, it looks like. Hence why you probably need the 700 coin, because of their inverted food and coin distribution costs. Scouting around with the CBD, it looks like. Maybe just to distract him. Get him away from the barracks. Does Guilder even know where the barracks is by any chance? He does not even know where this painful thing is coming from. Yep, so that might be a bit of an issue. Oh boy, yeah. So cherry bums, green jackets, and red coats. The only 3 units you can train in Age 2 is the Brits, by the way. So kind of has the whole army at his side there. Oh no, not the coolies. Thankfully, though, wrong place at the wrong time, because yep, cherry bums are going to intercept them 100%. Oh boy. Yeah, that was horrible. Truly horrible. That's like a wasted shipment for Varingo now. He thought that Guilder was going to be trying to look for his barracks, and then he was going to sneak up on his town center with those sappers and destroy the whole town center. Oh, yeah, that would have been very devastating. Calls out the Serenos now for a quick defense, it looks like, yeah. Ship in some more coin. As many cherry bums as you can get would be really preferable here, honestly. Let's see if he can catch him off guard and actually reach his grenadiers. Yep. Right here. Right here. Right here. Get him right there. Oh, going for the Vills first. Not bad. The thing is, these spearmen actually aren't good against cav because they get multipliers against siege troopers instead. So, yeah, kind of an interesting situation there. You would expect them to be good against cav, but actually no. Only about 11 hand damage against cav units, which is not a lot. At least compared to other stuff, you know. It's kind of like attacking them with a coyote runner or something, or a Vil. Almost.
Yes, sir.
Trying to watch both sides here to see what he's going to do. So, coming up with the cherry bums again. Does Guilder know that those are not good against cavalry? I hope he does. I hope he's not avoiding them just because he thinks that they're pikemen, they're going to hurt his cav or whatever. So that would be kind of a little concerning. Yeah. Oh boy, yeah, big time. Got some Moucheteros now, yeah. The other signature piece of Ringo's tactics. Going for some sort of a raid, most likely. He's got to deal with these Moucheteros first before he can really push into the base too much. Where are those going to go exactly? Well, they could probably go, maybe out of this mine. Is there any Vils up here? Yes. Yeah, oh no, these ones. If Ringo finds those, I'm going to have a very angry Guilder. Yes, right over here. Ooh, that was so devastating. That happens to me all the time with this Chico. This Chico Pirano every time. I always run into that. It always makes the match a little more interesting every time that happens with this Chico Pirano. And it basically forces you to learn to build outposts wherever you are on the map. Like, even if you don't want to, you have to have like some sort of tower there to avoid it. It's like a written like rule. A rule of life basically when you know Varingo's around. Oh yeah, 100%. Oh, I got those. That's good. Pardos mix. Now, these spearmen are good against cav. So you gotta watch out for those ones. Those ones can ruin your day if you're a cherry bum. Big time. So you definitely gotta watch out for those particular heavy infantry. Guilder finally finds the barracks that's been causing him so much pain this whole game. Where Ringo is starting to go to age 3 now, and we'll probably do this and this. This and this. This and this. Or we might try a turtle with that. But Guilder's doing the same thing too. He's getting married to the Portuguese woman, the Infanta of Portugal. Essentially gives you the same bonus where you get a covered wagon with each age up. up until Imperial Age, where you actually get your town center build limit improved to 4, just like the Portuguese. So that's really good for that.
Aye, sir.
So here comes the Redcoats.
Regiments on foot reporting. Ready and eager, sir.
Sir?
What needs doing?
So here comes the wall of infantry.
Second rank! Fire!
Probably at this point I would get Household Blues like right away, followed by Falconets. One of those shipments for this. Do watch out for the Mosquitoes though. Those could cause you some big issues there. Pretty good cleanup there on aisle 5. Now the siege proceeds, yeah. Big time. Yep, get that house siege down now. Very good.
We're all prisoners again before, sir. Yes, sir? Sir?
Factory coming out now. Oh, so he's going to take the greedy route, I guess. I would have just went with the assault units and just went for the town center. Because if you give Ringo time, he's just going to get a fort. Happens every time he gets a fort. Well, he went with the artisanals probably out of desperation, but just know that if he gets another shipment, he's going for that fort. It's going to add like another 5 to 10 minutes on the clock for yourself. I mean, I think Guilder's going to finish it up before he gets the fort, but still. It's an important Ringo fact. He loves his fort. He loves his fort. It's like key to the Ringo gameplay. Make sure you pull out there, yeah. Here's the Household Blue shipment, so you did get that. Definitely helps when you have double town center now. So even if Ringo does try one of his crazy Cooley Pardo siege tactics, you got another TC to fall back on. Gets the veteran redcoat upgrade now. Probably in preparation for the final push at this point. I really don't see any reason why you'd hold back anymore, considering your unit numbers and all your stats. Just saying. Yeah, I get that house down right away. Yeah, just ride around, see if you can target any particular targets there. Yeah, that's what I would totally do as well.
We're all prisoners accounted for, sir.
What needs doing? Open fire! Let him have it!
Oh, double household blue. Very smart there, I would say. Yep, GG. It's not always easy dealing with Ringo, so I definitely applaud you for overcoming his special tactics that he's adopted lately. They have been pretty tedious for me to learn too. That's why I started to adopt the Mexico strategy, because it just seems to work a bit better. Now, one thing I gotta look at now is this other recording. It says it occurred on March 14th. Is that right? So when did the last patch release? Last patch release on March 14th. So this is probably going to be in the next patch, so I'm going to boot up the other folder now. And we're going to check the Wars of Liberty older folder. So patch 1.1.3a. And then eventually we're going to get matches in 1.1.3b. Yeah. So let's see what this one's all about. Looking forward to it. So this match is called, if we go back to rec games, Paraguay, Serbia versus Denmark, Japan. Okay. Alright, so let's see what this one's all about. This one right here. Alright, here we go. Okay, so what? Oh, so we're on ESOC, Iowa. Is that right? Alright, so I'll just put the sound back on. It's an ESOC map, so no SIP themes here. So we got Guilder, Kazan playing as Japan, as well as Aladdin playing as the Danish. On the other side, we got Guilder with the Paraguayans, and Nick with the Serbs. Alright, so this could be a very interesting matchup, I would say, for a few reasons. Namely, you're dealing with some very funky team matchups, I would say. A Paraguay with the Serbia, that could be very aggressive. You know, Serbia, really good for pushing with lots of their infantry units, either their Scythemen, their recruits, or their Hajusi. The Paraguayans, obviously, with their more free units, maybe a bit of artillery or Escopetero or Pardo. Really depends on what they're in the mood for. Even Matrero, you know, you've seen my Matrero builds, and that's something very interesting. Yeah. And that's one I discovered on my own, too, just playing. Interesting Serb deck. 3 peasants. This card here, the Great Migration, is a really good card. I recommend every Serbian deck has. It either helps you boom in the mid game, or if you lose a lot of vills and you need them really quickly, it's a good way to recover them. Pretty much get a quick 15 vills back. We got the Pig War. Oh, you're going with the Pig War. I remember doing that one time. I was wondering, is this a good card? Going with Pig War? Yeah, it basically gives you 5 pigs, a livestock pen called a Hunter's Lodge for the nation states, and allows you to make pigs from it. Yeah, lots of bacon and ham. Even more than you need for Christmas, yeah. So where's that livestock pen going to go with the pigs? Right over here. There we go. And then I want to check out the Saladin deck too, mainly. So looks like one of your teammates already sent this card. So it looks like first sent the team settlers. So what does he go from here? Does he get a food trickle with free trade, or does he go with the ox cart? Yeah. This is the first patch, by the way, where there was a significant rework to the technologies of Europe, both in terms of names as well as visuals. So notice how Colbertism was changed to free trade. Same effect, same food trickle, just a different name now. And that's something you'll see with a lot of other technologies for these European civs as well. So we might want to pay super attention to the Danish this game if they get like a market or something too. Well, we could look at like Paraguay's deck as well and figure out what their build is. So you got the Infinite Food Works Wagon shipment here. This is good. Ameritech is also a good card. Lots of crates in Age 2. Really a lot of crates in Age 2. I mean, I guess this is like a hyper aggro deck. I mean, you got Pardo, Escopetero, Artisanal in all these crates. It's really depend on a lot of aggression there, yeah. Then H3, you got your Heavy Works, the Fundiciones, the Fort, Yacayobatais, the Cohetes, Volantes, Artisanal Cannons, Vivendelas, Las Juanitas Muy Bonitas, and then the Legiones Paraguayas. Yeah. So this is a pretty hyper aggro Paraguay deck, so I wouldn't be surprised if Paraguay makes a huge move to the front. Oh yeah. So I guess Paraguay ended up building their own food works, and then they shipped one from the home city. It's totally a different philosophy than I've seen before. Yeah. Goes up with the French wave. Now, why would you go 2 food works with the French wave? That one's a little bit odd to me, because normally the reason you go French is because you only have to build 1 food works, get a wood one or a coin one, and then use the bakery technology from the French colony to get 2 food works for the price of 1. Saving you shipments and allowing you to diversify your work distribution earlier on. I don't know, maybe Guilder is trying something a little bit new. A bit of a new experiment on that. Maybe. Yeah. I know if this was like the old Paraguay before the Lamb rework, then it would totally be normal to see somebody go for 2 food works that early, you know? It's just something we'd see a lot. Gets a barracks out. Oh no, another food works. So this is something really different. Quite different than what I've seen before. Like, I should probably try this out at some point. The 3 food works set up with Paraguay. Yeah, this is actually something we could do. Now, personally, I would rather get like a team infantry hit points here myself. Maybe I would even swap out this and this for like more upgrades, yeah. But principally, I mean, I like it. Oh yeah, big time. Yep, getting the woodworks now, I see. It's just a different way of just imagining the early game Paraguay build order. And then just hitting up all the crates after that, I guess. Oh, going for another woodworks. This is something totally new. Something I didn't know you could do with Paraguay. I'm just like paying really close attention to this master engineer to see when he's going to start military. And now you do the production. Okay. Now you do production builds. I mean, at this point, you have a pretty good portfolio of resources that you can fall back on, so I do think maybe this thing has some merit. But at the same time, you got to watch out over here, because you got a Japan and a Danish that's pushing on you. Japan with their sort of infantry, and then Landsoldatars again. These very trashy but super cheap muskets. Yep, Serbia has some Hajduk's. Very good unit for this type of situation. Basically, you see this like little Byzantine style flag underneath their feet. Basically, when you see this go on, it means that the Serb units are gaining an attack boost from their fallen comrade for a number of seconds, yeah. And instead of showing a grave, it shows like the little Byzantine Orthodox thing there. Yeah. Oh, it starts building the next woodworks, I see. Can actually start going full Escopetero now. Yeah. Definitely a different way of imagining Paraguay. I mean, I don't think it's going to be good all the time, but certainly for a match I'm doing in like a 2 versus 2, I'll give it a go. Now we see the Protos coming in, yeah. Going for a push on the barracks, but unfortunately there's a lot of anti-infantry there. You got the mule cannons, and then you got the Hajduk's, yeah. See, that's the problem with the land soldats. You can get huge armies of them, but they crumble rather quickly under the weight of like skirms and artillery. Oh yeah, they're mostly already gone at this point. Then once that Serbian ability with the Byzantine flag comes underneath their feet, then you know you're really in trouble. Even being able to train the artisanals from a foundry now just shows you how good this sort of Paraguay setup is for Guilder. Kind of a bit of a counter-offensive at this point. Can try to pick off these units as best as possible with the Kies and their range over all this other stuff. Not until the Mule artillery gets involved, though, then it's kind of impossible to do that. And at this point, Aladdin's just going to keep throwing in as much as he can to sort of help his ally out. Maybe do a bit of meat shielding, too, to protect the skirms. No market from Danish, which is kind of interesting, you know? You'd think at this point they'd at least try to get hunting dogs and the new replacement to placer mines in this patch. I guess not. Does Danish have that, like, age 4 card? Nah, no. Oh, Gunter wires right on top of him. That's always annoying. See if... Oh, good protection of the cannons that time, yeah. Really good setup there. When you don't want to be dealing with grenadiers, I guess, yeah. Oh, doing geese and pigs. So doing a bit of herdable eco there. Now that can be smart sometimes as the Serbs. When you don't quite have enough wood to go over to wheat crops, you can sometimes do some geese, which are very cheap. Herdable only costs about 50 food, but they also fatten rather quickly, but that's because there's not a lot of food in them. It's only 150 food, in fact, so... Yeah, you kind of have to balance out how many geese you're actually going to want to eat and make the return investment on, because you're putting 50 food in, getting 150 back. So you have to really plan it well, how much food you're going to put in, especially with these type of battles where you could lose a lot of units. How do you exactly want to get that set up, you know? Oh yeah. Big time. Now they're attacking back again like a soccer match. Yeah, kind of feels like a soccer match in a way, because one side goes to one side of the soccer field and then they transfer the ball and then they're on the other side of the soccer field. Yeah, Kind of feels like the way this match is going to go for a bit. Oh, this card. Slaughter of the Gommuistans. Now, this is an interesting shipment we usually don't see. Basically, every house you have is going to give you a hajuk. So you get about... How many houses is he on? 13, so he's going to get 13 free skirmishers out of that card. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. Can you delete these houses too to get more of them? Yeah, that's interesting. There you go. Big army of Hajuks. They kind of counteract the Grenadiers now. Basically, the idea of that is you're dealing with an army of Grenadiers, which, due to their charged grenade throws, might be dangerous to your infantry, but the one way you can sort of counteract that is using a bit of range with anti-heavy infantry multipliers to sort of push them back pretty much, yeah. So, yep. Good idea of essentially cleaning that up, and then you just have to worry about the Japanese stuff there, the Kie skirmishers, as well as the Gunter Rider Handcav. Right? Guilder's just hanging off to the side there and is probably going to go in with a huge siege with those Pardos. And could be helpful too with the hand cavalry as well. We do see a bit of hand cavalry from Guilder though, from the French immigrants, the Red Devils. These statistically, I believe, are akin to these. Yeah, you can basically tell they're very close statistically to each other. I think it's slightly a bit stronger, but yeah, nothing too bad, you know. Just enough to make them feel a bit different than the Gunto Riders, basically. And we got recruits there trying to defend against the Guntos. More artisanals. That's going to make a huge difference against all this. Oh, yeah, look at that. Two units down. And it's just going to keep plowing in. Yeah. Keep pushing in. Very good. Very good blast there. Oh, big time. Yeah, I would just chase those ones off as best as you can. Bring in the 700 food. And let's check back in with Paraguay. How many works are we on? We got 3 wood, 1 coin, 3 food. So, doing really well on that side of things. Eventually, we're probably going to see Hemeroteca improve the build limit of those works buildings, so we can have like 4 food, 4 wood, maybe like 4 coin in H2. And then obviously in H4, you can have 5 of them. H3 you can have 5 of them, and then H4 you can have up to 6 of them, and then Imperial 7, which is quite good. So mostly artillery and Hajuks here, just trying to be the range support, and then you just plow in with these Pardos at whatever sort of entranceway you can. Which wonder is this? This is probably going to be the Toshugu Shrine, is that right? Or let me look at Kazan. This is the Torii Gate. It's very rare that we see the Torii Gate be developed so late. You know, if Torii Gate is ever done, it's usually developed in H2 as part of a rush. So that the more kills you get and the more you train, the more XP you get. So I'm just wondering what that's all about, you know what I mean? Oh, he started with Golden Pavilion, so he actually went with improved unit stats first. And is now going with the Torii Gate. Ah, okay. Still, though, I probably would have expected the Toshugu Shrine a little bit more than that. Or maybe the Shogunate, yeah. Shogunate, so you could get some Daimyo type support going with the forward basing, yeah. Now we see a big lumbering wall of cannons and spears ready to move to the front again, yeah. Very good. Yeah, very good defense there, yeah. Aging up to age 3. Likely to upgrade the Pardos and the Artisanals real fast. Oh, Hussars. Yeah, watch out for those things. Especially as he's driving in with the Pardos, too. Ugh. Probably didn't expect the Hussars to come. Now it's going to lose basically all those cannons, the cañones. Yeah, especially with the fact that not all those Grenadiers fired their grenades yet. Really doesn't help. Matters at all. Still, the front survives and is actually going to be pelting the Grenadiers a bit more now, yeah. But it's going to have to move the Pardos back again because here comes more Hussars now, yeah. See that? It's going to keep supplying Hussars in now, which is really not good. But still enough artillery to keep the front going. Yeah. Ooh, yeah, this is a pretty good front they're doing, yeah. And then from there, can just keep pushing it more and more. Serbia's also up in age 3 and has veteran upgrade on the Hajduk's. Yep. So forward basing with the Serbs. The problem for these Hussars is every time they take out a Hajduk, they're actually going to be inflicting more damage for their sort of like little Serbian Grave Byzantine bonus thing, yeah. Yep, see, it's going to happen right here now. Right there. Notice how their attack goes up now and stacks. Even more. Yep, up to 21 now. 24. 25. So this is sort of where... Oh, 28. Oh, yeah, it maxes out even more. So I think... Yeah, it looks like it maxes out 28. So they did do some nerfing efforts there to keep it from getting too extreme. Yep. Now we see veteran Pardos coming in to try to salvage the base. Paraguay is going to try to use the French worker to set up a barracks there, which is unfortunate. Maybe they can get rid of Shagumas and reclaim the forward position. Really depends. Hussars are definitely making it a bit tricky. I will say that. Absolutely making it very tricky to do. I think they got just enough hand units to overcome all this stuff now, yeah. Very good. We'll get at least one barracks up over here. Probably another one. Might be worth it just deleting all these military buildings in the base except for the foundry maybe and just sticking them all over here, you know. I guess not. CBD is still alive. Well, it's not really a CBD. It's actually a French worker. Main difference is it's the only immigrant worker that gathers normally on all resources and does not suffer from any sort of like negative malice to its economy ability. Yeah. Because the problem with most immigrant workers in this game is for the Lamsivs, they do one skill really good and they do horrible at everything else. The French worker doesn't have any special properties, but it just happens to do well at all the tasks you put it on. Yeah. Not well, but just average. Just like the French Civ, just average. Average French. Yep. Definitely. Here comes the artillery now, rolling in. Muchas bonitas, muy bonitas, las vivenderas. The added perk of having a bunch of Vivenderos in a team army like this is when Vivenderos are idle, they will actually start to heal your other units, as well as that of your allies. So even these recruits and Hajuks and everything are going to get healed up by these Juanitas Bonitas. Yeah. It's quite a good bonus for them. Nope. Cannons, artillery. Protect the artillery. Protect the artillery at all costs. Yeah, use the Pardos for that. Definitely sweep in with the Pardos if you notice Hussars coming. And then you got handcap from the other side too, so it's like trying to put out multiple fires at once, which isn't always easy. Yeah, absolutely, I get it. Now, is Nick going to get the... Yep, he has the Iron Regiment card now, so... Recruit should be really beefing up at this point. 100%. Definitely. Oh, yeah. Definitely pushing in hard now. This is like a brutal defense here, honestly, from Aldin. He's like really just plummeting in with Hussars. Stop impeding as much progress as possible there, yeah. Oh, and surrounds him in the back with pikemen too. Nice move there, honestly. destroyed the primary town center there, but unfortunately some canal now cans there to try to push back. Canal now cans will likely try to snipe the artisanals if they get into range. Some Volantes from Guilder, very good choice for dealing with the canal now cans. Let's see if he knows to target onto these first. Gotta watch these Volantes very carefully, see if they can get onto the target. Oh no, he's not targeting. That is so risky. Oh! Got him in one shot. That was really impressive. Guess he barred him a bit earlier with his infantry. Well, Serbia did. Made it much easier for Guilder to get the shot. And also remember, Kazan can actually get another shipment of those. No, he actually trained them. Unbelievable. So he doesn't even have the 2 canal now shipment. I was pretty surprised by that when I looked at. Because normally everybody has the 2 canal now shipment, as well as the 4 one in the industrial age. Sometimes even the 3-3 one is good. Scythemen take out the Golden Pavilion, devastating the Japanese range stats. Here come the Scythemen. How much do these grow with the 15, 20, 18? So they're almost like Musketeros for Serbia. It's at a point. So I think, oh yeah, that can be definitely very good. Biggest key is just getting through all this really good defense set up by Aladin and Kazan, yeah. Trying to roll in with the Volantes as carefully as possible there to set up the defense, yeah. Yep, just push him with the Pardos. I think they finally got the upper hand now, or at least getting through the Japanese stuff. Dojos. Oh, that was something interesting. We rarely ever see the dojos used by Japan. The dojos basically produce a unit of your choice over time for free. You can put them on the shigumas, the kies, the samurais, the gunto riders, or the abazumes. And it's kind of like unit factories in a way. Yeah. I don't really see them used in high level play a lot though, that's the thing. You might see the ones used by the Japanese immigrants though from time to time, but that's about it usually. I'm just surprised they're like holding on for dear life so long here. Yeah. A lot of tenacity in these two. You can tell, like, it's down to the last man. Yeah. Where are these? Oh, see, yeah, Kazan's even going to build up again over there. So, I mean, yeah. Really going to force him to, like, take down the fort now? Yeah, that is, like, really insane stuff right there. Yeah. 100%. Really making him work for it. Hey, it's good. It's good. It's good to work for things. But, yeah. Definitely. 100%. Taking literally all the Kohite rockets to essentially shell through all that, yeah. Yeah, I think once the fort goes down, it's kind of hard to justify at that point, yeah. actually going to go full culverin to try to like do a last-ditch effort to stop the offensive. Yeah. Yeah, no, they should be like forward basing here too, just in case if something like culverins happens like this, mixed in with falconets, because they could totally like blast all their artillery and then, do a counter push. How much resources do they even got? So Aldin has a pretty good economy. Kazan, they both have very functioning economies. It's just that they're being pushed. So if for whatever reason, if they were able to like get a wall of like anti-artillery and falconets to like shred these armies, they could actually come back into the fight and actually start attacking through up here, which would be kind of concerning, That's a bit of food for thought there. Yeah. Yep, now they're getting the siphon in the cans that basically deals with that line of defense. And the canal nows from Japan are going to give an attempt at trying to push the artillery back. Yep, got that, looks like, yep. GG on that one. That note. Oh boy, that was an insane one. Big time. 100% on that one. Definitely. So now we're going to boot into the game again. Let me figure out which thing we're on here based on the date. So this is also on the 14th, so we will do those as well. I want to see Letsy's reaction to these replays for sure. EGI Rush 2 and EGI Rush 1. What does that mean, EGI? I'll do them in whatever order. I'll do EGI Rush 1 first and then do EGI Rush 2. We gotta see what these are all about. I wonder if he's gonna exploit the thing that I'm thinking. And what you might be thinking. You definitely gotta see these tonight. Absolutely. Without a doubt. The world must know about these. 100%. No exception. Oh yeah, 100%. Alright, so let's see. EGI. Eggy. Is that was Egypt. Edgy, Egypt. So he's doing an Egypt rush. Wow, I like Egypt rushes. I love seeing Egypt used in a more proper way. So we got Aladdin with the Canadians. And we got Nick with Egypt. Egypt is upon us. Mighty pharaohs are upon us here. Very, very good. So, I'm going to mostly focus on whatever Egypt is doing here. I can tell you right now, Labby and Fittipaldi, not that strong of players, so it's really going to come down to what Egypt does here, and that's going to be sort of what I'm going to focus on, Let's see what Egypt has to offer today. So Egypt is going to, looks like they made a number of vills. Now they're going to get a library. They got 3 vills in queue. And after that, let's see what the library tech combo is going to be. It is going to be blue 1. So bodyguards, that's library blue 1. Still using Ali Pasha's little staff ability to empower the villagers. Very smart. So I don't really see the difference between Egypt FI and what he's doing right now, but he says it's going to be some sort of an Egypt rush, which theoretically is the way you're actually supposed to use the Civ, is an Egypt rush, right? That's the way the Civ was actually originally intended. Unfortunately, between the African mechanics, targeting units with the building wagons, it just never really came to that fruition, I'm hoping Saudis in the Middle East patch are going to be a little bit more what Egypt here was supposed to be, and from what I'm seeing, it is. It's definitely looking to be moving in that direction, so that's good. 100% good. But yeah, definitely. So still no. So again, 1 Bedouin it looks like. 2 Bedouins. Let's see if it gets any more Bedouins, because that also would be a good telltale sign of where this is going. Yeah, definitely. %. So, continuing with villagers. Getting library blue 2, desert tents. Right now has about 2 Bedouins. Very good. And what's the deck here? The deck is a more rush-friendly deck. You got 8 Spearmen, you got Firebrands, or Incendiaries. You got the 10 Featherhin, 5 Bedouin, Desert Raiders, which gives your Explorer ability to call a bunch of Featherhins to raid at certain spots you target. You got the Tercios here, so about 11 Spearmen, as well as foreign Tercios to, basically add some HP onto your infantry, your hand infantry in particular. If you get to H3, you got Ali Bey, 13 Janissaries. Alright, so it's like a real rush deck, I see. Yamato scripts. So how does this work? So you got your garrison caravan, right? You're going to do about 8 spearmen. Once you get about 8 spearmen, what do you do with that? I see you're moving your garrison caravan forward probably into a rush position, which is pretty good. Yeah, these two really aren't, well, particularly Fittipaldi is just loafing around in age, well, now they're in age 2. So here comes 10 Featherhin next. So 2 Featherhin, 8 Spearmen, 10 Featherhin behind. Villager just gets caught in the crosshairs. Oh no, this is so bad. Now I see why you're doing this. Now I get it. And then you'd probably send this. Yeah. Here's the problem, though. You're really depending on your opponent to really not know how to place their villagers, like, out to here. Like, who in their right mind is going to get a hunt that it's this far away without, like, a tower or a wall or something? There's a lot of what-ifs there. Like, putting a blockhouse right here. Yeah, Cossacks just coming at the right time to die. Yeah, I mean, this is like a really low elo opponent, though. Like, try this against a normal player and they'll be able to shut this down pretty easily with the Minuteman and basic defense. Yeah. Here's the problem. This is the way Egypt was supposed to be. This is the way Tahadis designed Egypt to be when he was, head of the mod team and all the other developers came up with this. In reality, you got to be going against a really low elo Legends opponent to even use this type of a build in a realistic manner. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, it's like if this was like a real team of people that were aging up on time and doing everything right, they'd be able to, like, intercept this with something, like get an army of, like, pikes or something. Something like a blockhouse, some sort of range defense, to just turtle up and wait for the ally to come and fix the situation, Oh yeah. So bad that Aladdin's actually getting foot guard. Now that's pretty sad. That is pretty sad. Not gonna lie, that's like a really weak, pathetic unit, too. You know that he knows that Nick is just gonna do excellent work here if he's doing that, yeah. 100% on that one. I want to see what EG Rush 2 has. Now that's where some interesting stuff might happen. Yeah. Alright, I see what you're doing, my friend. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So, looks like a pretty normal Egypt build order if you ask me. I mean, I'm going to see what the second match looks like and see what the opponents are, but I get the idea. This is the sort of thing that I sort of did when I first, learned Egypt, like 8 years ago. Like 8-9 years ago, this is the type of Egypt that I would probably use there. Kit Bash Tech Marine. We probably will have to say goodbye to Egypt for a few patches after ME. Aren't you gonna rework them into the Middle East culture? Yeah, that totally makes sense. That's fine, I mean, Saudis are gonna basically be what Egypt is now, but pretty functional, I've obviously seen what the caravan system looks like in that, and boy is it a lot better, I mean, there's obviously going to have to be a readjustment, I think, of the starring crates and everything, but I definitely get where it's going, I totally look at that Saudi Civ and say, okay, yep, this makes sense, Now I got some real units to work with. I think the big difference with Saudi and Egypt is Saudi has some pretty decent gunpowder units. You know, they get a musket, they get a decent like Strelette style skirmishers, so they're not totally out in the woods. You know what I mean? They got some things they can legit use, and I think that's where the big difference is. Also, their primary building is like a real physical building, so targeting when everything is totally normal with like putting it on resources and yeah, basically. Also, the madrasa system in general, I think, is less complex than the library system is, especially considering you don't have to use export with it. It's just food and coin, except for that one case of like the Afghans using wood and stuff. Yeah, definitely. 100%. Definitely. Gotta be honest about that. But it's pretty impressive what I saw with those ME civs. So this is the second EG Rush match. I'm assuming he's going the same build order, but we'll have to see. Alright, so we got Willow Nick versus Sabero. So in this matchup, we got a pretty solid opponent here. So we're going to see 100% this time if the build is any good. You know what I mean? Because comparing Fittipaldi and Labby to Sabero, Sabero's a much more robust opponent. So if this works against Sabero, I think we got a credible danger here. You know what I mean? Oh yeah. So it looks like he is going to be playing Bolivia, which you know how this match is. You know how Bolivia is at this point in the meta, right? This was the patch that was like uber bugged and some crazy stuff happened. I would love to see it if we could like, yeah. I think people know from the memes what happens here. Big time. Oh yeah, most definitely. 100%. So we got a Mercado going up there. Very good. Probably gonna do some sort of hunting dogs. Yep, hunting dogs coming in. I think a big key part of this Egypt rush that Nick is doing is you ideally want to get the ball rolling before they reach age 2. Yeah, big time. And you want to get the right siege equipment, right? You want to have some spearmen. You want the firebrands. You got to really pressure their town center, because if you don't have the firebrands with the spearmen, they can just hide in their town center, wait it out, and then just get something to come after you with. Yeah. Now, if I see the unit that I'm going to think I'm going to see here, it's going to be kind of spooky. It's going to be really scary, actually, like Halloween scary. Hopefully we do get the glimpse of this, either in this or the other match. Yeah, basically. If not, if I do not see it in this game, I will actually show you really quick in a match what the devs did in this patch for fun. Because you'll probably never see it otherwise. But it was totally insane. Yeah. Alright, let's go back to Nick and see what he's doing. So he's going with the Trans-Saharan trade as his first shipment. Get the influence trickle going. Pretty smart start, I would say. Because it looks like in this modification of the deck, he had both the Gendarmes with the Tercios. Right, so sort of 2 export shipments there. Probably took what he learned from the Fittipaldi game and said, you know what? We could use a bit of assault in here too, you know, not just the pikes, but a bit of assault. Yeah, which I totally get. Totally think it's a reasonable setup. Definitely. So here comes the wonderful garrison caravan on cue. It's gonna get into position probably somewhere over here, right? Yeah. Bedouin did a bit of scout work, so he knows exactly where to plop the thing down. Bolivia is starting to age up now, by the way. So they're going to start collecting some wood. Wood and good. Going up with the Croatian wave for extra wood, about 300 wood to be exact. Alright, so... What are we going to get here? Because, see, this is the thing I'm concerned about with this Egypt rush. You got an opponent here that actually knows how to defend and stuff. He's already kind of getting a decent amount of wood and stuff. So, I mean, he's doing alright, you know? He's hanging in there. And he can always throw the War of the Republicatus card on you, too. Which would basically spray down all your Felahin. Very easily, you know what I mean? Yeah. Yep, so he's already going to have like 1 TP done. Ideally by the time this... Unless again with the Felhins. Hello? What are you doing? You gonna build that? You gonna build that? I'm just... Yeah, like don't... Well, this is another thing, like... The opponent either has to be low or low, they have to fumble like that and just like sit around and not do anything. Kind of just give you the win, I feel like. So... We'll see, though. I mean, certainly immigrant wagon is ready to build over there. Oh boy, the herdables are in the way. Don't you just love it when that happens? Yeah, it's always fun. It's always fun. Oh boy. Yeah, definitely. Well, now he's going to lose it because of the big obese elephant got in the way. That's sad. Oh, get the native embassy up. Very good. Very good move. Now he's going to ship in Mushateros stuff, yep. So I was going to do elephants out here and probably Lunas out here. Oh, Illimani. So you wanted to go anti-skirm, I guess? Yep. Well, see, this is the problem, though. The Mushateros are actually going to do really well against all this spearmint stuff, yeah. Boy, man, you gotta pay attention. See, he's throwing so hard he could have, like, easily cleaned up the spearmint if he was just, like, showing a little bit of attention to detail there, but, nope, sadly no. So, by this patch, the Illimani has made a return from the graveyard, and is now a anti-skirmisher. Yeah, so these are actually going to be good against, bowmen, gunpowder skirmishers, that sort of thing. Yeah. Basically. Unfortunately, he didn't make any Keurunas, though, so that's unfortunate. Yeah. Here's some Linkateodoles, yeah. Oh, Tercios. Yeah, that's the finisher. Okay, now I see. This is pretty promising. It's a little bit more promising than I thought. Put it that way. Still, I think Bolivia is kind of a slower civ, so you'd probably want to try it against like a faster civ, like like a war chief civ, like Haudenosaunee or Lakota or something. See how this does against them, maybe, or maybe Zulu. Yeah, I think in those cases, this Egypt sort of rushing really doesn't do well. It kind of has to be like a slow civ like Bolivia or Brazil for it to really. But yeah, I definitely see some more potential in this now. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I should probably try it against a low-level opponent and see if it manifests into anything. Yeah, 100%. Okay, so what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna restart this game one more time before I get into the next match that I want to do. So I gotta crash this, and then we're gonna boot it up right now. I'm gonna show you something pretty crazy that happened in this patch. So for those that want to learn a bit of Wars of Liberty history, you're gonna learn something. Yeah, really gonna learn something here. So let's just do this. Sucre. I suppose we could just do Imperial Age, right? Yeah, doesn't matter. ESOC maps, basically. I don't know if the music's going to play on here or not, so I'm probably just going to turn off sound. That's fine. Just as a backup, you never know. So let me get this set up. So, if I remember correctly, how did you get the glitch to work with the Bolivian units, pretty much? Something to do, I think, with the arsenal or something? Is that right? How did it work? So, I think this sort of just... So how did it work? So you did the grenade attack, and then this looks pretty normal though. Like, how do you do the glitch where it gets like uber range? Trying to figure it out now. There was like something where you could get like really extreme range on these Kairunas. Was it something like this, or I'm still trying to figure it out. So what card or technology did you need to activate the glitch on the Kairuna to give it like really high range? Unless it was something here. Trying to figure this out really briefly. Alright. Oh, it was a tactic, right? Oh, yeah, look at this. Here we go. So, look at what you can do with these Kairunas in this mode. Let's get a huge, like, ball of these things. Like, make a huge army of them. Right. So, now we got a huge formation, right? Here we go. So, I'm all the way over here, right? Right over here. Look at this range. 116 range. I'm all the way over here. Let's see how far they can throw. 100 in range. So that basically means... Oh, look at the grenades.
voy hoy. Lo vamos a hacer. Uy, ya voy hoy. Lo vamos a hacer. ¡Mátenlos! Ya voy hoy.
And what, do you have to wait for the thing to cool down again?
Ajá. Albañil. Mande a la orden. Albañil. 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 Albañil.
Sí.
Enseguida. Albañil. Albañil.
Ari, constructor. Uy, constructor. Constructor. Constructor, constructor. Aquí.
So can I actually do like real damage to like a long unit at long range with this sort of thing? So if I'm back here, right?
Lo vamos a hacer. Uy.
Let's target onto this. Woo! Look at that.
Itaita, ya voy hoy.
Oh, look at this range. This is... So, oh wow, look at this one. This one's actually using the long range. Hitting it from a mile away back here. This is something interesting, isn't it? Like, I'm all the way from the mine here, like halfway across the map. And I am targeting them with just this thing. This is why we had like a second patch like the next day. Because imagine trying to do this in like a tournament or something and just sitting back here and just hitting long range like that. That is something real interesting. Yep, and there was obviously only certain ways to activate it because once you threw the bomb and then, yeah, alright. So I just figured I'd show you that real quick. It's kind of an interesting glitch. Pretty much, yeah. So there is another caster game I wanted to get done tonight called A Major das Batallas, as well as another one, Potencia Selana. I wanted to get through those ones at least. Pretty much. If we get to those ones, I think we'll be good. Because I want to be able to get some disk space onto my PC again. That's like my biggest goal right now. So we definitely got to get through like at least 2 more recordings. Then we can, nap or whatever. So what's this recording called again? A mayor or major. I'm looking for the map for the file name. This one, I believe it's over here, yeah. So what was this one exactly? What was this one even about? So it's Aladdin and Sabero. So we got a Bolivia and Canada versus Wololo Nick and Sog playing as Paraguay. Are we gonna see what I think we're gonna see here? So I understand why they use certain flags to describe that recording in the Discord server now. Now it's starting to click. I thought it was going to be like some weird Germany versus Russia match or something random. But now I totally get it. Alright. Now I understand what's going to happen here. Alright. Now I understand. Big time. Alright, so basically we got a Paraguay Sog. Sog has a pretty decent Paraguay from what I've seen before, if I'm correct. Nick using Belgian. This is like his main civ, so he's going to do pretty well with that. Alden using Canada. I mean, he better not do foot guards this time, I will say that. I mean, if he does foot guards in like a real match like this, kind of a concerning situation. And Bolivia with Sabero. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. So let's look at this deck more in close detail. So this is clearly a very high emphasis on the native warriors type of deck with large numbers of the Makaits in it. The War of the Republicatus card, really all of the native warrior combat cards. Got native law. No, we got native militia. We got Palenque, Misiones. We even have Misizaje on there, so we got all those going. So yeah, it's quite a native deck. But it has a little bit of combat for the shock units. The some eco. You do have Melgalegism or Melgihism for cheapening military costs with the unit upgrades. Yeah, alright. Has the Guarani here, but not the Aymaras. I don't know why. I personally would include both of those in my deck if I was doing a setup. Most definitely. So, yeah, basically. So when does it get spicy into the match? That's what I'm wondering. When does the fun stuff happen? Pretty much, yeah. That's what I want to see. Where does the real spicy part begin? So going up with the Italian wave. It's good for late game when you go with the Italian wave. It's actually the preferred one because you're going to need a lot of food to go native warriors, and this will kind of fund your food really well because you get a technology called trattoria, which is sort of a clone of sustainable agriculture that you get through the Italian colony doing this. That's why we usually see people go with Italy when in age 1 to 2 is Bolivia for that reason, so they can kind of make sure that their food eco is going to be up to par. It's really nothing to do with the ship wagon. Yeah, sometimes you might see the ship wagon be used, but it's very rare. But it is a really neat unit that I think we should totally see more use of, usually. Yeah, definitely should see more use of the ship wagon if possible. Would make things go a lot more interesting, I think. Yeah, most definitely.
Comando? Va bene.
Canada getting their setup going, so we'll see. Is he actually going to go foot guards? Trupa Dia Marine, alright, so that was just, I think that was just trolling. Yeah, he knows to go Trupa Dia Marine, that's good. these are one of the few naval skirmishers left in the game that are generally worth going with all the time, just because their stats are very favorable for you. They sacrifice hit points for raw damage, as you're going to see when they come out. That's why they're a pretty preferable unit for combat, usually, yeah. So here, as you can see, their range damage is actually 32, which for a unit available this early in the game is actually really nice. You know, it's like a really good sort of base damage that's going to really grow with each Veteran, Guard, and Imperial upgrade. So yeah, very good unit all around. Totally recommend using it. If you're Canada, it should be your primary unit. Unless you're dealing with like mass heavy infantry. You know, if you're dealing with the particular like mass heavy infantry, like big armies of musketeers, then I might say maybe start with militia and see where you can go and maybe get the Troupe Marines involved. But yeah, usually the Troupe Marines can be your preferred unit to start with. Well, yeah, like if you're, unless you're dealing with like mass musket, like huge armies of them, or hand cav, yeah. So we see some Belgian line infantry here starting to engage with the Troupe Marines pretty much, yeah. So a bit of skirmishing going on over there already, yeah. Looks like Sabero's already again started with the Kirunas. Is he going to use evil? Let's see. Let's see if he does evil stuff here. Gotta see some evil stuff here. Yep. Okay. So playing pretty normal now, right? So right now seems to be playing by the rules. Looks like. Yep. Pretty much. Alright, there you go. Oh, yeah, we can put the music back on, right? Yeah, I'll probably put that back on since it's an ESOC map, ESOC, Fertile Crescent. War of the Republic ate this combined with elephants. Really not good. Yeah, basically. Definitely don't want to run into that situation. And start really spamming the mining camps too. And on the Paraguayan side, we're looking at 3 food works. French setup. Going with stable here. Do we have a barracks yet? Nope, doesn't look like it. Oh, the Niam Niam shipment with line infantry. This will force the Bolivia onto that side again, yeah. Alright. Sounds good. Getting a mining camp down. Should have really built it with the Explorer, because when the Explorer builds it, it only costs about 200 wood. When you do it with the wagon, it still costs 300 wood. So you actually save about 100 wood by using your Explorer there, which is pretty neat. Looks like right now these units are getting pressured pretty hard, yeah. Big time.
Je suis blessé. Je ne peux pas bouger.
More raiding by Sug. Yep, you gotta watch this area pretty carefully. Yeah. Basically, the way Bolivia works now, they get a really insane bill limit of villagers, but they have low HP, so they're easy to die now. So that was always the case, but now they have a really insane bill limit. That's what makes them sort of unique now, on top of being weaker. So if you look at the build limit now, it's like 125. So you can get some really big stacks of these villagers now to do stuff. And the idea is you're going to use more of your population into native warriors, right? Instead of having like 101 military population, now you're going to sort of use a much smaller number to mainly support your native warriors, yeah. Where possible. I mean, you could still do 99 villagers, but now you got the option of just going full eco and getting really big masses of resources and like backing them up with like great warage tanks and stuff pretty much, yeah. Which is going to be a lot better for you usually. Yes. Just watch out for that big massive infantry there, yeah. He's not even using the God mode ability, and he's still doing quite well. Yeah. This is where the Troubadour Marines show some good dominance with their high damage, you know. Just blasting through the stats of the weaker Escopeteros. And then, of course, if you're going up against a siege trooper like the Grenadier, the Troubadour Marine actually will deal about 64 damage per shot to them, which is quite significant, you know. Because, as you know, naval skirmishers counter siege troopers and artillery. Yeah. Pretty much, yeah.
Je suis blessé. Je ne peux pas bouger.
I'm just wondering that all of this match is he actually going to use the super high God range ability. So I'm mostly focusing on here. Now we see the Illimani be introduced, the anti-skirms there.
Diga usted, mi coronel.
Yeah, whenever the Yaki Yobatais get into melee range with the Troubadour Marines, they usually melt pretty quickly. That's because they are skirmish units, thus the Yaki Yobatais multipliers come into effect, turning what's normally a pretty weak unit into a really good counter to these very pesky naval skirms, yeah. Mosquitero is definitely going to do some pretty good damage there, I would say, yeah.
bouger. Pas bouger.
Alright, so using the Illuminati and Kirunas to mostly do good against infantry there. One area where they're kind of struggling a bit is in anti-cavalry. Like I saw before Canada doing some of the spontooners. And that was a pretty decent anti-cav. Now they seem to be running into the issue that they don't have any anti-cav at all. Yeah. Funny to think, just a patch ago, these Kirunas were just basically musketeer. Now they are basically a grenadier unit that now costs population while still somehow being a native warrior. Yeah, it's kind of weird how they set that up pretty much. I'm going to make a push for Belgium, it looks like. Try to finish them off if possible. Yeah. That's a lot of Akiyubatas. Why are they in trample mode? That's weird. kind of trolling at this point, I would think. Yeah, now he goes in normal melee. Seem to begin being back pretty far. All because of this Paraguayan cavalry. What is Sog's particular eco situation? So it's actually in pretty good shape. How many food works? About 3. Coin works is on 4. Wood is on 5. So he's built a pretty good eco for himself to keep this going, yeah. Not gonna lie, he's in really good shape there. Yeah, as soon as that hand calf swoops in, I think it's going to be a big game changer. Oh, now he's got the spontooners, and that's good. That should be able to counter that. Big time. See, all it takes sometimes is just to get a few pikemen on the field, and then all that hand calf just collapses. That's all it takes. Just a little bit of changing a unit comp, and then you get a win. Yeah, I don't think they're coming back from this, unfortunately. Yeah, see, he should have used the unstoppable 116 range grenade throws. That would have probably made the difference. 116 range grenade throws. Yeah, 100%. That's where he messed up. Oh boy. Sometimes you just forget the power of the 116 range grenade throws. Yeah. GG on that one. Yeah, that was a pretty good battle there. Really was. Yeah, so there's like one more I want to get done tonight. Let me just go into... let me go back in, reboot, load in. Should be record game 2. And this one, yep. I wanted to show you one of the Guilder versus Gommuistan matches before I leave. Because I think I put it in the description of the stream, right? So I at least wanted to get through one of them. Yeah. So we got Gommuistan playing as the Serbs and Guilder playing as the Bulgarians. So it's going to be a nation state 1 versus 1. And it's going to be a pretty tight battle, I can imagine. So basically in this battle it's going to come down to sort of the Samara banner cards of the Bulgarians potentially trying to overpower the Serbians' death grave bonus thing. So yeah, it's going to be a pretty intense battle to say the least. What really is going to make the difference here is if Guilder can get really good timings on Samara Bears. Provided he built the right deck, of course. If he did not include Samara Bear cards, you're going to have a real problem. That's kind of being honest. You got to have Samara banner cards in your Bulgaria decks. If you don't know what that is, I'll just look at one of his decks right now. Just see if I can find one. There's one right down here. Basically, they're in a very light blue border, right? You know, most cards have like a border like this. It's sort of like white and gray. This one is like a light blue banner. And basically that means it's a Samara banner card, which means if it's a mounted unit, it will turn one of these into this. If it's some sort of infantry, like if this was a Samara banner, it would turn this into that. That's really what Samara banner does. It's a good way for surprising your opponents with surprise units. Units that they're not quite ready to deal with in that exact time frame. Yeah, that's exactly what they are. Like a surprise type thing. That's how you're supposed to use them. Yep, so we're going to see here in this matchup if Guilder's actually going to be able to use really that Samara banner in Age 4 effectively if he gets to it. Because he might have dug himself into a situation now without the early game ones that he's going to be forced to fight all the way to like Age 4 with Opal Shenets. which is going to be an uphill battle against Serbs. You know? I mean, the only good thing about Opelstein infantry is that they have both range and hand armor, so they're kind of a little flexible. But when it comes to, like, raw stats, Serbia just wins in most battles. You know? If their regular stats weren't bad enough, if you defeat one of the units that we saw before, you get the little magical Byzantine flag under your feet that gives you more attack. And then things get really interesting. Right, so from here, looks like Gommuistan's deck includes 3 peasants. You got Great Migration, Crop Rotation, Eco Theory, Slava. Gives you a temple, and temples trickle more XP and allows you to have an extra temple too. This is actually fencing school and riding school. These are actually new icons they added to replace the old school AoE3 one. So this is the new fencing school, and this is the new riding school one. And that's the same for the Europeans as well. And actually, Royal Mint was changed to Gold Standard. So this is the same effect as Royal Mint, but it's now Gold Standard. Yeah, basically. So figured I'd point that out as well. As well as some other ones you'll see down the road as well. Yeah. Most important combat card for the Serbs is Iron Regiment. Turns, well, basically it's like a secondary grave on top of the one they already are going to be boosted by. There's another one where if a recruit dies, the other ones nearby will actually not only get an additional attack boost beyond the one that they're already getting, but a hit point boost as well. Turn the recruits into a very formidable musket unit. Yeah. And also has the infantry combat card, which is pretty smart as well. I would have also considered putting in Danubian combat, which will boost the recruits even further, along with your Sagjas. Yeah. That would have been something I totally would have considered there, honestly. What's a politician? It's Alex Nenadovic from the barracks. This will make another number of Hajusi skirmishers, from what I understand. Whereas Guilder is he's already up, and he's going to be shipping in some Opelstein infantry here. And probably is going to want to get a move on in terms of the push, because basically the Serbia is going to come in very strong and very hard. And you're going to need to make sure that you are basically pressuring Serbia very quickly and trying to squash their numbers very fast. Because once you start shaving off Serbian units, those grave bonuses start to stack a little bit. And you can run into a real problem where their units are doing so much damage that your very big army is, well, not there anymore. Yeah. So that's the only way you really can deal with Serbia appropriately. You either need to do really long-range hit-and-run type stuff to avoid the consequence of the graves, or you need to clean up those armies very well, pretty much. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what you're supposed to do there. Yeah. So you have to play it very carefully by ear. That's the only way it seems to work. Or just have more production villains, that too. Like, if you can constantly replenish your army against Serbs, that's another sort of way you can outdo their bonus. But you gotta, like, really set it up really well. Because see the little Byzantine flag under their feet? Yep, that means that they're already getting boosted here, these Hajuks and recruits. And as you see more units dying, the attack goes up, and then when this little Byzantine flag thing disappears, then it goes back down. That's sort of the idea of it.
Uberete, provejte. Povelete.
Точно така. Пробай, побелете. Аз точно така. Готов съм. Да. Само кажете. Пробейте. Победете.
Alright, so it looks like Gommuistan's going to do mostly recruits. This gives Guilder a little bit of a possibility here. Notice how, since these are a skirmish musketeer hybrid, they actually have a bit of extra range of about 14. That means with these Appelshad infantry, you can actually somewhat outrange the recruits and potentially even get a leg up on them if you can like draw out the fight, force them to chase you, kite one more down, you know. That's another sort of way you can get on top of it, yeah. Like, see, he's going to take every shot he can do to take out another recruit, because if he doesn't do it now, he's going to have to do it later, and maybe in a situation where he does not want to have to deal with a full swarm of like 50 recruits on top of his base. That's why you need to make sure with this that you're constantly kiting those as much as possible. It's like really important. Really, really essential to do. Yeah, basically. Yeah, it's just overwhelming sometimes, because look at how much damage these recruits are doing, like 31. That's a lot of damage they have to deal with. Big time. It's like a constant battle of like kiting to make sure you don't fall into their extra damage. If I had to be one of the nation-state civs against Serbia, I would probably, but especially on a war map like this, would want to be Greeks, because I'd begin more food from the free fishing ships, and the Clapes have a range of about 18, which means, compared to the Appelshad infantry, Clapes would be much better for kiting things like the recruits, because they'd almost be able to kite them at almost the same efficiency as a late game skirmisher. So a 20 range, age 3, fortress age type skirmisher. And that's why I think, Greeks would be a little bit better here, because their early skirm is at least 18 range, and then later in the match you can bring it up to 20 range, which is better, objectively, when you're dealing with these high damage units you're trying to avoid. Yeah, I think that's basically what I would do there. picking up marble sculptures to get the mining rate up a bit. Every resource really counts here and how big you can get your army to deal with the Serbs. Also notice how Gommuistan's doing a good job at boxing his opponent in so he can't get hunts out here, right? Because look at how hard he's going to get punished on this side now for just trying to grab this Sorrel hunt over here. This is going to be like really devastating. Really devastating. It's just getting into hunting now. Is actually going to try to get probably bloodhounds followed by baiting. So, yeah. Really not the situation you ever want to find yourself in. Really not.
Move in attack. Саму кружете. Move in attack.
He's going to lose his hunting lodge now, which is unfortunate. Is Gommuistan getting ready to go to age 3 by any chance? He's kind of getting into that territory, you know. Getting to eco theory now. Probably even going to want fencing school at some point. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. GG. Good attempt by Guilder there to try to fight his way out of a box that was kind of impossible. I give him credit for that, honestly. You know, I mean, if we want to look at the specifics of the resource count, they did pretty similarly in economics, you know, just 700 resources or so apart. But when it comes to, like, the military aspect, similar army size, Serbian bonus just does better. Plain and simple. Plain and simple there. Yeah. 100%. Yeah. Totally. So there we go. That was a pretty good stream we did. A lot of good casted games. Who enjoyed the stream? This was like a really good one, I think. One thing I wanted to make sure that I did 100% was actually making sure I got through all of the old games from like the patch we did last week, all the ones from the little mini patch that lasted for like a day or two, and then get like at least one game in the newest patch. So that way we're all starting off with fresh new games coming into next week, which looks like we got about 3 recordings already that we're already going to be able to do next week. So make sure that you submit all your recordings between now and next week. Unless you want to give me like a bajillion games and then we can do like 2 of these streams a week. Which, you know, would be fun. You know, I love doing these. I never get tired of Wars of Liberty. Seriously, I've been playing it for 10 years. Times I've spent like 18 hours a day playing it. It's pretty good. Yeah, it's a good game. Really good game, actually. So definitely, if you want to learn the new RTS, definitely give Wars of Liberty mod a try. Yeah, that's all I can say. Changed my life, it can change yours. For the better. For the better, obviously, yeah. But anyways, gotta go do some work stuff now. See you on Thursday. On Thursday, we are going to finish off that Age of Mythology campaign thing with the Chinese that I did last week on Thursday. We only got 2 missions to do, but from what I heard, it's going to be a huge climb of pain and suffering. So, I'm going to try to soldier through the pain as much as possible and make it happen. So, see you on the other side of that, because I don't know what I'm going to do. It's going to definitely be one of the biggest challenges I've ever done before in campaign playing in RTS. So, definitely be there for that, you know what I mean? It could be over an hour, 2 hours, could be over in 6 hours. If we end up doing the last mission for like 4 hours straight, bleeding through it. So, yeah, it is what it is. Yeah. Most definitely. So, see you then. Sign off now. Get some sleep. Have sweet dreams thinking about Unstoppable Streletsy and his cast of game streams. Will you?